Superman's journey through the worlds. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. What about you? The improved super soldier serum plus the magic power. The liquid in the hanging bottle dripped down and was transported into his body under John's gaze. The powerful energy brought more vitality to his dying body, and the transformation of his body cells made him feel relaxed from the inside out. What is this? Lincoln did not answer him, but stepped back a few steps and then spoke. John Kramer, in the past, you have always played the role of Jigsaw, forcing others to play games with you again and again in the name of not cherishing life. You let go of all the successful players in the game and thought that this would make them change. As for those who failed, you thought they lacked the most important piece of the puzzle in the blueprint of survival, the instinct to survive. So, what about you? You were originally doomed to die with brain cancer, but now you have more choices. As the bottle of intravenous fluid continues to decrease, your body will be continuously repaired. However, once it stops, you will die in a short time. John, or Jigsaw, you often criticize others for not knowing how to cherish what they have and wasting their time. Their deaths are due to their lack of desire to survive. So what about you? Do you cherish your life enough? Is your desire to survive enough to save yourself in a game of life and death? Or is the so-called game from beginning to end just a one-way standard for others, rather than a code of conduct that you will implement yourself? John, let me see how strong a desire to survive you can show in this game. As he spoke, Lincoln looked towards the studio and announced the rules of the game. In that room, there is a person you have chosen who is receiving his redemption and transformation. In your original game, his forgiveness will directly determine the life and death of you and Dr. Lane, but now, you need to show your desire to survive and make sure that you must survive, whether he chooses to forgive or not. If the game succeeds, you will get this medicine that is enough to prolong your life. You will have the right to continue living, and you can have enough time and years to do what you want. If the game fails, your death will be attributed to your lack of attention to life and your giving up opportunities. All disciples will know that Jigsaw's death was not caused by illness, but by his self-abandonment, life, or principles. John, make your choice. You have a lot of time, and he has a lot of time, but together, it won't be much. After saying that, Lincoln turned and left, as if he didn't care about the rest. Is there any way in the world to determine whether a person will choose to forgive in the future? Almost nothing. John's game process destined Jeff to appear in the wood with a gun after completing the test. Even with the help of the serum, it is difficult for him to defeat a strong man with a gun. In this way, if John wants to ensure that Jeff can survive, whether he chooses to forgive himself or not, he actually has only one way, which is to change the game and let Jeff die or leave. This will violate the rules of the game that he has always said to Amanda, but it will also be a proof of his own practice of the rules of the game. In fact, this is a game, but the participants are not just John, but also Lion N. Amanda is dead, which means that no one can help Lion N remove the mechanical device on her neck. She must stay close to John to keep him alive. Then, the problem comes. She must ensure that John is alive, and must be alive under any circumstances. This is a guarantee of her own life. Put your hope on her husband Jeff, whose marriage relationship is almost broken, and let him interfere with her life and death, or help John survive. The doctor's duty is to save people, but sometimes, she may have to do more than just save people. Lincoln left behind something John had always dreamed of, but this thing was only for him. After taking some qualified ingredients from the warehouse of the meat processing plant, Lincoln got back into the car and watched everything that happened in the basement with a smile. Processing plant. Lincoln left in style, without giving John any chance to ask questions. Looking at the light blue liquid that occasionally glowed with a little golden light flowing into his body, John's breathing gradually became rapid. Advanced brain cancer is an incurable disease in human society and is certain to lead to death, but not in front of Lincoln. The improved serum flowed into John's body little by little, repairing his body that was increasingly collapsing under the attack of cancer cells. Time passed by minute, and gradually, his ability to control his body trunk returned. On the hospital bed, John struggled to raise his body slightly, and at this time, Lionel also ran out of the workshop in panic. There is blood on the ground. She is missing. She is gone. She is dead. John thought of the previous gunshots, and he knew in his heart, she died of herself. Hearing this, Lionel became more anxious, and she even wanted to reach out and pull the instrument on her neck. Can you help me unlock this thing? Please, I still have a family. I want to live. Unfortunately, I can't do it. John shook his head. Only Amanda knows the password of this thing. Apart from this, any violent measures may cause it to be activated prematurely. But you promised me before that, as long as I'll let you live, you can let me go. Lionel collapsed a little, and she couldn't help but look at the bottle that was infusing John with life. It's too fast. I have to slow it down. Slow it down. How slow can you adjust it? John looked at the capacity of the bottle. Even at the slowest, my time will not exceed an hour. Didn't he say he could let you live? Lion looked at John with tears in her eyes, her face full of pleading. Tell me, how can I let you live? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. John looked at Lion calmly and shook his head. My life and death are already in the game. I just need to wait quietly. You lunatic. Bastard. Lion looked at John and completely collapsed. She burst into tears and shrank into the corner. You only care about your disgusting game. He's right. You are a complete rogue and pervert. You only use that disgusting game to torture people. What bullshit. Cherish life. You are not even willing to be responsible for your own life. You're even going to kill me. Amanda's death and Lincoln's appearance made everything out of control, and the game has become complicated. Chapter 77. The Innocent Boy. Voorhees. 5K. John has been playing games with others for many years, but he never thought that one day he would be chosen to play a game at the cost of his life. The potion left by Lincoln gave him the possibility to play the game, but Lionel adjusted the dripping speed of the potion to the slowest, which greatly limited the speed of John's body recovery. The potion dripped slowly, allowing his body to recover. The vitality in his body continued to surge, but John did not move. He just lay on the bed calmly and watched Lionel walking around the room anxiously. This is his game. You just need to wait. Do you want me to wait to die? Without Amanda's presence, facing an elderly patient, Lionel's negative emotions were completely aroused under the pressure of death. She pressed John's shoulders. Her face was so vicious that it was distorted. You're dead. Once the infusion stops, you're dead. And you'll let me die with you. This damn collar can't be opened at all. I won't sit and wait for death. Absolutely not. The roar seemed to give Lionel strength. She no longer limited her gaze to the ward, but turned her attention to the workroom behind the plastic curtained door. With a bang, she opened the plastic curtain and rushed in again, trying to find something that could save her life. Looking at the hazy figure through the curtain, John's face remained calm, and he quietly reached out to speed up the dripping speed of the bottle, which allowed him to clench his fist in his hand. Studio. Lionel searched around like a headless fly, trying to find something to open the self-destructing collar on her body, but after a search, she found nothing. It was not until then that she remembered the participant who was tested in the game mentioned by Amanda. Since there was no way to open the self-destruct collar on her body or keep John alive, she could just release the tester and leave together. She believed that the police outside would have a way to open her collar. Lionel hurriedly opened the dark screen, searching the dark screen with her eyes, and soon she was stunned. Looking at the figure on the screen, who was panicking and looking for a way out, Lionel felt that her world had collapsed. She screamed madly, threw everything on the table in front of her to the ground, then pushed open the curtain and walked angrily to John's bed. You kidnapped me. You also kidnapped Jeff. What are you going to do? This is a test. Even facing the furious Lionel, John remained calm. I brought him here and locked him up with those who were related to your son's death. He needs to forgive those who hurt his son in order to get a new life. Do you think he can do it? Fuck you. Lionel didn't care whether Jeff could do it or not. She just wanted to end the game now. Tell me how to end this damn game. I don't want to play with you anymore. John did not answer, but looked at Lionel calmly. Doctor, do you know how fragile the life of a patient with advanced brain cancer is? Almost any small abnormality may lead to the death of a patient with advanced cancer. Especially in a place like this without qualified medical facilities and medicines, you don't even have enough time and resources to rescue. You won't die. Lionel looked at John with anger in her eyes. This medicine is maintaining your life HMM. John didn't speak. He pursed his lips and made a suppressed sound in his throat. The next moment, Lionel couldn't help but cover her mouth because she saw John's decayed body suddenly tensed up at this moment. Almost at the same time, the body posture detector that had been running smoothly showed a huge wave. John didn't speak. He just used his actions to tell Lionel what he could do. What are you going to do? Lionel was almost collapsed, and outside the processing plant, Lincoln, who saw this scene, shook his head in disappointment. What a waste. He thought Lionel could be stronger, but now it seems that John seems to understand Lionel better than she knows herself. In this case, there is no point in staying. Lincoln started the car and left the processing plant, returning to the Crystal Lake holiday camp. However, before entering the camp hotel, Lincoln heard some discordant voices. "Miss, are you here alone? Do you want to go to the river with us? I brought a swimsuit with a size that will be suitable for your chest. I'll definitely make you have a good time." Lincoln took a long breath and quickened his pace. Then he saw a few yellow-haired and black-skinned people who were not doing their jobs in the van before, entangled with Angela like psoriasis on the open balcony at the entrance of the hotel. They laughed unscrupulously, and their words made Angela look ugly. She stood up and wanted to leave, but was blocked by several people. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Accompany us to have a good chat." "Do you need me to chat with you?" Lincoln's figure suddenly appeared behind them. Lincoln's palm gently pressed on one person's neck. Before he exerted force, the tearing pain made him wail. "Ah. Let me go. Let me go." "No problem." Lincoln smiled lightly, and the moment he released his palm, he gently kicked his knee. With a thud, his knee hit the wooden board firmly. "Ah." Another more shrill wail sounded. Seeing their companion being humiliated, the remaining two could no longer sit still. They stood up and looked at Lincoln angrily. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing's wrong with you." Lincoln laughed and stepped forward to slap him. Snap. The slap made the two people's heads tilted, and the burning pain made their faces stunned. After a moment, they reacted. "You." Snap. Another slap was slapped. "I'm going to kill you. Damn it." Snap. "Wait for me." Snap. Lincoln didn't say anything, but just swung his arms again and again. Angela had already dodged to the side early. With the crackling sound, the yellow-haired man who hit his knees on the ground hugged his legs and couldn't get up. The other two people had been beaten into pig heads by Lincoln. The tearing pain finally calmed their minds a little. They looked at Lincoln with a smile on his face and didn't dare to say another word. They hurriedly pulled up their companions on the ground and disappeared. Looking at the backs of the three people going away, Angela came forward with some concern. "Are you okay? How is your hand?" "It's okay." Lincoln held Angela's outstretched hand with his backhand and let it down. "It's just that I may not be able to do handicrafts, and I need your help." Huh. Angela was stunned for a moment. She shook her head and looked around in panic. This place is not good. People will see us. Then go back to the room." Lincoln smiled and pulled her up and walked into the hotel. "But Emma is still in the room. Just close the door." Lincoln said in a relaxed voice. "Emma will take care of herself." Emma. More than 10 minutes later, at the door of the bedroom, listening to the extremely suppressed, but still uncontrollable voice coming from inside, Emma took a deep breath, clenched her fists, went back to her room, and buried herself in the quilt. Creatures. Lincoln was going to find a time to kill those hooligans, but before that, he was going to comfort Angela's heart first. Half a day was enough, so that she could sleep better at night, and Lincoln could take Emma out with peace of mind to show this little bad boy what a murderer is. Angela has a very good character, that is, to do things with excellence. It was not until the sky darkened that she loosened her thighs and fell asleep. After putting on her clothes, Lincoln took Emma's collar like a garbage bag and led her out of the hotel and walked into the dense woods. The afterglow of the setting sun completely disappeared on the horizon. Looking at the branches and leaves that looked gloomy in the dark, Emma's face was calm. "I knew you must have come here for no good." Nonsense. This time it's a good thing. Lincoln's sight passed through the heavy woods and saw several naked men and women having a party next to the crystal lake. Have you ever seen a group party? Emma blinked, then realized what Lincoln was talking about and immediately spit on him. Pervert. So why do you say perverted, but don't show any resistance on your face? Lalita who speaks in a perverted way. Your acting skills need to be improved. Emma? Lincoln's purpose of bringing Emma out late at night was certainly not to watch the open-air party of that group of people. To be honest, whether it was physical fitness, skills, or appearance, they were far behind. It was much more interesting to play games with Angela than to watch them messing around here. He came here this time to prepare to release Jason from the crystal lake in advance. Speaking of which, the people in this world were also hard to describe. Jason would not appear for a long time after being sealed, but they kept the crystal lake sealed during this period. Until now, the thing used to seal Jason has loosened, and they have begun to open the crystal lake to build a holiday camp. If he didn't know what their original intention was, Lincoln would even think that they were planning to line up to brush Jason's achievements. Although the current situation is no different. According to Lincoln's estimation of the residual energy on the seal, Jason should be born in the next 2 days. In this case, it doesn't matter if it's 1 day earlier. It just so happens that there are very few people in the holiday camp now, and they are basically the people he wants to deal with. Crossing the crystal lake and heading deep into the forest, Emma's ears turned red at the chaotic voices. She glared at Lincoln fiercely, but nothing happened. The cute black-haired girl didn't have the eye technique of Amaterasu, so her vicious eyes made her more adorable in the eyes of some perverts, but had no killing power. Well, the perverts here might also include Lincoln, who was often tempted by beauty. On the other side of the crystal lake, across the obstruction of the woods, a wooden house that looked like it was about to decay finally revealed its appearance under the moonlight. Lincoln grabbed Emma with one hand, raised his foot, and kicked the wooden door that looked shaky. Boom. The solid wooden door was directly shattered into pieces of wood by the powerful kick, and the orange-yellow firelight in the room, that seemed to have been uninhabited for a long time, could not add a trace of warmth. Lincoln walked into the wooden house and looked at the dried skull on the wooden table. He said arrogantly, "Witch, are you awake? Call your son out. I'll ask him for help." Mrs. Voorhees? As a witch with an immortal spirit, Voorhees has never really died. She has been quietly living in the skull on the table, waiting for her son to revive. She has already felt that Jason's revival is in these days, but Lincoln's sudden arrival made her look confused. Especially when Lincoln picked up her skull and stared at her eyes with a hint of red. The inexplicable panic in her heart had reached its peak. Unable to sit and watch her remaining head being blown up by Lincoln, in Emma's somewhat surprised eyes, Voorhees' ethereal and hoarse voice echoed in the room. "Jason will kill you. Stupid." Lincoln sneered disdainfully, and with a hiss, he carved a line of words on Voorhees' skull with his thermal vision. Lincoln was here. Voorhees? Seeing Lincoln's actions and the deep and almost indelible carving marks on her skull, the witch was completely dumbfounded. "Damn it. You lowly bastard. How dare you do this? I'll let Jason chop off your head and make it into a chamber pot and grind the wild girl in your hand into mincemeat. I want." Snap. The crisp sound of bone cracking made the witch's curse stop abruptly. Lincoln looked down with an apology on his face. He didn't know when the skull in his hand had been pinched out of a crack. "I'm so sorry. I used too much strength in my hand." "You." The witch wanted to curse again angrily, but Lincoln spoke first. "I remember there are inorganic salts in urine, which should be able to repair the crack, right? The witch's spirit can last for a long time. The only disadvantage is that it needs to rely on something that originally belonged to her, and she likes to rely on her own skull, so Lincoln's threat seems very powerful. But Voorhees left behind many things, among which her eldest son Jason, and the skull in Lincoln's hands were not the only things that could be attached to the spirit. Sweaters, photos and other things could also be used as attachments. The witch's mind raced. She sneered in her heart, and then she found Lincoln squatting in front of the increasingly blazing bonfire. "What are you doing?" "Oh, nothing. I think the fire is too small. Add some wood to it." Lincoln replied casually, then stretched out his hand and threw a photo wrapped in a sweater into the flames. There was a crackling sound. The bonfire burned very vigorously, and the witch was furious. "Damn it. With a puff, another attachment was thrown into the fire by Lincoln. The witch suddenly calmed down. "Tell me, what do you want to do? Call your good son Jason out." "I can't do it." "Waste." Lincoln sneered, broke off a pillar of the wooden house, and threw it into the fire, making the witch more terrified. "Damn it. Stop. Do you want to destroy this place?" "I'm not afraid of a hammer." Lincoln sneered at the witch's fear. "The altar to resurrect Jason is not here. Even if I set fire to the mountain, it won't matter. You are a lunatic." "Thank you for the compliment." Lincoln nodded happily, then reached out and broke another pillar, and the wooden house really began to crumble. The witch, who was unable to break through Lincoln's biological force field defense, fell into a state of impotence and rage, and could only watch Lincoln, who turned into an arsonist, burn the small wooden house she left behind completely. Beside Lincoln, Emma, who was watching Lincoln and the witch for he's having a friendly exchange, felt her head buzzing. She originally thought that this world was very scientific, but a witch with an immortal spirit appeared. She thought Lincoln was a man who would only play games with her aunt, but this man was actually helpless against the witch. But why did he bring her here? Emma was lost in thought and suddenly felt a hard object being stuffed into her arms. She looked down and saw that it was the head that Lincoln had held in his hand before. There were still some dry cells and withered hair on this grey-white skull, and the black hole mouth and eye sockets were eerie and terrifying. Before she could react to what happened, she heard Lincoln's voice above her head. "Put it with you first. You can play with it as a toy." "Emma, are you serious? Let me play with a skull that is inhabited by a witch's spirit? Even if I'm not afraid, my aunt will be afraid, right?" Emma wanted to refuse, but Lincoln didn't give her a chance to speak. With a whoosh, Emma felt dizzy, and when she came to her senses, she was already standing beside the crystal lake. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm going to release the witch's fool in advance." Lincoln smiled, and a ray of golden light outlined his body. In Emma's blank eyes, he slowly rose into the air, and the next moment, the red beam sank into the calm lake. Gurgle. The laser of thousands of degrees instantly made the lake water boil, and steam spread from the lake surface, and at the bottom of the lake, the beam destroyed all the seals. The red beam flashed, and did not even attract the attention of the few people who were having a party on the other side. But at the bottom of the dark and deep lake, a figure who had been sleeping for who knows how many years opened his eyes. His burly body parted the lake water, and in the sound of rushing water, he walked onto the shore wearing a cold hockey mask. Lincoln, the instigator of all this, had already left the lake with Emma. Jason's small black eyes hidden under the mask looked around and locked onto the people who were having a nude party in the open space in the woods. Jason was a very simple boy, with no other thoughts in his mind except killing. His burly voice like an iron tower shuttled through the woods without making any sound. He stood closest to the revelers. He bent down and searched on the ground and finally touched a 15 or 16 centimeters long, Rubbermaid, slightly hardened spiral pattern stick. It was not very qualified as a weapon, but Jason was strong enough to use it to kill these fragile humans. Chapter 78 Jason, I exploded. 5K. In the darkness Jason's figure was frozen like a sculpture, and in the open space not far away, the young man who was targeted by him was squandering his young body. No one wanted to admit defeat in this competition, but it was obvious that one person had to quit first according to the strength of their physical fitness. Under the gaze of everyone, the strong black man was the first to quit the competition. He was weak and sweating all over, causing others to laugh. "Are you not good enough, Jack?" "Shit, I'm going to pee, and then I'll show you what an electric motor is." Jack's steps were weak, but he didn't lose a bit of his mouth. Due to some unspeakable psychological factors, Jack, who dared to have a party on the grass, deliberately avoided the crowd and walked towards the woods. The sound of the water pouring on the grass, emptying the liquid accumulated in the bladder. Jack showed a comfortable expression on his face and even squinted his eyes involuntarily. The sound of the liquid dripping covered up the noise of Jason's arrival. It was not until Jack opened his eyes again that he was horrified to see Jason, who had appeared in front of him without knowing when. Jason's tower-like burly figure cast a large shadow in the already dim woods. When he met the small round eyes covered by the mask, fear instantly occupied Jack's entire mind. He trembled all over, opened his mouth, and screamed from the depths of his heart, "Ah!" The piercing shouting instantly made the bodies of several people who were busy on the grass tremble. They looked around in panic and then realized that it was Jack's shouting. They stood up and walked towards the woods where Jack was, cursing. The noisy sound made Jack, who had been strangled by Jason, look hopeful. Hurry up. Save me. The severe pain and suffocation tortured Jack's spirit, causing him to open his mouth involuntarily, and then he saw Jason raising the arm holding the spiral short stick in horror from the corner of his eye. No. Jack squeezed out a little sound from his throat with difficulty. He stretched out his hand and tried to push Jason's arm away in panic, but the giant's strength made him unable to resist. Jason forced the short stick into his mouth and then slapped it hard. With a puff, the rubber short stick was completely immersed in Jack's mouth. Blood continued to flow out of his mouth and nose, and his face was full of pain and despair amid the gurgling sound. He reached out to where his companions were with difficulty, but as Jason picked up a stone from the ground and smashed his head hard, he had no chance of survival. Finding lone people to kill is the most basic professional quality of a murderer like Jason. After a deep look at the crowd that had gathered around, Jason retreated slightly, and in just a few steps, he disappeared like a ghost. A moment later, the companions who went out to play together followed the sound and footprints to find Jack in the woods. Then, in the dim moonlight, they touched Jack with blood on his face. After a delay of just a few seconds, a piercing scream echoed above Crystal Lake. The dead bodies and blood stung their hearts. They didn't care about packing up their luggage by the river. They ran to the camp hotel in a panic. Behind them, Jason, who was empty-handed, always followed them closely. In the gloomy woods, a killing without suspense began. Stump guillotine, wooden spear piercing the heart, or being stepped on the head alive. Jason used the simplest and unpretentious means to show his years of experience in killing. In the dark, holding Jason's fucking skull in her arms, Emma looked at the burly figure, her eyes full of shock. Is this what you put out of the water? Yes. Lincoln nodded and looked at the skull in her arms. Do you want to go down and try it? Maybe he still listens to his mother now. No, no need. Emma shook her head hurriedly. Let's go back. Aunt must miss you very much. Of course, Emma was scared. First, he took the witch's skull as a toy, and then released the killer at the bottom of the lake. Even Jason couldn't deal with it, let alone the more perverted Lincoln. Coward. Lincoln made the following evaluation, and Emma accepted it calmly without refutation. Throwing Emma, who was like a quail, back to the hotel, Lincoln grabbed the witch's skull and returned to the woods. As his biological force field was tightened, the witch's spirit was instantly unrestrained. Jason. Jason. Kill him. Kill him quickly. The hazy voice echoed in Jason's mind, and his cold eyes rarely showed a slight fluctuation. In his hand, he tightly grasped the machete that he didn't know where he got from. Jason slashed the blade down fiercely, and with a puff, the last body fell into a pool of blood. With a splash of blood, Jason turned his head and looked in the direction of Lincoln without caring. With the help of the witch who led the way, Jason could clearly find Lincoln's location, as if he had a live map. Mrs. Voorhees' voice called Jason again and again. His steps gradually became faster, and finally he roared, rushing towards Lincoln in the woods like a heavy chariot. The blood-stained machete was raised high in the moonlight, as deadly and bloodthirsty as the axe blade on the guillotine. With a whoosh, a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the airflow rolled down towards Lincoln in a mess, which made the witch's spirit body very excited. That's it. Jason, that's it. Kill him. Ding. As soon as the witch finished speaking, a crisp buzzing sound echoed in her ears, which was the sound of the machete being broken. The blood-stained blade spun and fell to the ground not far away. Not only was the witch shocked, but even Jason couldn't help but look at the broken blade. Jason was silent. He blinked, then waved the broken knife in his hand and chopped at Lincoln again. Ding. Another buzzing sound sounded, and Jason fell silent while holding the remaining knife handle in his hand. The witch also fell silent while looking at the knife handle in Jason's hand. Lincoln did not show any special skills in the hut. After leaving the hut, she was directly pressed into her skull by the biological force field and could not move. She had no idea who Lincoln was. But now, looking at Lincoln who withstood Jason's two chops and broke the machete, the witch knew who she had offended. Jason is yours. Let me go. The witch's hoarse voice with a hint of sharpness sounded again. I can tell you how to communicate with Jason. No need. Lincoln put the skull in his pocket. I want Jason, and you can't run away. You are too greedy. The witch screamed. I curse you. I curse your soul, to be harvested by the devil, and taken to hell for endless torture. Demon. And take me to hell. There is such a good thing. Lincoln's eyes lit up. If you can really call out the devil, I can consider letting you go. Witch. The witch was silent, looking at Lincoln. She felt upset. She felt that Lincoln was deliberately targeting her. Summon a devil? Let's not talk about whether she has the ability to do so. In her current state, if she really summons a devil, it is hard to say whether the devil will deal with Lincoln or herself. Summon a hammer. The witch's silence made Lincoln realize that she was pure trash. He pouted and put her in his bag. Then Lincoln looked at Jason, who got a pitchfork from somewhere and pointed it at him. Damn, you idiot. Jason didn't say anything, but stabbed Lincoln with the pitchfork. Of course, his attack failed to penetrate Lincoln's armor. Lincoln snatched the pitchfork from Jason's hand, looked at Jason's hockey mask, and pondered for a moment, then tore off his mask and threw it into the crystal lake, then looked at Jason with interest, ready to see if he was going to find a new weapon or pick up a mask. Jason was a good boy. Although he was ruthless and killed countless people, he deeply understood that if you are ugly, you shouldn't come out to scare people. Killing is killing. He always brings something to cover up his face that is too ugly to scare children. It used to be a cloth bag that escaped several holes, but unfortunately it rotted at the bottom of the lake. Later, he found a hockey mask for himself. This mask suits his taste very well, so. Jason looked at Lincoln in silence for a few seconds. Without the witch for his constant shouting in his mind, he turned his head and walked towards Crystal Lake. The sound of water splashing sounded, bubbles gurgled from the bottom of the lake, and Jason disappeared. A few minutes later, the sound of water splashing sounded again, and Jason, who had put on the hockey mask again, walked ashore carrying an anchor tied with an iron chain. The sound of jingling sounded, and Jason swung the heavy anchor, clearing the channel, and rushing towards Lincoln. Lincoln did not speak, but just dodged the flying anchor, then pulled off Jason's mask, and threw it back into the lake with greater force. Jason, holding the iron chain in his hand, was stunned. He reached out, and touched his face, turned his head to look at the hockey mask that was sinking in the center of the lake, and blinked again. After a moment of silence, he opened the chain in his hand with a clang, turned around and walked into the lake again, and the gurgling sound of bubbles sounded again. Looking at Jason's figure slowly sinking to the bottom of the water, Lincoln squatted by the lake and shook his head with regret. Poor Jason. Did you drop the gold hockey mask? Or the silver hockey mask? Or the ordinary hockey mask? Gurgle gurgle. Jason didn't speak, only the bubbles that occasionally flipped to the surface of the lake made sounds. Maybe because Lincoln threw the mask a little far. This time Jason took more than 10 minutes to walk out of the lake again. Unlike before, Jason seemed to have become smarter. He held the newly fished out holy sword of physics crowbar in one hand and pressed his mask firmly with the other hand. Jason. Lincoln looked at Jason, who was holding the mask tightly, and Jason was also staring at Lincoln, who had thrown his mask twice. The two looked at each other and fell into silence. Whoosh. With a whistling sound, Lincoln's figure moved to Jason's side like a phantom and stretched out his hand to grab his mask. But just when his fingers were about to grab the mask, Jason's figure suddenly disappeared. Lincoln looked sharply to the side for more than 10 meters, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Teleport. It seems that this is still an enhanced version of Jason. As if aware of Lincoln's evil purpose, Jason pressed one hand firmly on his mask, and his small eyes stared at Lincoln through the mask. Killing? No, he won't kill people now. The most important thing is to make sure that his mask will not be taken away by some inhuman guy. A few minutes later, Lincoln's loud laughter sounded in the woods. Jason covered his mask tightly and kept flashing in the woods while running and teleporting. The fucking skull fell into Lincoln's hands, and his mask was also targeted by Lincoln. If Jason had enough self-will, he might have been wondering who the real murderer was at this time. Teleportation is very fast, but how can it be faster than Lincoln's running speed after years of hard work? Soon, Jason was pressed to the ground by Lincoln, who was laughing wildly. In the strange laughter, Jason's mask was taken off by Lincoln again, but this time Lincoln not only targeted his mask, but also his body. Super soldier serum, heart-shaped grass, and a little more. If you don't have Hulk's omnipotent cells, then two things are enough. With one hand, Lincoln opened Jason's mouth and forced the stone bowl on Jason's face and forced the blue potion mixed with purple petal fragments into Jason's stomach. What? Infusion? Lincoln said no. 5 times the dosage. Unless Jason's stomach is as strong as his own to digest all substances, he will have to undergo transformation. Infusion is something civilized people do. Obviously, the silly Jason is not a civilized person, so just force the medicine in. It's quick and easy, and everyone is happy. Lincoln, whose mask was taken off, forced Jason to drink the precious potion. Jason shed tears of happiness from the corners of his eyes. Lincoln believed that this was a manifestation of his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Jason, MMP. The source of Jason's various abilities is the local specialty of this world. It may be a demon, or something like an ancient god. In short, Lincoln's current power cannot retain this power for a long time. Magic has many functions, but it is not omnipotent after all. For example, immortality obviously requires more than just magic. Otherwise, the Ancient One would not have to get energy from Dormammu to maintain his immortality. It would be safer to go directly to Vishanti. How to completely retain all the power systems when crossing the world is a project that Lincoln has not yet broken through, so this also means that there will not be another terrifying murderer in his collection. But it is not a big problem. He has always been open-minded. It is not a problem that this world cannot let him have more collections. On the contrary, he will do his best to create some new things for this world. On the ground, Jason, who had been fed a lethal dose of the drug, began to twitch. The dual power of the super soldier serum and the heart-shaped grass surged in his body, killing him over and over again, and after that, the immortal body would revive him over and over again. Poor Jason, from his birth to half an hour ago, he may not have died as many times as he did in just a few minutes now. Life and death, reincarnation. Lincoln was born, Jason died. After dying again and again, the violent drug power that was enough to kill people finally eased and successfully entered the second stage of strengthening the body. Under the effect of the serum and the heart-shaped grass, Jason's physical fitness began to rapidly improve, and the energy provided to him by an unknown source made his body swell. The cells proliferated crazily, his muscle fibers were torn enough, and his skin and bones could no longer support such a horrible transformation. There was a crackling sound. That was the sound of bones being broken by muscle power. Pressure accumulated in his body, and Jason's skin began to show bloodlines. The unreasonable dosage of the medicine greatly damaged Jason's body. Combined with the huge amount of energy provided by the unknown source, he had become a powder keg. Lincoln fell silent as he watched Jason, who was expanding like a balloon. After a while, he used the magic power of the sun to condense a golden needle in his hand and pierced Jason. Boom. A deafening roar sounded, and Jason's body exploded like a punctured balloon. The terrifying shockwave set off a violent airwave, and a large area of forest was destroyed. Under the strong explosion shockwave, Jason's body was torn into a bloody mist, and only the extremely strong head spun in the air and fell into the crystal lake. At the bottom of the lake, the bald head sank into the silt, and the immortal body began to take effect, and began to repair Jason's body, based on the head. It can be foreseen that, if there is no intervention from external forces, Jason's next appearance may be many years later. But Jason may be very happy, at least many years later. He may not see Lincoln again. Jason at the bottom of the lake should be crying with joy, but Lincoln couldn't see it. After all, Crystal Lake was full of water. Who knew how many times Jason cried in it? After cleaning up the scene, Lincoln left the woods leisurely. The huge explosion and the bodies everywhere in the woods. Even if the police officers in the Crystal Lake area were just for free, they would have sealed off the place again. The happy thing is that the camp vacation plan ended before it even started. But Lincoln has already planned a new vacation trip. Freddy has to wait until he gets enough fear to become strong. Halloween is still a while away. During this time, maybe only Sawyer Farm can be visited. I guess the ogre family should be happy to welcome a lone strong man to their home as a guest, right? Look at Jason. He welcomes Lincoln to his territory as a guest. Although the final result may not be very good, it is at least a win-win situation. Lincoln not only got Jason's fucking skull, but also blew Jason to pieces with only his skull left. What is this called? The family is reunited. This is a happy ending. Chapter 79 Dream Week Freddy, 5k. You want to close my holiday camp? And you don't even have an exact time limit? What a joke. Do you know how much I spent on this exclusive camp? The hotel owner shouted in disbelief, his face full of anger. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this hotel, and now you want to take it away easily. Impossible. I will never agree to it. I don't care how much money you spent on your pile of wood. The inspector looked the boss up and down, stretched out his finger, and tapped his heart, then pointed to the woods in the distance. Do you know how many people died there? 6 people. And someone detonated explosives there. There haven't been similar vicious cases here for a long time, but it happened in your hands, and you have to go back with us to be investigated. What? A trace of astonishment appeared on the boss face. Why? You can't do anything. In fact, of course I can. The inspector said, calling 2 of his men to stand beside the boss. Come with us. The hotel owner was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the dark woods and couldn't imagine that such a thing would happen in that ghost place. He wanted to explain, but the police car had even stopped beside him. With the help of Jason and Lincoln, what was supposed to be a happy weekend vacation turned into a night trip to the police station. In the interrogation room of the Springwood police station, a policeman named Tom sat in front of Lincoln, holding a pen in one hand and tapping on the notebook in front of him. Name. Lincoln stretched lazily and yawned boredly. I came here illegally. Are you sure you want to ask me these boring questions? Tom, looking up in surprise, Tom's eyes were full of confusion. He was moved by Lincoln's frankness and integrity. Are you an illegal immigrant? Of course. Lincoln nodded, then looked behind Officer Tom. Freddy? Night fell, and Freddy's time had already arrived. With his innate control over dreams, the seemingly peaceful Springwood town had already fallen into the torture of nightmares. One after another, the children crying and terrified in their dreams, provided Freddy with a steady stream of strength. Behind Tom, in the invisible dream world, Freddy, who was shrouded in mist, was already waving his scissor hands excitedly and looking at Lincoln. As the master of dreams, Freddy could clearly sense how powerful Lincoln's mental power was. If he could completely transform this power into fear as the source of his power, he would be able to spread his notoriety beyond Springwood town. Lincoln's powerful mental power made it impossible for Freddy to force him into the dream, but Freddy came up with a new way, standing in front of Lincoln and inviting him into the dream. At the desk, Tom paused with his pen in his hand when he heard Lincoln suddenly mention Freddy's name and looked back at his back in surprise. Who are you calling? Nothing, just a loser I know. Lincoln was very casual, just watching Freddy's sharp scissor hands constantly gesturing on Tom's neck. Cut it if you have the guts. What's the point of just gesturing? Tom. After taking another look at Lincoln, Tom concluded that this stowaway must be a psychopath. Behind him, Freddy was stunned. He had seen many humans begging him in fear not to kill and torture people, but this was the first time he had seen someone like Lincoln instigating him to kill people. Freddy began to wonder if he had been sealed for too long, so that the atmosphere on Elm Street had changed. Oh, there is no Elm Street in Springwood now. It has been completely buried under a new name. Freddy, who was lost in thought, did not notice that Tom closed his notebook and got up to leave. He thought that he had nothing to talk about with a mentally ill stowaway. Could the confession of a mentally ill person be of reference value? In the police office, seeing Tom coming out of the interrogation room early, an elderly detective was a little surprised. Tom? Have you asked him well? No, he said he was a stowaway. I suspect he is mentally ill. It's better to wait and go to the hospital. Mental illness? Hearing Tom say this, the old detective immediately became interested. He knew many examples of people escaping crimes under the guise of mental illness. Although the situation now is different, he still took it to heart. Seeing the inspector's interest, Tom nodded and took him to the interrogation room. On the way, the old inspector was a little curious. What are his symptoms? Tom pondered for a moment. He said he was a smuggler, and in the middle he said something about Freddy's action. What? Tom thought it was just a small matter, but the inspector suddenly opened his eyes wide, and he grabbed Tom's arm with such force that Tom's face was distorted. Freddy? Are you sure you didn't hear it wrong? Of course. Tom didn't understand. He only said 3 sentences in total. I won't remember it wrong. Damn it. The inspector's face changed drastically. He didn't even bother to go to the interrogation room and hurried to his office. Freddy had left Elm Street for a long time, but just in case, the inspector had always kept that special medicine in the drawer of his office. He was going to take the medicine and then ask Lincoln how he knew the name Freddy. The detective walked quickly, but a stronger sleepiness suddenly emerged. This sleepiness was so fierce and unstoppable, like a black tide that devoured people, causing his consciousness to gradually sink. In the dream world that ordinary people cannot see, Freddy waved the sharp knife claw, made of the steel blade, making a friction sound. He raised one hand and drove the ubiquitous fog to cover the people in the police station. The fog grabbed their spirits and souls like an invisible ghost touch, and sank into the dream, causing their bodies to fall into a deep sleep. Usually, Freddy always chose children as his toy objects, because they were very easy to feel fear, and were also fragile enough. Unlike those damn adults, they often burst out courage that he could not understand in extreme situations, to wipe out the fear in their hearts. Compared with children, he would not often drag adults into dreams to torture them, but if there were enemies who had defeated him and weakened him, that would be another story. He had vowed countless times, when he was weak, that he would give back the same torture to those who had brought him humiliation and pain. Now seeing the figure that had been deeply engraved in his mind, anger surged in his heart at this moment, and the power he gained from the child burst out at this moment, roaring out like a sweeping wave. Come in. It was like taking an excessive amount of sleeping pills. Staying up late and the negative effects of age made the inspector visibly sleepy. His eyelids were like being smeared with glue and involuntarily glued to his lower eyelids. Even pinching his flesh hard could not stop the sleepiness from coming. Freddy's specialty was to invade dreams and defeat people's minds through their weaknesses and gain their fear. Forcibly pulling people into dreams, like now, was not his forte. It would consume a lot of his energy, but it was no longer important. Being cruel to the inspector was worth the price he paid, and from the old inspector in front of him who had once stopped him, Freddy smelled the smell of fear. The inspector has become more knowledgeable as he gets older, but at the same time, he has more fears. The inspector knows what Freddy's ability is, and he knows that, if he falls asleep, he may never wake up again. He looks at his arm, that is almost pinched to bleed, and a trace of cruelty suddenly appears on his face. Bang! The loud gunshot echoed in the closed police station, and the little finger broken by the bullet fell to the ground. The pain of the 10 fingers connected to the heart instantly made the inspector sweat all over his body. His body trembled, and the drowsy sleepiness was driven away by the severe pain. Pressing the blood vessel at the root of the wound with one hand, the inspector did not care about treating the wound and stopping the bleeding. He staggered into the office and poured the pills he had saved into his mouth. He didn't know how many pills he had taken, but he didn't fall into the dream until he finished treating the wound with a pale face. The special medicine has no name. Its only use is to stimulate the brain nerves of the human body into an excited state. Before the drug in the body is metabolized, the physiological effect will make the user unable to fall asleep. Even if he was about to die suddenly because of not sleeping for a long time, it was better than dying in Fred's torture. Tom, who was not as defensive as the inspector, fell into a dream in just a few seconds and could not wake up on his own. The police station was still the same police station as before, but the air seemed to be filled with a layer of hazy fog, and orange-yellow flames began to jump in every corner of the police station, burning the walls of the room with patches of black marks. The sudden change in the environment made Tom uneasy. He tried to find the inspector, but the inspector who was standing in front of him a few seconds ago had disappeared without a trace. The unknown and the mysterious formed a net, pulling the fear from the bottom of his heart to the surface. Fear and uneasiness emerged in his heart, and Tom subconsciously moved towards the interrogation room, where he thought someone was, but before he took a few steps, a black shadow walked out of the foggy corridor in the distance. wearing a brown-black top hat, a red and green striped sweater, and a sharp iron claw, made of metal on his right hand. Amid the rustling sound of metal claws rubbing against each other, Freddy, who looked ugly and hideous due to the burning flames, appeared in front of Tom. At a glance, the fear in Tom's heart was aroused, and Freddy showed a trace of joy on his face like a volcanic eruption. Not bad, not bad. Looking at Freddy's hideous face like a devil, Tom subconsciously took out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Freddy. Who are you? Stop, stop. Don't move. Otherwise I will shoot. Freddy looked at Tom, his face full of crazy joy. His scissor hands rubbed faster in the air, and the flames, that were originally just a little bit, began to expand rapidly, surrounding the entire corridor like a sea of fire and hell. Let's get started. I can't wait. The sound of the sea of fire, the fear on Tom's face was beyond words. Even if he still held the gun in his hand, he couldn't bring the slightest sense of security. You, don't come over. I'm going to shoot. Shoot. Freddy laughed and distorted his dream. I bet there is no bullet in your gun. Impossible. Tom shouted with wide eyes. Watching Freddy take a step, he suddenly pulled the trigger. Click. The sound of the empty box made Tom's face stiffen. He almost couldn't breathe as Freddy pressed on. The burning air suffocated him. The flames burned his skin. Freddy's sharp knife made him suffer, and Tom's consciousness began to disappear. Has it started? Lincoln looked up at the sound of people falling to the ground outside the door. He saw the people in the police station falling down one after another, as if their souls had been taken away. Seeing the fatal burns and knife wounds on Tom's body, Lincoln's mind moved, and he also entered the dream. Don't get me wrong, he doesn't have Freddy's ability to control dreams. He just sleeps fast. It's not a dream in a second. Insomniacs are heartbroken. Dream world. Feeling the ubiquitous fog, Lincoln curiously reached out his hand to the jumping flame in the corner. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time passed, and he didn't feel anything. The flame seemed to be non-existent, and could not cause any harm to him. Is it affected by consciousness? Lincoln frowned and began to hypnotize his consciousness. Gradually, as time passed, the unique pain of burning flames was born between his fingers. Retracting his fingers, Lincoln thought, and all his cognition and fear of flames disappeared. It is indeed affected by consciousness. From this point of view, Freddy's ability is not very weak, at least a little stronger than Jason. He looked out through the door of the interrogation room. As far as his sight could see, everything appeared in front of Lincoln as the real he wanted. With just one glance, he saw through the composition of the entire dream. The police station was still the same police station as before, but it also became distorted under Freddy's almost omnipotent Dream Master ability. Tom was tortured in a vast sea of fire and swords, but that continuous hell was trapped in a police station that was far from enough. In other interrogation rooms in the police station, more and more scenes began to appear, becoming what they were afraid of. This was also Freddy's masterpiece. Outside the door, Freddy put down the tortured dead Tom in his hand, turned his head and cast his eyes to the room where Lincoln was. He didn't even have the energy to take care of others. Lincoln's magnificent mental power became the brightest and most attractive beacon in his eyes. His body disappeared into the mist, and the boiling sea of fire and swords dissipated. The next moment, Freddy's terrifying voice appeared in Lincoln's room. Ha ha ha. I've been waiting for you. Ah, yes, yes. Lincoln nodded and looked at Freddy with a happy smile on his face. The detective's office. After checking his wounds, to make sure he would not die from excessive bleeding, the detective took the alarm clock and the medicine bottle, and left the room, and began to search for possible survivors in other parts of the police station. Skipping those rooms that were obviously empty, the detective went straight to the interrogation room and the police officer's office. At first glance, he saw Tom's body on the floor of the corridor. What a hideous sight it was. Scars of all sizes burned by the flames rose and fell like continuous mountains. The crisscrossing cuts almost cut his entire body apart, but there was no trace of blood on the ground. Because the blood had not yet flowed out of the wound, Freddy had cruelly burned the flesh and blood and sealed it up. From Tom's wide open pupils, the inspector could imagine how much torture he had suffered. Painfully stroking Tom's eyes, the inspector stood up and walked to the interrogation room to wake up the people in it. The tinkling bell seemed to have magic and penetrated into the world of dreams. A pill was stuffed into their mouths, which made their dreams begin to disintegrate. After the first person was awakened, 2 more people were awakened, and then 4 people. After just a few minutes, everyone in the police station, except Lincoln, was awakened. The inspector did not tell them more, but after seeing Tom's body, everyone knew that something bad had happened. Sir, there is another person we cannot wake up. All methods do not work on him, and we cannot even stuff pills into his mouth. Hearing the report from his men, the inspector frowned and walked towards the room where Lincoln was. In the room, various bells rang loudly, and someone tried to use ice cubes to wake Lincoln, but it did not work at all. Looking at Lincoln with a peaceful face, the inspector was silent for a moment, waved his hand, and left the room. Don't worry about him. As long as there is no painful expression on his face, and no wounds on his body, it means he is not hurt. Then what should we do next? A police officer who did not know the whole story was a little confused. Go wake everyone up. The inspector looked back at the detectives. Take your weapons and wake up everyone in the town, so that they can all wake up from their dreams. I'm going to get medicine from the doctor. Before I bring the medicine back, no one is allowed to fall asleep again, no matter what. Seeing the confusion in the eyes of the young detectives, the inspector sighed. If anyone is confused, you can find the older ones and tell them that the devil is back. They will cooperate with you. But those who don't know anything will be confused. Don't ask or listen. This will be good for you. The people who received the order began to disperse, and civilians like Emma and Angela, who were powerless, were left in the police station. Angela looked at the room where Lincoln was, her eyes full of worry. Will he be okay? Hearing her aunt's muttering, Emma rolled her eyes. Since she saw Lincoln's operation that night, she no longer believed that there was anything in the world that could kill the guy who was more terrifying than the witch and the undead killer. Instead of worrying about whether the man will die, it is more practical to worry about how long I will not be able to sleep. Chapter 80. Freddy, why are you locked in a cage? 5K. Dream world. Lincoln's laughter made Freddy very unhappy. As a dream demon who draws strength from fear, laughter is naturally opposed to him. Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you? Lincoln looked at Freddy calmly. You are just a little ugly. I have seen people as ugly as you before. Ugly? Hearing Lincoln's words, Freddy was furious. The flames that could be seen everywhere rose instantly like the anger in his heart, and in an instant they turned into a long dragon that engulfed the entire room. How dare you say I'm ugly? I know you are very angry, but it is a fact that I'm ugly. You have to accept it. Lincoln looked at the furious Freddy fearlessly. If you really care, I suggest you go to the plastic surgery hospital for a loop. Oh, I forgot. You are a poor guy. Freddy, you are the poor one. Freddy yelled, you don't know how rich I am. I used to have a huge factory. It was all those damn guys. Those damn guys took everything from me. Freddy was right. He was indeed a factory owner, but he was burned alive by angry adults because he killed children and was released from prison. It can only be said that he deserved it. But Freddy himself didn't think so. He looked at Lincoln with anger in his eyes. The metal claws rubbed wildly and made a harsh sound. Freddy's figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, a clear sound of breaking through the air came from behind. Clang. A crisp collision sound came, and Freddy was dumbfounded when he felt the shock and numbness from his palm. He looked at Lincoln's thin shirt that was almost close to his body, and then looked at his claws that were enough to easily cut wood. He chopped again with some disbelief. This time, he used all his strength. Clang. A more melodious humming sound echoed, and Freddy finally realized that something was wrong. How is it possible? Why didn't I tear you apart? Are you kidding? Lincoln slowly came to his senses, looked at Freddy and chuckled. How can steel beat my body that has been trained day by day? Freddy, what the hell? When did a trained body become harder than steel? Has the world become like this? Freddy was a little confused, and he left in an instant and grabbed a man who had not yet escaped from the dream. The sharp blade instantly left deep marks on his body. A shrill wailing sounded, but Freddy grabbed his throat with a ferocious face. I ask you, why can't your flesh block my blade? Man. The nerves kept twitching in pain. The man looked at Freddy with fear and confusion in his eyes. What did you say? Sizzle. Freddy waved his palm, and several more bloody wounds were cut on the man's body. Then Freddy glared at him again. Why, you can't stop my blade. How can anyone in this world be able to stop the blade? The man held his wound tightly, his eyes full of pain and fear, and staggered back, trying to escape. But the next moment, a touch of cold suddenly appeared on his neck. The man couldn't help but open his eyes wide, but his throat and blood vessels had been completely cut by Freddy's scissor hand, and blood gushed out like a fountain. He twitched and fell into the dream. The answer he got from the man made Freddy know that there was nothing wrong with his understanding of the world. The real problem was Lincoln, who he couldn't pull into the dream, no matter how hard he tried. Freddy knew that something might be wrong with Lincoln, but since he had signed a contract with the devil of hell, and would not really die, how could he give up the great spiritual power of Lincoln? Even without any reference, he could imagine how powerful he would be when he gained Lincoln's fear. Immortality reduced his fear and increased his greed. Freddy often used a sharp blade to cut the body of the person who was pulled into the dream little by little in order to obtain the fear and torture he wanted, but this did not mean that his ability was limited to this. The authority of the Lord of Dreams gave Freddy unlimited possibilities. In this world, he was almost omnipotent, distorting time and reality, manipulating energy and matter, and based on the structure of dreams, Freddy created layers of illusions. Yes, illusions. As the name suggests, the Lord of Dreams controls everything but dreams. These things cannot affect reality at all. The reason why he can kill people is all due to Freddy's ability. If Freddy does not use his ability, even if the person who is trapped in a nightmare dies, he will only be awakened. Lincoln knew the nature of Freddy's ability, so the constantly changing things were just projections without any deterrent power in his eyes. Besides, even if these things were true, there was nothing in this world that Lincoln was afraid of. He was a Superman, and a Superman who had completed the connection with the sun. He was constantly getting stronger. What in this world could make him afraid? The devil? Even if it was the devil, as long as his golden string was full, he could leave without any fear. Mountains of swords and seas of fire, oil pots and ice prisons, hells were constructed by Freddy one after another, and all the creatures in the world were presented to Lincoln in a cursory manner. Everything began to show up, and Freddy tried to find what Lincoln was afraid of. With super high intelligence, he stared at Lincoln's every move, trying to analyze the changes. Looking at everything changing so fast in front of him, Lincoln felt bored until a ray of sunlight fell, and his eyes changed instantly. The sunlight in the dream world can actually work, and it can directly enhance the spirit. Freddy didn't understand the source of Lincoln's change in eyes, but it was enough to make him ecstatic. He looked at Lincoln and laughed wildly. "I found it. It turns out that you are afraid of sunlight. Ha 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 ha, it's ridiculous. Are you a vampire? You are afraid of sunlight." Lincoln looked at Freddy in silence without saying anything. His silent attitude made Freddy more convinced of his judgment. In fact, Lincoln was thinking about how he could keep Freddy by his side to provide him with sunlight all the time. To be honest, Lincoln had never thought that the sun in the dream world could actually help him, but thinking about Freddy's characteristics, it seemed that it was not unacceptable. Lincoln's silence was regarded as fear by Freddy. He laughed wildly and waved his arms. In an instant, the concrete covering his head was torn apart. The sun and the moon replaced each other, and the strong sunlight instantly shone on Lincoln. Fear. Fear. I will make you fall into eternal pain. Lincoln looked up at the sun hanging high above his head in the not so strong sunlight. After a moment of silence, self-hypnosis started, and a trace of pain suddenly appeared on his face. At that moment, a ray of energy converted from Lincoln's fear was absorbed by Freddy. Feeling the power surging in his body, and looking at the painful expression on Lincoln's face, Freddy laughed wildly. He controlled the light of the sun in the sky to be more dazzling and hot, so as to squeeze more energy from Lincoln, and then make the sunlight more dazzling. Lincoln fear energy sun Lin calm. Such a cycle was established, and the immediate positive feedback brought Freddy full satisfaction, and he almost lost himself in the unprecedented sense of power. Without restraint, he almost stuffed Lincoln's entire body into the sun. On the other side, just like using the Infinity Stones to approach the star hanging in the deep space, the strong sunlight provided Lincoln with terrifying energy blessing. Not only was his spirit rapidly enhanced in this sunlight, but even the energy of the golden string was increased to a level visible to the naked eye. But everything has its limits. As the enhancement of the spiritual body gradually tended to and completely reach the same level as the enhancement of the physical body, the ubiquitous sunlight lost its use to Lincoln. In that instant, the endless fear on Lincoln's face disappeared. The fear disappeared, and the channel that provided energy to Freddy also came to an abrupt end. Freddy was still enjoying the pleasure of becoming stronger in the previous second, and in the next second he was dragged out of this pleasure and fell to the ground. Looking at Lincoln, who was suddenly no longer afraid of the sun and the sunlight, Freddy did not react for a while. Humans have limits, and they often cannot do many things, such as Lincoln's hypnosis to fear something, which is a situation that Freddy has never encountered before. Under normal circumstances, they would only hypnotize themselves to stop being afraid. Lincoln was the first to do the opposite, so he caught Freddy off guard. On the other side, Lincoln, who had taken advantage of everything, turned his face and refused to recognize him. He burst out with a terrifying speed comparable to teleportation. Before Freddy could react, Lincoln's palm was on his shoulder like an iron hoop. The biological force field spread out instantly, turning into an invisible cage shackle to bind Freddy. Freddy was almost omnipotent in his dreams, but unfortunately, the situation was not right now. With the efforts of the inspector and the police officers, the people of Springwood Town have been awakened. The dream world is no longer a composite world composed of the dreams of all the townspeople of Springwood Town. Before Freddy's power could not expand the dream to a farther place, this world became a separate dream, a dream that belonged to Lincoln alone. Then, an interesting question came. When Lincoln's spirit was as strong as his body, did he have the final say in his dream world, or did Freddy have the final say? The result is self-evident. Looking at Freddy, who was locked in the BO force field and could not move, you know that Lincoln has the final say in this world. When Freddy was locked in Lincoln's BO force field, it meant that he had completely disconnected from the dream. Pulling people in, invading dreams, guiding nightmares, obtaining fear, this is a complete process. But from the first step to the last step, Freddy could not complete it without Lincoln's cooperation. On the contrary, Lincoln could do a lot of things without Freddy's cooperation. First, he found some hydrogen, and then he found some iron. Lincoln carefully took out 2 neutrons from the iron atom and put them into the corresponding hydrogen atom. In Chunmu Town, the news of the devil's return quickly spread. As the children's parents ran into the children's room eagerly, they were heartbroken to find corpses tortured to death by Freddy. They cried bitterly, but it was too late. Everything about Freddy is an undetectable past in the eyes of people of this era, but it is a nightmare in the eyes of the inspector and others. Corpses were carried out one after another from different houses. Looking at the still fragile bodies being covered, and the families crying bitterly, the inspector's face suddenly became firm. He quietly left the crowd and found the doctor. "I think I need a gastric lavage." "Are you crazy?" The doctor immediately understood what the inspector meant. If you go into the dream, Freddy will kill you immediately, and he may not even torture you. But this is the only way to deal with him. The inspector's face was firm. Since there was a way to deal with him before, there must be a way to deal with him now. The doctor looked at the inspector, saw the determination in his eyes, and sighed. "You can't do it alone." "Absolutely not." The inspector blinked and held the doctor down. "No, you can't go in with me. You have to stay outside." "What are you thinking?" "Who said I want to go in with you?" The doctor glanced at the inspector. "You have lived enough, but I haven't lived yet. I just thought that maybe I could find some helpers for you." "Helpers?" The inspector smiled bitterly. "Most of the people back then have left, or they are people of my age. Where are their helpers?" "Who said there are no helpers?" The doctor smiled mysteriously, took the inspector a little closer to the crowd, and pointed to the family who was suffering because of the loss of their child. "Aren't those helpers?" "No." The inspector immediately shook his head. "Their children have died at the hands of Freddy, and I can't let them suffer the same fate." "Really?" The doctor did not comment. "I think instead of waiting for you to avenge them, maybe they would be more willing to take up arms to avenge themselves. Just like we were able to burn Freddy to death with fire decades ago, the power of anger can sometimes overwhelm everything." Looking at the inspector who was lost in thought, the doctor patted him on the shoulder. Believe me, you, an unmarried person, have no idea what a child means to their parents. Even if it is a place where there is no chance of survival, they have enough courage to face it, not to mention that they are already angry enough at this time. You don't have to make a choice immediately, maybe you can talk to them first. The doctor laughed. As for me, I will prepare gastric lavage equipment for you and find those old friends from the past. By the way, I wish you a safe journey. Facts have proved that what the doctor said is right. Although some people are hesitant, some people immediately decide to join the inspector's action team when they hear that they can avenge their children. They didn't even ask what they were about to face, but made the decision based on their hatred for Freddy. Even after knowing what kind of person Freddy was, they had no intention of backing down. Coming out of the separate conversation room, the doctor approached the detective and whispered, "How is it? Did I say it? You are really amazing." With help, the detective's heavy emotions and his heart could not help but relax. He patted the doctor's shoulder and said, "How is it? Are all the things ready?" "Ready." The doctor nodded. "I will try my best to get the medicine out of your stomach, but the absorbed medicine will continue to work for a while. It won't be too long, nor too short, enough for you to prepare everything to enter the dream. In addition, don't have too much burden. If you find something wrong and hurt yourself, I will immediately find a way to wake you up, and the same goes for others." "I know." The detective smiled with pretended ease. "I have killed him once, and now I can kill him a second time. I hope the facts are as you said." Gastric lavage, adjustment of the state, waiting for the drug effect to wear off, with the firm belief that they will never return. They gradually closed their eyes. After a deep and chaotic darkness, the detective suddenly opened his eyes, and the other team members began to wake up one by one. He looked around and saw the streets of Springwood Town. The originally crowded crowd had disappeared, proving that they had successfully entered the dream dominated by Freddy. Gathering the team members, the inspector repeatedly reminded them, "Remember, don't have any fear. That is Freddy's favorite. Keep angry and courageous. This will be the magic weapon to defeat him." The inspector's words made everyone nod, and then someone asked a question. "But, Springwood Town is so big, where can we find him?" "He will come to us," the inspector said confidently. "Freddy's character has always been like this. Even if we stay where we are and do nothing, he will come to us with full of malice." Hearing what the inspector said, the others nodded in conviction. Without further argument, they stayed on the spot, ready to welcome Freddy's arrival at any time. Time passed quickly. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Finally, someone could not help it and came to the inspector again. "Have you waited like this for half an hour?" Recalling his past experience, the inspector fell silent, then shook his head. "No, he came in less than half a minute." "Then why hasn't he come now?" "Freddy, who was locked in a cage by Lincoln in a biological position. I would like to find you, but how can I find you when I'm locked up? Maybe he is somewhere else." Suddenly, the inspector thought of Lincoln who could not be awakened in the police station, and immediately realized something. Police station. Freddy should be in the police station. Thanks to Yami for the reward of 1,500 points. Chapter 81 World Peace. With a goal in mind, the inspector and his team approached the police station carefully. The journey was smooth without any obstacles or obstructions, and they arrived at the police station. The inspector was a little confused until he walked into the police station with flames burning everywhere. Compared with the last time he entered the dream world, the experience of the dream world this time seemed too unreal. How should I put it? It felt that this time in Freddy's dream world was even safer and calmer than the real world. At least there were no shootings here. After exploring the rooms one by one, the inspector and his team finally opened the door of the room that was expanded like a wilderness under the power of dreams. Looking at Freddy who was tied upside down in a humiliating posture, and then looking at Lincoln who was rubbing his weapons with a pile of materials in front of him, the inspector and his team were stunned. Looking at Freddy who was hanging in the air, the people following the inspector couldn't help but look at the inspector. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. "Is this the very terrifying demon you said, who could even cause great panic in your time? What is this thing hanging in the air?" Even if he doesn't look back, the inspector can feel the burning gaze behind him, but he chooses to ignore it because he is also a little confused now. He can't help but be confused. He still remembers how difficult and dangerous it was when he encountered Freddy last time in the dream world. If he is not careful, he will lose his life. Even if they finally defeated Freddy, the companions who died in the dream will never come back. This time when he re-entered Freddy's dream, the inspector came with the determination to die. He was ready to fight a bloody battle with Freddy, or to die in the dream. But now, looking at the demon who was hung upside down in a humiliating way in the air, the inspector was silent. I came here with the determination to die, and you told me that the enemy has been hung in the sky? Outrageous. In the air, Freddy, who had been struggling, suddenly stopped when he noticed the arrival of the inspector and others. He recognized the inspector and others who came in front of this group of lowly humans who had a grudge against him. Freddy felt that as a demon, he should show a little self-respect, at least not show the constant cursing look he had before. Freddy and the inspector looked at each other and fell into silence. Lincoln, who noticed someone coming in, was also a little confused. He was so absorbed in the transformation of matter at the nuclear level that he did not notice the arrival of the inspector and others. At this moment, he found that the Freddy brand BGM stopped playing, and then he realized the arrival of the inspector. Didn't you all go out? Why are you back? The inspector was silent for a moment and took a step forward. So the reason why you can't be woken up is because you don't want to go out? Also, how did you catch the devil Freddy? Lincoln did not answer immediately, but looked at him and the group of people behind him who were glaring at Freddy. It looks like you are seeking revenge on Freddy. In that case, let me release this guy first, and then duel with you. Wait, don't. Hearing this, the inspector was shocked and hurriedly stopped. Don't let him out. Lincoln stopped what he was doing and looked at the inspector with interest. Under such a gaze, even the inspector felt that his request might not be so good. We want to kill Freddy in this state to prevent him from appearing again later. Don't you know very well, Freddy can't be killed. Lincoln looked at him calmly and said, killing him is just the beginning of a cycle. He will come back again one day, but we can't do anything. Not necessarily. Lincoln looked at the inspector and suddenly had a bold idea. There must be a lot of strange things in this world. He can't take these things away at present, but can he create an organization in this world to take these things on his behalf? Until one day in the future, he will directly wipe out these strange legends and the mysterious power behind them. The more he thought about it, the more Lincoln thought the plan was feasible. Looking at the inspector, he couldn't help laughing. You can set up a special organization to take him in. What do you think of the name of the cabin in the woods? The inspector hadn't reacted to how things turned out like this, and saw Lincoln's palm waving. He subconsciously wanted to block, but he couldn't make any moves. He only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and then a noisy sound rang out, and he realized that he had returned to reality. Blinking his eyes, the inspector was a little confused, and then he found some knowledge that he had dreamed of in his mind. In the dream world, Lincoln sent the inspector and others away, and once again focused on dealing with the pile of materials in front of him. Lincoln was very fast, but the atoms were very small. There were 6.02 asterisk 10 to the 23rd power of 3 grams of tritium atoms. Lincoln didn't want 3 grams, nor 3 kilograms, but at least 3,000 kilograms. Lincoln couldn't instantly operate the movement of neutrons at the atomic nucleus level to form new substances. It would take too much time. What? You asked him why he didn't just conjure up tritium. He couldn't do it. In the dream world, Lincoln could use his mental power and biological force field to bind Freddy tightly to his side or even kill him, but he couldn't do it like Freddy. Freddy couldn't do it either. What he could really do was the power of the devil of hell. In addition, the scope of the dream world was the size of Springwood Town. If Lincoln wanted some very cruel materials, he had to make them himself. Hydrogen and neutrons were everywhere. All Lincoln needed was to be an emotionless assembly line worker to assemble new atoms one by one and then stack them together. Hanging high up, Freddy couldn't understand what Lincoln was doing at first, but as more and more deuterium and tritium were accumulated, Freddy gradually understood Lincoln's intention. He looked at the accumulating fusion material and looked at Lincoln with horror. "Wait, what are you doing? Are you making a nuclear bomb?" "No, I'm making a hydrogen bomb," Lincoln said without raising his head. "It's amazing, right? It's just that rubbing a nuclear bomb by hand is a bit slow. No wonder it takes industrial mass production." "Freddy, you actually answered me? But do I care whether you are making a hydrogen bomb or a nuclear bomb? What I care about is why you want to make this thing. I'm still by your side. It doesn't matter if you blow yourself up, but don't get me involved." "What the hell is a rubbing nuclear bomb? Can a nuclear bomb be made by hand?" "Sure enough, you are the real devil." Freddy looked at Lincoln with horror in his eyes, and his body twisted wildly, trying to break free, but it was in vain. Time passed by minute, and in Freddy's almost desperate eyes, finally a super large mushroom egg weighing hundreds of tons appeared next to Lincoln. "Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." Looking at the tall and round mushroom egg, Freddy persuaded, "If this thing explodes, we will all die. I can still be resurrected, but you can't be resurrected if you die. Don't be impulsive." As Freddy said, under normal circumstances, his death would not be a real death, but just falling into a weak state. But the problem is that the current situation is obviously not a normal situation. Look at him now being hung upside down in the sky. If he dies in this situation, who knows if he will be resurrected? Oh, no, he is a ghost. He doesn't know, so it should be the devil of hell who knows whether he can be resurrected. This is not the point. The point is, don't detonate it. Seeing Lincoln's finger approaching the evil detonation button, Freddy's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't." Click. Lincoln pressed the button unmoved, and in an instant, a fusion explosion started by nuclear fission ignition occurred. Boom. The terrifying light and heat poured out in an instant, and at this moment, the volume button of the world seemed to be turned off. All the matter in sight melted and annihilated in silence, and all that was seen was the purest light that was enough to disintegrate people or any matter. Bathed in this pure light, Lincoln's spirit body was instantly amplified to the maximum level equivalent to his physical body. In the state of maximum mental resistance, the explosion that was enough to annihilate everything seemed to have no destructive power. Lincoln just stood quietly at the center of the nuclear explosion, watching Freddy, who was terrified, being completely disintegrated, and watching the huge Chunmu town that existed in the dream being torn into a sunken ruin under this terrifying shockwave. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the center of the spreading annular airflow, a symbol of nuclear war. Freddy, who was caught by Lincoln, died completely, with no bones left, not even the basic components of his body. Lincoln's spirit should not be able to withstand such an explosion, but Freddy was a good man. He diligently used the sun to help Lincoln strengthen his spirit to the same level as his physical body. As a result, Lincoln was unscathed while he was blown to pieces. However, Lincoln was not worried that he would lose one of his collections in the future, because the contract signed with the three hell demons took effect again. In the far distance of the dream world, the extremely weak Freddy was reborn. Lying quietly on the ground, Freddy looked at the empty sky, and a few tears fell from the corners of his eyes. "Finally got rid of that madman. Fortunately I survived." Lincoln left, because there was a new guest outside the door. Some extreme residents in Springwood suggested dragging Lincoln outside and throwing him away, but the inspector refused when he thought of Lincoln's weakness, which was so strong that he could beat Freddy in Freddy's home court. He didn't want to offend a more terrifying existence before he completely solved Freddy. What's more, the knowledge Lincoln gave him was really useful. In this case, he had been a detective for decades, and it wouldn't be too much to abuse his power for personal gain when he was old, right? The police station couldn't make any more arrangements, so after thinking about it, the inspector decided to let Angela take Lincoln home directly. This kind of fierce man doesn't need the protection of the police station at all. In reality, Lincoln slept for a little longer, and slept until the night of Halloween. Freddy, who hadn't appeared for a few days, made the residents of the town relax a little, and the depressing atmosphere needed to be relieved, so they still held Halloween night as scheduled to make the children happier. However, they who had just stepped out of Freddy's shadow did not notice that a figure wearing a white mask and holding a narrow fruit knife stood on the street and raised the sharp blade emitting cold light towards the figure. "Who are you?" How did you get to my house? Angela leaned on the stairs, looking at Michael holding a bloody fruit knife at the door of the first floor with panic in her eyes. Many days of worry and inner fear made her legs weak. Looking at Michael who was approaching, she couldn't help but screamed, "Help." Michael was silent, stepped forward firmly, raised the tip of the knife in Angela's horrified eyes, and then suddenly dropped it. Ding. A familiar sound rang out. Just like the eldest brother Jason and the second brother Freddy, the third brother Michael was also stunned. Looking at the blade, that fell to the ground and clanged, and then looking at the handle in his hand and Lincoln who was unharmed, the silent Michael became even more silent. Turning back and smiling at Angela, Lincoln grabbed Michael's shoulders and walked out. "Come on, let's go out and talk." Michael tried hard to resist, but Lincoln just took off his mask and threw it out, and he became less resistant. A great attempt in the weird world. If a character often or always wears a mask, then there is a high probability that the mask is the real body. After the eldest brother Jason, the third brother Michael was also played by Lincoln in the same way. Killing? What's the point of killing these ordinary people? If you want to do it big. Such as the Sawyer family outside the town is very good. Borrowing a car on the side of the road, Lincoln stuffed Michael, who was tied up, and bet on his mouth, into the trunk, humming a tune and happily leaving Springwood town, driving to the Sawyer farm outside the town. The Sawyer family, a family of cannibals. They often stop and kill young men and women passing by nearby, and Babu cuts off their face skin and eats them all. Generally speaking, they will choose energetic and independent young men and women, especially those with strong physique like Lincoln. In the cornfield, Babu, holding a chainsaw, squatted quietly in the dense corn bushes. His eyes looked from the dark human skin mask to the night-shrouded highway, trying to find suitable prey. One car passed by, two cars passed by, and Babu did not move until Lincoln, who was driving at a snail speed, appeared. Babu's eyes suddenly lit up. He took a fancy to Lincoln's skin. Pulling the chainsaw in his hand, the buzzing sound immediately resounded in the cornfield. Raising the crazy rotating chainsaw high, Babu rushed towards Lincoln like a wild boar. Sizzle. The rapidly rotating saw blades rubbed against the car windows and the iron sheets of the car doors. In just a moment, the windows were completely shattered, and a deep mark was left on the car body. Seeing Babu appear, Lincoln's eyes suddenly lit up. Taking advantage of the gap between Babu's skills, Lincoln first flipped Michael out of the trunk, handed him a knife, and took off his mask. Then, he came to Bob again, took off his human skin mask, and put Michael's mask on him. Finally, he returned to Michael, and put Bob's human skin mask on Michael. The whole set of operations took Lincoln less than 3 seconds, and then, Lincoln disappeared in the eyes of both Bob and Michael. One hand held a narrow sharp knife, and the other held a roaring electric saw. Michael stared closely at Bob, who was wearing his mask, and Bob also looked at the human skin mask that was taken away by Michael and snorted angrily. After a very brief eye contact, Bob rushed towards Michael waving the electric saw, HMM. Michael remained silent, but the tip of the sharp knife was aimed directly at Bob's heart. Sizzle. The rotating electric saw instantly cut Michael's flesh and bones, but at the same time, Michael stabbed the sharp knife in his hand into Bob's body without mercy. Hem. The blade pierced through the flesh, and Babu, who was not immortal, roared in pain. He swung the chainsaw in his hand more frantically. A large amount of flesh, blood, and bones were cut and crushed by the chainsaw chain, and flew out with high-speed rotation. Under the crazy cutting, Michael's body was almost completely cut open. The bright red blood gushed out from the hideous wound, and in just a few breaths, Michael lay on the ground. Ignoring the wounds in his internal organs, Babu took up his human skin mask from Michael again, wiped off the filth on it, as if it were a treasure, and smeared the blood on his face. Once, twice, until he finally nailed him to death with the nails on his body. Babu dragged the broken chainsaw and Michael's body to Sawyer Farm. Blood continued to overflow from his wounds, like water gushing out of a spring, dragging a narrow blood trail on the ground. Babu's steps became slower and slower, and the ball-like grunts in his mouth became weaker and weaker, until finally, with a thud, he fell to the ground, and the corn stalks fell on him. All he needed was a bleeding hole, and Babu, who was not immortal, would be a lamb to be slaughtered. On the ground, Michael, whose body was almost torn into pieces by the chainsaw, had begun to exert his immortality, and the hideous wounds began to heal slowly. Although his speed was not as fast as Jason and Freddy, he was indeed immortal. So, bang, Lincoln crushed Babu's brain with one foot. Jason couldn't kill him, Freddy couldn't kill him, and Michael couldn't kill him. In the end, the easiest person to bully was Babu, who was stupid. In the dream world, relying on Freddy's power bank, Lincoln had already filled up a lot of his golden string progress, and now with Babu's head, it was just full. Lincoln looked back, and gave up the idea of firing another shot before leaving, and directly reached out, to pluck the golden string. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82. Me, a superhero? Hey, what are you standing there for? Come with me. The golden light in front of Lincoln gradually faded, and he saw a woman holding a folder in her hand looking at him with a puzzled look on her face. How long are you going to stay there? Aren't you going to participate in the selection? Selection? Even though he had experienced the previous world, where he was directly assigned an identity, Lincoln was still a little confused at this time. He glanced at the folder in the woman's hand, and raised his eyebrows. Vought group. Superhero selection? This sign was so clear that Lincoln immediately determined what kind of fucked up world he was in. The Black Robe Patrol, a world where artificial superhumans exist and are shaped into superheroes. Of course, these superhumans born from compound number 5 are different from Lincoln. These people are too weak, so weak that Lincoln can kill the strongest superhuman in the world with a spit. Yes, Homelander. Looking at the huge building, made of vibranium in his palm, Lincoln smiled. Maybe I have to stay in this world for a while, so you come in handy. What are you talking about? Lincoln's mumbling made the staff in charge of leading the superhumans walk over in a strange way. There are many people participating in the selection, so don't waste time, okay? Waste time. Lincoln looked down at the man. You should put it another way. It's you who are wasting my time, not me wasting your time or everyone's time, understand? What are you talking about? The staff looked at Lincoln, and his expression froze. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy, it's just that your weakness limits your vision. Sometimes things can become very simple. Lincoln patted his shoulder and walked over. He looked around the venue. There were quite a lot of people gathered here, and a considerable number of them were superhumans wearing uniforms with obvious characteristics. Lincoln took a deep breath, and a ray of golden light was outlined on his body in the assistant's suspicious eyes, turning into a pure black battlesuit. His body also slowly floated into the air, looking down at all the superhumans present like a god. I declare that this selection is over. You are all eliminated and can leave. Lincoln, who suddenly rose into the air, attracted the attention of all the superhumans and on-site staff. They couldn't help but look up at Lincoln. After a short silence, a superhuman in a water blue uniform couldn't help it. Who the hell are you? Do you think it's amazing enough that you can fly? Get down obediently, bitch. That's right, stupid guy. Do you think you are the only superhuman here? Shit. Noisy shouting and cursing sounded in his ears. Lincoln's face did not change, but murderous intent was floating in his dark pupils. The red light gathered in his eyes and surged out the next moment. Bang, bang, bang. The red laser swept across, and one blood flower after another exploded in the room. Facing this crushing attack, the superhuman's body was as fragile as that of an ordinary person. Blood mixed with flesh dripped from the air. None of the superhumans who dared to speak out before survived Lincoln's sight. With blood and flesh on their bodies, the remaining people were completely stunned. Looking at Lincoln, who was spotless in the air, both superhumans and ordinary people were stunned. They had never seen a superhuman who would kill people without a word. Even Homelander, who was known as the strongest superhero, would often only use his cruel methods on criminals to avoid legal prosecution. But now, Lincoln actually killed more than a dozen superhumans who insulted him in front of everyone! Exclamation mark. After a very short moment of astonishment, everyone looked at Lincoln with fear in their eyes. facing a superhuman who would kill people without a word. They could only be afraid. In the air, looking at the crowd below who were as quiet as quails, Lincoln's red eyes faded away, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Look, you can learn from this, so why couldn't you just listen to me before, and waste all of our time? Looking at Lincoln, who was giving a speech on a high place, someone's body trembled again. The next moment, Lincoln's figure appeared behind him, and he said in a deep voice, "Why are you shaking? Are you afraid of me? Are you afraid of a victim whose precious time has been wasted? It's so sad." Lincoln's voice in his ear made his body tremble even more, and a strong sense of death enveloped his heart. He couldn't help but shout out, I'm not afraid of you. I'm excited to see you." Excited? Do you admire me very much? Of course. The man's tone was a little stuttering. I can't quite tell. Lincoln walked around from behind him to in front of him, stared at him for a few seconds, and then shook his head slightly. I can't see any respect in you. Is this the attitude you use to face the people you respect? It seems you are deceiving me. Lincoln's eyes, the dim red light gradually lit up. The next moment, boom. With a muffled sound, the superhuman knelt down directly, trembling all over. Yes, I'm sorry. Lincoln didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time kept passing, until the superhuman on the ground knelt for half a minute. Lincoln retracted the red light in his eyes. I see your sincerity. I forgive you. Now, get out. Yes. The superhuman nodded repeatedly, almost knocking his head on the ground. He didn't even bother to get up first, and disappeared outside the door, while kneeling and crawling. After watching him walk out of the door, Lincoln returned to the high ground, and looked down at the remaining people. What about you? After the silence, a superhuman in a blood-red uniform suddenly shouted, I will never kneel down for you. Lincoln glanced at him and smiled slightly. You are brave, and have a proud character, so I decided to give you a small reward. In the eyes of everyone's doubts, Lincoln opened his mouth and protruded slightly, and a pale white airflow visible to the naked eye rushed towards the superhuman. Crack crack, it was as if the cold air from the wilderness spread, and in an instant, the cold frost had covered his whole body. In just a few breaths, a lifelike ice sculpture appeared in front of everyone. Lincoln stretched out his hand and hooked it, and in the eyes of everyone, the file recording everyone's information flew into his hand. After a quick check, Lincoln took out a piece of paper that should not have been announced to the public. Nigel Price, ability, invisibility, used his ability to knock out and rape multiple women. What a scumbag. It's unbelievable that such a person can be a superhero. As he spoke, he casually tossed Nigel Price's paper and let it float in front of a staff member. Send him to his family, and say it's a small gift from me to them. As for you, Lincoln looked at the folder in front of him again. Let me see if you are also evil enough to let me punish evil and promote good. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lincoln's voice had just fallen when a superhuman raised his hands and knelt on the ground. I'm sorry I stood idly by before. I repent for my actions. Lincoln glanced at him and took out his file. What have you done? Lenny showed a trace of pain on his face. I once accidentally killed a hostage during a hostage rescue. Accidentally? It's not an accident. I did it on purpose. Lenny said, he used to be my junior high school classmate. He bullied me, so I beat him to death. Very honest. You can go now, scum. Thank you. Lenny thanked him without any backbone, and rushed out the door quickly as if running away. Seeing the fate of the rebellious warriors and the submissive cowards, all the superhumans clearly understood their situation. No one wanted to die, not to mention that they were a group of superhumans. With their own special characteristics, they can live a better life than ordinary people in many ways. So, one after another, the sound of kneeling sounded. Lincoln stopped flipping through the documents in his hand, looked at the sound on the ground, and curled his lips. A group of spineless scum. Go away. Lincoln's voice was as beautiful as amnesty. Without any hesitation, everyone began to rush out. Only the staff member holding Nigel Price's information file looked at the ice sculpture in front of him at a loss. In fact, there was another one, the staff member who was in charge of Lincoln before, who was forcibly retained by Lincoln using the biological force field. The invisible force field bound him tightly, making the panic on her face far greater than anyone else's. The black battlesuit disintegrated, and Lincoln slowly fell down, releasing the biological force field. Look, we have plenty of time now, and no one will say that time is wasted. What do you think? Jessica looked at Lincoln, her heart pounding, and her heart was in a panic that she couldn't suppress. She even forgot the next process. Lincoln took the folder in her hand with empathy and led the way inside. It was not until his figure was about to disappear that Jessica subconsciously followed him. She didn't know why she didn't run away, but she felt that maybe following was the right choice. Vought Corporation is a group that operates superheroes. They have not only the ace superhero team of the Super 7, but also more superhero individuals and groups. Band heroes, religious heroes, or heroes in any other aspects. The Vought group has a variety of businesses. This time, they are not selecting heroes from the Super 7, but backup personnel. Both superheroes and superhumans can participate in this selection. Passing the selection will not bring immediate benefits. It only means that in the future, Water Company will first think of those who pass the selection, rather than others. It is equivalent to a round of preliminary screening. Water Company's original intention was good, and it wanted to seek benefits for the group in a more stable way, but Lincoln appeared, so all plans came to an end. In the interview room, the good soundproofing conditions made the interviewer in the room unable to hear what was happening outside. The first time he saw Lincoln, the examiner frowned and gestured to Jessica. Jessica knew that this meant for her to take the next person, but there is no one left. Jessica gestured quietly, and then saw a red light flashing in front of her. Bang! The bursting blood splashed on her body, causing Jessica's body to tremble violently. She trembled as she wiped away the dirt in front of her eyes, and then she saw Lincoln looking at the remaining two deputy examiners with a bad face. You know, I hate people who discriminate against race the most. Tell me, are you racists? No, not really. The two deputy examiners, covered in blood, even felt a hint of warmth from the lower life when they met Lincoln's eyes. However, facing Lincoln, they did not dare to make any extra movements. Lincoln got the hint, frowned, and stood up and left directly. Did I pass? Hearing the question, the two deputy examiners nodded like pounding garlic. Passed, passed. TSK. Lincoln's mouth sounded with a hint of amusement, and then the battlesuit reappeared. Bang! There was another explosion, and the concrete ceiling was directly broken, and Lincoln's figure disappeared into the sky. It was not until then that the shaky Jessica let out a breath and collapsed against the wall, and the two examiners on the chairs were also full of relief for surviving the disaster. They looked at each other in silence, but the meaning was clear. At the water building, Edgar, the president of the water group, looked unhappy as he looked at the documents and reports submitted by his subordinates. Name, Lincoln. Abilities, heat vision, frost breath, high speed flight, man of steel, telekinesis, etc. Details, kill multiple superhumans including Nigel Price, force everyone to kneel, kill the selection examiner, break the selection, putting the documents back on the table. Edgar looked at Madeline Stillwell, who was in charge of superhero affairs. With a hint of anger in his eyes, can you tell me where this guy came from? Why have I never heard of the existence of this level of superhumans before? He was indeed very angry. Just from the text and video materials, Edgar could be sure that Lincoln's performance was at the same level as Homelander, and this superhuman, who should have been strictly monitored and even contained, was not even noticed by them before today. This was a major mistake. Stillwell looked at the documents on the table and didn't know where to start. After a few pauses, he tentatively said, I only discovered the abnormality when the personnel department handed me the information. So you don't know that the group's intelligence has been lagging behind. Edgar looked at Stillwell calmly. You should understand that this is a fatal crisis. I know. I will immediately strengthen my work in this area, and there will be no next time. Edgar looked at her silently, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, he waved his hand to signal Stillwell to leave. The water group is not a company that purely operates superheroes, but a pharmaceutical group. They continuously research and produce special drugs such as compound number 5, and then conduct various experiments on humans to test its effects. Thanks to the existence of compound number 5, superhumans including Homelander appeared in this world, but in fact, their real important asset is compound number 5. Homelander is valuable, but compared to his son who was born by natural childbirth, his own value is not very high in the eyes of the Water Group. Lincoln's power did not show the expressiveness beyond Homelander, so his value as a superhuman was also limited in Edgar's eyes. But no matter how limited the value is, he cannot leave a superhuman who may reach the level of Homelander alone. This may cause a devastating blow to the core secrets of the Vought Group, which he does not want to see. After a moment of silence, he picked up the landline on the table and prepared to arrange a meeting with Lincoln, but suddenly, his hand stopped. On the other side, just when Edgar was planning to talk to Lincoln, who had left the selection site, had come to the glorious Manhattan District again. Just like the Marvel world, the Manhattan District in this world is so prosperous. The building of the Vought Group stands tall and is extremely conspicuous, and it is surrounded by high-rise buildings. Standing on the roof of the Vought Group, Lincoln looked around and finally locked on a skyscraper surrounded by a lot of green space. The fierce sonic boom echoed in the sky above Manhattan. Everyone couldn't help but look up, looking at Lincoln, who was like a god with his cape fluttering behind him. Superhero? What is he going to do? Catch criminals? The people in the building that Lincoln chose as the target could clearly see Lincoln's figure, and Edgar standing in the water building could also see it clearly. He pondered for a moment, put down the phone, and wanted to see what Lincoln was going to do. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lincoln stretched out his palm forward, and his 5 fingers suddenly opened. A sound of breaking instantly rang in everyone's ears. The mirror space took effect. Before the people in the building understood what was happening, they came from the real space to the disordered and orderly mirror space, as if ignoring gravity, and floating in the air, watching the magnificent building being dismantled. Everyone was stunned. What is this? Am I dreaming? How is this possible? This must be fake. Is this a superhero? How can he do such a thing? Someone curiously stretched out his hand and tried to touch the barrier that seemed to be made up of large pieces of broken glass. The solid feel made him clearly feel that the barrier was insurmountable. Someone tried to experiment with the constantly twisting and changing building, but the next moment he was sucked into it, shattered and disappeared. This is a space that no one in this world has ever entered, and it is also a dangerous space. Everything in the mirror space follows the mathematical principles of nature, and in reality, looking at the empty building, the golden space shrinking magic circle in Lincoln's palm emerged. Chapter 83, A Show of Power. The space restriction magic was lifted, and in the horrified eyes of the people in Manhattan, a huge monster appeared in the center of the empty building. The collection building weighing hundreds of thousands of tons fell from the sky like a meteorite with rolling wind and thunder, and the sharp airflow even blew the hair of the people on the street. The shadow that covered the sky and the sun shone through, watching the black base of the collection building crashing into the empty roof of the building. The people of Manhattan who had been staring at Lincoln suddenly boiled. The next moment, screams rang out one after another, and the originally busy but orderly streets instantly became a mess, scrambling to get away from the place where a violent collision would occur in the next second. Edgar subconsciously wanted to run, but after thinking about his current position, he knew that, even if he had wings, he would never be able to run away. So, he still looked outside calmly. At least he would have some grace when he died. In midair, the huge collection building fell with a bang. In front of the vibranium alloy material, the reinforced concrete was as fragile as tofu, and it collapsed at the touch of a single touch. There was a rumbling sound of cracking, the wall collapsed, the steel bars were bent, and heavy stones weighing several tons or even dozens of tons fell from a height to the ground. Looking at the huge rocks falling, like heavy rain in the distance, the screams of the already hurried crowd became 3 times louder. But suddenly, a light flashed in the air. Then, the crowd that was originally screaming frantically was stunned. The huge rocks that collapsed from the sky like meteorites were swallowed up like a door to another dimension. Under the control of the biological force field, the nearby plot selected by Lincoln as the location of the collection did not even feel the slightest vibration. Except for the continuous rumbling and cracking sounds, the world seemed to be in chaos. Staring blankly at the collection full of science fiction, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Whether it was the beggars wandering along the street or the high-ranking social elites, their perception of society and individuals was reshaped at this moment. A building hundreds of meters high and weighing hundreds of thousands of tons collapsed and replaced right before their eyes. The power displayed by Lincoln completely shattered their understanding of the upper limit of superhuman power. Until the person trapped in the mirror space was released by Lincoln from the real space and appeared on the interface, all the people who witnessed this process were still stunned and could not recover. Not only were their perceptions of superhumans shattered, but Edgar, who had watched the whole process, was also shattered. Looking at the building opposite, that stood up in a few minutes, Edgar fell into deep thought. He began to think, is the development of compound number 5 within the water group a little too conservative, or is the upper limit of superhumans far more than what they know? Look at Lincoln's performance. Even if he faces all the superhumans in the history of water company, it is at the level of crushing, not at the same level at all. This is obviously wrong. Either Lincoln is wrong, or they are wrong. There must be one wrong. Edgar's inner tendency is that they are wrong. At least this proves that compound number 5 has more secrets and potential worth exploring. If it is the former, things will be very bad. Manhattan, the most important central business district in New York, and the most important economic and cultural center in the United States, was smashed and replaced by a new building in public, which annoyed everyone including the CIA. However, after Lincoln took 30 seconds to bring them from all over the United States to a room, everyone fell silent. In silence, they chose to ignore the incident, as if nothing had happened. The existence of the Homelander was enough to make them feel daunted, and Lincoln was enough to scare them. With the ability to disintegrate the high-level command in 30 seconds, and having carried out an operation, Lincoln's threat directly exceeded that of the Homelander, who had never really put it into practice. Who wants to die? No one wants to die. So they choose to be blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid. In short, it is best to live. Compared with the concrete building in the Marvel world, Lincoln's new collection uses a lot of vibranium and other high-strength precious materials. The formula of adamantium alloy is a bit difficult for humans, but it is not a problem in Lincoln's hands. The naked eye can directly see the special combination at the atomic level. Even if it is an exhaustive method, Lincoln can verify the different properties of vibranium alloys. Adamantium alloy, adamantium BO alloy, organic vibranium material, or other materials that Lincoln wants. The main part of the new collection haul is made entirely of high-strength rigid alloys, and the interior is filled with color-changing toughness materials. Whether it is the exterior wall or the interior floor tile wall, any seemingly inconspicuous place is vibranium material. Even the display cabinet, that seems to be just a piece of glass, is mixed with a lot of transparent materials made of vibranium. It is impossible to break it. Without Lincoln's consent, no one can take anything from his display cabinet. Buildings with metal components often have super large mass, but because the density of vibranium is only 1/3 of that of steel, which is basically the same as reinforced concrete, everything seems very appropriate. The super building that surpasses the time stands quietly in a green space. Just a glance from a distance can show its precious attributes and technological colors from the appearance. Lincoln likes fun, so the new building adopts some special designs. The first floor is ordinary, with only some infrastructure besides the front desk, some elevators and stairs leading to the upper floors. The real entertainment venue is from the second floor. The noisy nightclubs and bars are set up on the second floor. The third floor is a fitness and leisure place including pool games and saunas. The fourth floor is an entertainment venue. The fifth floor is a dining floor. The last floor open to the public. The sixth floor is set up as a theater auditorium. The simple 6 floors contain almost all forms of entertainment in the world. Drinking and singing, theater singing and dancing, model catwalks, art appreciation. The magical 6 floors can meet all entertainment needs. From the 7th floor onwards, it is the place where the collection is truly stored. Lincoln has arranged different display cabinets on each floor to meet any future needs. The concrete building is ordinary and there is nothing worth mentioning. Now this building built by Lincoln is the real collection hall. As for the name, Lincoln called it the Dimension Building. The sudden rise of the Dimension Building attracted everyone's attention, but in fact there was nothing to pay attention to, because ordinary people had no way of knowing Lincoln's identity. They only knew that the dimension building was a magical place where they could find all kinds of entertainment in just 6 floors. It was a miracle. People who enjoyed themselves here would admire the wonderfulness of the dimension building because they only needed a few steps to come to different entertainment worlds to indulge in sensuality. In Edgar's view, this was a naked waste, even more excessive than that of Nalvorish. Paving the stairs with mysterious materials that scientific instruments could not analyze and detect, and using the space technology that the world dreamed of to serve entertainment. Edgar had 10,000 ways in his mind to better use materials and technology, but in Lincoln's hands, they were used in the most inconspicuous places. Walking in the corridor, Edgar could not find any other idioms to describe it, except squandering natural resources. Yes, Edgar also came to the dimension building. Of course, his purpose of coming here was not to enjoy fun, but to meet Lincoln. He was not sure whether Lincoln really wanted to be a superhero or had other ideas when he participated in the selection, but he decided to give it a try. If he could make Lincoln a member of the Super 7, the strength of the Vought group would expand to an unprecedented level. There were too many benefits, so he was willing to take the risk to give it a try. Led by the attendant, Edgar came to the elevator that tourists were not allowed to take. The transparent elevator slowly rose and finally stopped 7 floors below the 8th floor, which had not yet been opened. The floor was wide, with exhibition stands lit with soft white lights, and exhibits that Edgar could not understand. Super soldier serum, heart-shaped grass, vibranium ore, one of the 10 commandments, ancient Egyptian god pupa, gravity hammer, hell dagger. Each collection seemed to be nothing special to Edgar, but the functions written on the nameplate made him frown. Stimulating human potential, controlling airflow, sealing ancient Egyptian life, controlling gravity, and the dagger from the Lord of Hell. Each description seemed like nonsense, and the label of the origin was even more confusing. Marvel World? Which world is Marvel World? Is there really a so-called multiverse? Edgar's heart was full of doubts, until the sound of Lincoln's footsteps came from a distance. His thoughts were pulled back from the exhibits in the display case, and he looked at Lincoln. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lincoln." "I know you, Edgar." Lincoln sat down on the chair and looked at Edgar leisurely. "So why did you look for me?" "I want to invite you to join the Super 7 and become the new co-captain of the Super 7. Edgar looked at Lincoln with a smile. "You have incredible abilities and powers. You only need to discover a little bit, and you can become the most powerful and popular superhero in the world. Gain everyone's praise and all the fame and fortune you want. Everything will be no problem. I'm not from my country." Lincoln looked at Edgar and sneered. "Do you think I lack fame and fortune?" "Fame? Who doesn't know about the dimension building? As for profit, I can take any exhibit outside to create a Vought group, so these things have no appeal to me. As for superheroes, they are not as fun as supervillains. What do you think?" Lincoln's words made Edgar break out in a cold sweat on his back. The thing he was most worried about happened. Lincoln is a man who is not restricted or bound. He is detached and can ignore everything. If he becomes a supervillain, the Vought group will suffer a fatal blow. The future of the superhero team will be bleak, and even Compound No the Fifth of may be affected. Edgar kept thinking in his mind and tried to recall the plan he had prepared before, but before he could open his mouth, Lincoln spoke again. "Generally speaking, it's not fun to play with you, but this time I'm very interested, so." Lincoln pointed to the display case behind Edgar. "Compound number 5 and all the special compounds derived from it are my collections. I can play with you." Hearing Lincoln mention the most important secret of the Vought group, Edgar was about to veto this proposal, but Lincoln's next words made him unable to open his mouth again. "I like to collect things. If there is something I like but don't have, there are only 2 situations. I give it up on my own initiative, or that thing disappears from this world forever." "Edgar, right? What do you think you are going to use to make me give up compound number 5? Facing Lincoln's interested eyes, Edgar was silent for a moment. "Compound number 5 is the company's top secret and cannot be leaked easily. I'm not discussing it with you." Lincoln looked at Edgar with a smile. "You just need to tell me what your answer is, and I will handle the next thing myself." "Handle it myself?" Edgar could think of what would happen if he refused without even thinking. The US government could not refuse Lincoln's request, and the water group would definitely not be stronger than this super interest group. The corners of Edgar's eyes twitched twice, and he finally spoke with difficulty. I agree to your request. I will send someone to send compound number 5 and its derivatives later. I hope they will only be used for collection and display. As for your joining the Super 7, I won't join. Lincoln looked at Edgar and said casually, the Super 7 doesn't need 8 people, so I will be an independent captain, responsible for managing all superhumans and superheroes. Unless I authorize, no one can speak in front of me. Is there a problem? Edgar wanted to say that there was a problem, but Lincoln's previous words resurfaced. If there is something I like but don't get, there are only 2 situations. I give up on my own initiative, or that thing disappears from this world forever. Lincoln will not give up, so if he refuses Lincoln's proposal, it means that all superhumans and superheroes will disappear. Obviously, this is an unbearable loss for the water group. So, Edgar stared at Lincoln closely, struggling for a long time before nodding. I recognize your rights in the US branch of the water group. I have no direct decision-making power in the headquarters. If anyone refuses, let him die. Lincoln waved his hand nonchalantly. A group of capitalists and anti-human element who use humans for human experiments. The more they kill, the more credit they get. Their lives are worthless in Lincoln's eyes. Edgar saw from Lincoln that he was indifferent to human life, and this indifference was even better than the senior executives of the water group who had always decided to conduct human experiments. He had no doubt that Lincoln could kill, and the killing would definitely not be just one person or a family. It might be a more terrifying family-style destruction. Edgar nodded with a difficult mood, left the door of the Dimension building with an ugly face, and hurried back to his office. He had to arrange everything well, and there must be no other mistakes. A few days later, at the US headquarters of the water group, as soon as Lincoln walked into the gate of the water group, he saw an old and ugly woman coming forward. Hello, Mr. Lincoln, I'm Stillwell, who was in charge of the affairs of the Super 7. This time I will hand over the affairs of the Super 7 to you. Is it still the Super 7? Those 7 people. Stillwell was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, the current Super 7 is Homelander, Queen Maeve, Black, Locomotive, Deep Sea, Invisible Man and Lamplighter. But the Lamplighter is currently in a semi-retired state, and will soon withdraw completely, so the current 7 is actually only 6 people. Lincoln nodded, made a simple comparison between Stillwell's intelligence and what he knew, and then came to a conclusion that the plot of the Black Robe has not yet begun, and there is something to play. The New York Earth Super 7 is the most important superhero team, and other than that are other superheroes active in different fields. These people were not under Stillwell's charge before, but now she is in charge of unified handover. Lincoln certainly will not directly manage so many people, so in fact, Stillwell's power has been strengthened in this situation, and the danger has also increased. While introducing the internal situation of the water group to Lincoln, Stillwell came to the 99th floor where the Super 7's meeting room was located. This is the office of the Super 7. Here we will discuss daily affairs, attendance on missions, and profit sharing. Hiss. Before Stillwell finished speaking, Lincoln's eyes suddenly emitted scorching heat vision. The laser instantly broke through the air and hit the air. A painful wail sounded, and the figure of the Invisible Man suddenly flew backwards and fell heavily on the wall behind him, creating cracks. The carbon metamaterial, that was strong enough to resist sniping, was no match for the heat vision. Covering his burned chest, the face of the Invisible Man who had revealed himself was full of pain. He looked up at Lincoln in fear and shouted hurriedly, I'm not an intruder, I'm the Invisible Man. The Invisible Man of the Super 7. I know. Lincoln walked to his side and stepped on his head again with one foot on the cold floor. I just don't like there is always a pervert who likes to be naked under my nose. No, not again. Feeling the pressure on his head, the Invisible Man was scared to death. I will definitely wear clothes in the water building in the future. I promise. I promise. Please, don't. Looking down at the Invisible Man, Lincoln snorted coldly and moved his foot away from his head, but just as the Invisible Man breathed a sigh of relief, he kicked again. Bang! The Invisible Man flew out of the conference room door backwards, crashed straight through the opposite wall, and groaned continuously. Looking at the closed door covering the naked body of the invisible man, Lincoln spoke to the stunned Stillwell. Continue. Okay. Chapter 84 Collision. If it weren't for Lincoln's appearance and ability being completely different from Homelander, Stillwell would even think that the Lincoln sitting in front of him was a second Homelander. No, the pressure Lincoln brought to her was even greater than Homelander. This was already at the level of an ancestor. What Stillwell reported was mediocre, and it didn't even involve any commercial secrets of the Water Group. Lincoln had expected this. Whether it was the Sage Grove that conducted human experiments in the name of mental hospital or the children's hospitals and orphanages sponsored by Water, Lincoln didn't really care. Superhumans are just a group of artificial species, creatures that have undergone genetic changes under compound number 5. The upper limit of their genes determines that they are destined to look up to Lincoln, who would care too much about a group of people with humble power. Moreover, these groups are just natives in the infinite world, not worth mentioning. However, he doesn't care. That doesn't mean that the Water Group can conceal it. Lincoln calmly waited for Stillwell to finish reporting the situation. Then he reached out and took the stack of documents. He grabbed the paper with both hands and then exerted force. Hiss. With a crisp sound, Lincoln slowly tore the stack of documents into pieces and then looked at Stillwell. Go tell Edgar, if you use these things to fool me again next time, I don't mind letting the world lose hundreds of thousands or millions of people. Scattering the scraps of paper in his hand in front of Stillwell, like flowers from heaven, Lincoln continued. Also, after you go out, let all the members of the Super 7 come to see me. Even if they die, I hope their bodies can be placed on the chairs in this office later. Do you understand what I mean? Oh, the one called the Lamplighter doesn't have to come. Isn't he going to retire, make a movie, and say that he was drowned? Stillwell was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, but the group has prepared a special retirement movie and ceremony. If we change the plan, we will lose a lot of money and support. What does this have to do with me? Lincoln leaned back in his chair, clasped his hands, and looked at Stillwell. I hope you will do what I say, instead of teaching me how to do it, understand? I know. Facing Lincoln's calm but oppressive eyes, Stillwell couldn't help but lower her head. She hurriedly put away the scraps of paper in front of her, and then hurriedly walked out. Lincoln's tone and eyes were so calm from beginning to end, as if he was looking down on her without any emotion. The terrifying pressure this brought to Stillwell was even greater than when she faced her countrymen. In addition to obediently doing what Lincoln said, she had no other thoughts in her mind. President's office. Hearing Stillwell's report, Edgar's face was uncertain. After a long silence, he spoke. I know. You go and notify the Super 7 to have a meeting first. Then don't report this kind of thing to me in advance in the future. Edgar took a deep breath. He knew it was time to make a choice. Hearing Edgar's reply, Stillwell's heart trembled. She knew that when facing Lincoln, Edgar and the company he represented retreated, which was a crucial signal. This means the change of power and the rise of a terrifying superhuman with absolute status. In the block, according to the task report given by Water Company, the locomotive successfully solved a hostage hijacking incident. Before he had time to replenish the energy he consumed from the nutrients, his phone rang. What? Go back immediately? The locomotive looked at the form he took out of his pocket and frowned. But according to the plan, I still need to carry out an activity to increase my support rate. No need to do it. The locomotive's assistant put his finger on his forehead. This is the instruction issued by Ms. Stillwell herself. I heard that it may be related to the new member of the Super 7. New member? The locomotive was a little strange. Didn't the Lamplighter retire yet? That's why I feel a little strange. The black assistant urged. In short, you'd better come back quickly. It won't do you much harm. Okay, I know. The locomotive frowned, and as usual, he showed a professional smile and gesture to the crowd applauding him on the roadside, and instantly disappeared with a sonic boom. Not only the locomotive, but all members of the Super 7, whether they were on duty outside or on standby in the water building, received the news of the assembly. They all had different attitudes towards this order, but fortunately, no one decided to go against the order issued in the name of Water Company. Before the scheduled time, they walked into the office one after another. The first one to appear was not Homelander, but the Invisible Man in clothes. looking at Lincoln sitting calmly on the main seat, feeling the pain from the hard-to-heal burn on his chest. The Invisible Man forced a smile with fear on his face, and even dared not to hide, sitting timidly at the farthest place from Lincoln, facing Lincoln, who was ready to kill him. When they first met, the Invisible Man had the highest fear and dread in his heart. The silent atmosphere in the room made the Invisible Man feel something was wrong, but fortunately, this atmosphere did not last long before it was broken. The door of the office was reopened, and the Deep Sea, who had no mission, walked in. At first glance, he saw Lincoln sitting in the seat that was originally reserved for Homelander, and then he noticed that the Invisible Man did not remain invisible. Looking at Lincoln, and then at the Invisible Man, who showed a hint of fear, Shenhei's eyes were full of surprise. "Who are you? A new staff member?" Shenhei's words startled the Invisible Man so much that he choked on his saliva, and a series of coughs rang out in the room. Looking at the Invisible Man with a hunched back, Shenhei immediately realized that something was wrong. He pursed his lips and wisely chose not to speak, sitting in his seat. The third person to arrive was Zuans, who sat silently in his seat like a cold robot, his eyes moving vaguely on Lincoln. Compared to them, Queen Maeve, who came in fourth, seemed a little bolder. She looked at Lincoln and reminded him, "You're sitting in the wrong seat. If his countrymen see you, he will be very unhappy." "Really? Isn't that great?" Lincoln glanced at Queen Maeve. "Or are you going to talk to me on his behalf first?" "I'm just reminding you." Lincoln ignored her. Queen Maeve shrugged and sat down in her seat. "I've seen people who tried to challenge him before, but most of them didn't end well. I hope you're prepared." As soon as Queen Maeve finished speaking, a sonic boom sounded in the room. The Blue Phantom stopped, and the locomotive with a satchel on his back looked at everyone in surprise. "Aren't you all out on duty?" Without waiting for anyone to come back, he looked Lincoln up and down with a hint of surprise. "Are you new here? It seems that the company has finally decided to start with minorities to gain support." "That's great." As a superhero with a label, Locomotive has always hoped that the company will increase its ties with the black community, but has never been able to get his wish. Lincoln's appearance gave him some wrong information and expectations, so that he became the only superhero in the entire office who looked at Lincoln with a little joy. But soon, the Locomotive found something wrong. "Wait. Why are you sitting in Homelander's seat? Are you crazy? He will kill you. I don't want a superhero of other ethnic minorities who rarely appears to be killed like this." Lincoln looked up at the Locomotive and pointed to the empty seat. "If you don't need a chair, I can ask someone to take it away for you, and you won't have to sit here anymore in the future." The expression on the Locomotive's face rose. He looked at Ashley, who was in charge of the public relations affairs of the Super 7, standing in the corner of the room, and got a subtle hint. Suddenly, he felt that the world had changed, as if the previous order was different. He walked back to his seat silently and sat down, waiting quietly with everyone else for the last person to come. The second hand kept turning until the moment before the scale. The door reopened, and then the Homelander in a red cloak appeared in everyone's eyes. Completely different from the image that appeared in front of the public, the Homelander at this time had a gloomy face, as if he wanted to kill someone. After he stepped through the door, he did not take even one step forward. Instead, he said in a cold tone, "You have 3 minutes to get out of here before I take action." "And you?" Homelander stared at Lincoln, not included. Without any hesitation, Zuan stood up and walked out, followed by Deep Sea Queen Maeve and others, until finally, the timid Invisible Man and Ashley's figures completely disappeared behind the slowly closing door. The room, which was originally somewhat lively, became empty in an instant, leaving only Homelander standing at the door with a sullen expression, and Lincoln sitting leisurely in the chair. "I don't care what bullshit treaty you made with anyone. Now, get down from my seat, get out of Vought Group, and never show up in front of me again. That's all." Lincoln played with the pen on the table, smiling. "I thought you were going to kill me directly? Then maybe I would look up to you." Hearing this, Homelander's face became more gloomy, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. "You are looking for death? Really?" Lincoln put down the pen in his hand and stood up with the help of the chair. "It seems that you really want this chair. Why don't you show me how much you want this chair?" Homelander didn't say anything else. A red light appeared in his pupils in an instant, and the next moment it flew towards Lincoln like lightning. Hiss. The hot sight that was enough to cut through steel hit Lincoln without any obstruction, and the red light collided and turned into clusters of scattered light surrounding Lincoln. Is that all? Lincoln looked down at the heat vision that hit the BO force field on his chest, with a mocking smile on his face. I thought you should be stronger? How is that possible? I'm the strongest. The strongest. Looking at Lincoln, who showed no pain or even suffered no damage under the heat vision, Homelander's hideous laughter froze. A trace of disbelief flashed across his face, and the next moment, his expression became hideous and distorted. More dazzling and scorching heat vision surged out, almost like a real wave. The shock wave generated by the collision of the heat vision and the BO force field continued to spread in the room like ripples, and a random point was enough to tear apart everything it touched. Homelander's heat vision, which was so powerful that it seemed unstoppable to all other superhumans, was like a child's toy in front of Lincoln. The temperature that spread out rose to a point where Lincoln could no longer feel the heat, and it was completely resisted. Facing Homelander's attack, Lincoln stepped forward step by step with firm steps. The energy that was escaping crazily kept circling around Lincoln, turning into a red energy vortex that kept spinning. Looking at Lincoln, who was almost standing in front of him, Homelander roared and punched hard. Impossible. Bang. A muffled sound came, and the red light in his eyes went out. Looking at the fist that was caught by Lincoln, Homelander's body began to tremble. He frantically squeezed the energy in his body and tried to push his fist out, but in front of Lincoln, he couldn't even let his fist move forward even an atom. Impossible. Impossible. Homelander was panting like a cow, his face full of angry and ferocious color. I'm the strongest. I'm the strongest. I'm Homelander. Die. He roared crazily and punched hard enough to tear the air. Bang. The most powerful heat vision could not break through the defense, and the strength and speed that he was proud of were also completely crushed. Extreme anger and shame almost occupied Homelander's entire brain. He couldn't accept the fact that he was no longer the strongest superhuman. He roared madly and tried to break free from Lincoln's palm, but as the incredibly huge biological force field slowly pressed down, his body gradually hunched up. Grabbing Homelander's fist with both hands, Lincoln applied layer after layer of biological force field, and the power like a mountain pressed down on Homelander. Little by little, his knees gradually bent. Even though every cell in his body exerted the ultimate strength, even though his body and will were trembling and unyielding, in the face of absolute power, Homelander had no power to resist. Lincoln deliberately slowed down all his movements, allowing Homelander's body to lower little by little, until he finally knelt heavily on the ground, and then a red light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Hiss. In Homelander's unbelievable eyes, the hot eyes in Lincoln's eyes instantly tore his uniform and body. A bloody wound was cut open on his chest. Lincoln stretched out his hands and pulled his ribs to force them open, revealing the beating heart. So this is what your heart looks like. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the bright red heart of Homelander. With just a little force from his 5 fingers, Homelander's body suddenly trembled. The high pressure pump pumped blood through his blood vessels. Homelander's face turned red and his veins bulged. No, 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 no. What do you mean? Do you want to touch your heart? Lincoln chuckled, grabbed Homelander's heart and gently plucked it. The orange-yellow halo cut a circle around the heart blood vessels. In Homelander's horrified eyes, Lincoln took his heart off. The empty touch of his chest made Homelander's mind dazed, but after the trance, looking at the heart in Lincoln's hand that was separated from his body, but still beating, and himself who had not bled heavily, Homelander was dumbfounded. What is this? Just a little trick. Lincoln smiled slightly, then took out a box and put Homelander's heart in it. I'll keep your heart for you, and you don't have to worry about similar things happening again in the future. The biofield bound Homelander, and he knelt on the ground unable to move, but he still stared at the box in Lincoln's hand. Give me back my heart. I will give it back to you, but not now. Lincoln said as he put the box away with his backhand, then waved his hand to untie the biofield on Homelander's body. Now, let me see how much courage you have without a heart. You. The flesh and blood were healing rapidly, and Homelander couldn't even stop his body from recovering autonomously. The closed muscles and skin destined him to be a heartless person in the future. How can you give me my heart back? Just be obedient. Lincoln pointed to the empty seat. For example, now, sit where you should sit. Homelander looked at Lincoln, anger accumulating in his heart, but in the end, he gave in to Lincoln's playful lies and gave up the seat that had always belonged to him. He sat on another chair he had never sat on. No one knew what happened in the office on the 99th floor, but when the door of the office was reopened and everyone walked through the mess and saw Homelander sitting in the second seat that did not belong to him, everyone realized that the era that belonged to Homelander was over. They looked at Lincoln with shock in their eyes. Homelander's strength had penetrated into their hearts, and just looking directly at him was enough to make them feel afraid. And now, such a person who seemed almost invincible to them lost. Yes, lost. Everyone believed that only a complete failure could make Homelander appear in a position that did not belong to him. They were originally just afraid of Homelander, but now, the figure sitting in the main seat would be more dangerous and terrifying. Queen Maeve and the others didn't know who Lincoln was, but the Invisible Man was almost scared to death when he saw Lincoln sitting in the main seat. The foot that stepped on his head kept flashing back to his mind, and the Invisible Man's body was trembling slightly. He was almost, just a little bit, going to die under the feet of this man who was more terrifying than the Homelander. And it was just because of such a small matter as not wearing clothes. A small matter that even the Homelander had never cared about. The Invisible Man, who was in awe from the bottom of his heart, wanted to escape almost desperately, but he couldn't take a step. He could only sit down obediently and listen to the Toolman AI shilly announce things about Lincoln with everyone else. For example, the arrangement of the position of Captain-in-Chief, who is above everyone in the Super 7. Chapter 85 Punishment. The position of captain made everyone suspicious, but under the strong pressure brought by Lincoln, they could not even raise any questions, and could only leave the office with a lot of questions. After sending off the other people, Ashley handed a folder underneath to Lincoln. This is the plan we have formulated for selecting new heroes to join the Super 7. Please take a look. Boring program. Lincoln swept the file aside without even looking at it. Follow the plan you have formulated. As for the other matters, just keep the backup, and you can handle the rest by yourselves. Lincoln's great delegation of power made Ashley stunned for a moment. Seeing Lincoln walk out, she belatedly took the folder back in her hand and left. The water building is not only the office of the water group, but also the residence of the Super 7. But Lincoln obviously would not live in such a place. Back to the dimension building that he built, Lincoln could see the figures who indulged in pleasure at a glance, and then looked at the number 5 compound that was already displayed in the display cabinet, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Under decentralization, the affairs of the Vought group are no different from before, but with the arrival of Lincoln, the underground black industry that exists because of superhumans has undergone more or less changes. The most affected one should be the Dark Alley nightclub that was originally used for the enjoyment of those superheroes. Losers. The Dark Alley nightclub is a confidential place that provides different services for those super scums. Here, those super scums can show their original appearance to their heart's content. The hero who has always advocated his opposition to homosexuality can stretch his body here and do things with 4 men at the same time. The hero who maintains a good image in front of ordinary people can despise the ordinary people who support him here. The Dark Alley nightclub is a naked dirty cave containing all the dark history of those super scums. The Vought group originally had a lot of power here, but the emergence of the dimension building directly dealt a fatal blow to the industry here. Lincoln's identity and ability are not yet widely known, but the superheroes affiliated with the Vought group more or less know something. The owner of the dimension building is a man with incredible power and status in the Vought group. So, when the first super scum enjoyed the convenience and secrecy brought by the dimension building, almost all superhumans flocked here, except for those psychopaths who were turned away because of drug addiction. As night fell, ordinary people began to enjoy a relaxing and pleasant nightlife, and those scum who had shed their superhero skins also began to live their corrupt lives in separate private rooms in the dimension building. The lights on the streets of Manhattan at night were prosperous, but the crowds on the road were much sparser. I followed Billy Butcher step by step, and the uneasiness on his face and eyes was visible to the naked eye. Is this the dimension building? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy, you just need to follow me. Billy glanced at I and walked in. The decline of the Dark Alley nightclub made him lose a vital intelligence channel. but soon his eyes were locked on the newly emerged dimension building again. Lincoln opened the lower 6 floors independently and handed them over to some ordinary people to manage, so this place also became a place where intelligence could be obtained. He knew that there were all kinds of people spying and collecting different intelligence in his building with all kinds of reasons and identities, but he didn't care. Below the 6th floor was just a place for fun. Unless someone among them could destroy the building, he didn't bother to care about those guys who were scheming against each other. With Huai, who was a little confused and uneasy, Billy went straight up to the 6th floor. After twisting and turning in the maze-like corridor for a while, he took Huai and stopped at a door without a special mark. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. The staff who were on duty in the room to keep an eye on the super scum looked at each other, then stood up and opened the door. The next moment, Billy squeezed in, took out his ID from his pocket, and showed it to several people. CIA, I need to check your surveillance data. Billy's ID was genuine, and he, a madman, was also authentic enough. The staff looked at each other and turned back to sit in front of the surveillance screen. Don't expect to take anything from here unless you can get an investigation warrant. Don't worry, I just want to take a look. Billy's mouth curled up, and he took Huai to the screen. Has the locomotive been here recently? With Billy's help, Huai finally succeeded in seeing the scene. That made him furious. The locomotive that smashed his girlfriend into a pool of flesh had no awareness of implicated an innocent person. Not only did he not feel sad or guilty, he even used it as a topic of conversation to tell jokes to his friends. In an instant, Huai had made up his mind to make the locomotive pay for it. Definitely. With the angry Huai, Billy left the building. He was going to use this naive baby to do something. However, the two people who left in a hurry did not notice that Lincoln smiled on the higher floors of the dimensional building that no one could climb. Everything in the building was under his control, and the flow of all information could only proceed smoothly with his tacit consent. As long as he wanted, he could know anything even without super senses. Looking at the backs of Billy and the other man going away, Lincoln stood up and stretched. Finally, something interesting is going to happen. I've been waiting for a long time. Killing superheroes? There is no fun in the crushing killing. It is interesting to let these ordinary people kill superheroes. As for whether Lincoln will feel guilty, they are just a bunch of super scum. If they die, they die. Without them, the world will be better. Golden lines emerged, Lincoln tapped his feet lightly, and the wind danced. His figure instantly disappeared in the sky above Manhattan. Late at night, after sending Huai back to the poorhouse, Billy returned to his room and fell silent when he looked at the information on the table in front of him. He lied to Huai. Homelander was not a saint, but a bastard who slept with his wife and caused her disappearance. He never gave up looking for his wife's whereabouts, and Homelander was the most direct connection. Just as he was thinking about how to carry out his plan next, the sound of light footsteps suddenly rang in his ears. He turned his head vigilantly and saw Lincoln walking out of the darkness, which made him subconsciously take out his pistol. Superhero? Superhero? I'm not. Lincoln laughed and gestured with his finger. I suggest you put down the gun in your hand. Otherwise, you may never have the chance to track down your wife again. Becca? You know Becca? Billy's eyes widened instantly when he heard Lincoln's words. He almost turned a deaf ear to the rest of Lincoln's words. He grabbed the pistol and rushed towards Lincoln. What else do you know? Tell me. Looking at the figure rushing towards him, Lincoln did not dodge or evade. Just a simple blur made Billy fall to the ground behind him. Looking down at Billy, who was about to stand up, Lincoln had a mysterious smile on his face. Spoilers are not as fun as exploring on your own. So, I think you'd better find out the secrets you want by yourself. You. Billy glared at Lincoln and started to curse, but before he could finish his words, Lincoln grabbed his head and pressed it on the table. Bang! The wooden table shook violently, and knives and forks jingled. Reaching out and nailing a sharp knife to the table, Lincoln grabbed Billy's head tightly. Do you know how those Indians kill fish? The cold blade flashed in front of him. Billy took a breath and said, I know. That's the way they process large fish. So you're going to process me? What you said makes sense, but I know another way. Lincoln shook his head. In order to avoid killing, they put the knife upright, so that it can be said that the fish died by hitting the knife, not by people. Just like now, you committed suicide by hitting yourself on the knife, and it has nothing to do with me. What do you think of this statement? It's ridiculous. Billy's emotions gradually calmed down. Then I can also say that the people I killed all died by hitting themselves by my bullets, not by me. Since when do you guys need to find such ridiculous reasons to kill people? So do you approve of my approach? Tell me, what are you going to do? Billy looked at the blade in front of him, opened his 5 fingers, and released the gun. You didn't kill me. It must be because I'm still useful. Tell me, what are you going to do with me? I heard that you are going to cause trouble for the Super 7. Where did you hear that? Billy did not answer directly, but asked a rhetorical question. The next moment, his head was pushed on the table by Lincoln and pushed a few inches towards the blade. His cheek was burning from the friction. Billy looked at the blade approaching him and immediately knew what Lincoln meant. Yes, do you want to join us too? Hiss. Billy's face was even more painful, and Lincoln then said, tell me about your plan. Lincoln's ruthless attitude directly forced Billy to open his mouth and spit out his current plan in detail. It was either life or death. In front of someone who knew his true purpose, Billy temporarily gave up the idea of playing tricks. After making his attitude clear, Lincoln let go of Billy and let him stand up again. You are lucky. I'm not going to tell anyone about your plan, so you can continue to take your little friend to target the Super 7. Billy rubbed his red cheeks. Tell me what your request is. Request? I have no request. Lincoln laughed. I just want you to know that someone is watching you, so don't just focus on Homelander. You may find trouble with other supervillains. I like to have fun. After saying that, he waved his hand and disappeared from Billy's sight. After searching around for a long time, Billy sat back in his chair a little dejectedly. He knew that from now on, he had no way back. Lincoln's sudden appearance blocked his last retreat. He either risked disappearing and appeared at the Vought group to reconcile with them, or he could only go all the way to the end. And unlike before, his target is no longer just Homelander, but also many other superheroes. The previous plan doesn't need to be completely overturned, but maybe some small changes should be made. Lincoln doesn't like some guys, especially the Invisible Man. He has always restrained the use of supervision to a certain extent, just because he doesn't want to see naked men carrying things in front of him. As a result, everything was ruined by the Invisible Man. Damn it. He didn't kill the Invisible Man, not because he forgave him, but because he was going to send him to Billy and the others to practice their courage. Killing a superhuman is just an appetizer, and he can prepare more fun things for Billy and the Super 7. The next day, at Billy's strong request, I walked into the Vought group building with a bug. He looked around with a guilty conscience and accidentally collided with a set of floating clothes. The solid collision scared I. Looking at the clothes floating in the air in front of him, I instantly knew who the person in front of him was, the Invisible Man, who ran into a member of the Super 7 and became even more nervous. He even revealed the bug in his phone, but fortunately no more accidents happened. Apologize. Accept apology. Sign contract. Install bug. Leave. Who completed the whole process without any danger and returned to the car nervously. How is it? Very good. Billy stared at the screen in front of him. It has started to work. Next, we just have to wait for it to continuously send us the dirty things of the Super 6. Water building. Who accepted the apology and left, but the engine did not leave, because Lincoln appeared in the office in an unusual way. How is it? How does it feel to hit someone to death? No, not very good. The engine's voice was a little stuttering, which made Lincoln smile contemptuously. You should know what kind of people I hate, right? Yes, I know. The engine's throat rolled, and he became more and more uneasy. Lincoln looked at the locomotive with a smile on his face. Tell me about it. I hate people who use drugs. Have you used them? I felt like falling into an abyss, and the locomotive's heart was cold, and even a chaotic black appeared in front of his eyes for a moment. He only felt dry-mouthed and flustered, but he still forced himself to be calm on his face. I didn't. Really? Lincoln looked at the locomotive with a smile. You should not know that I don't like another kind of people. That is, People who lie, even though I have already confirmed something. Lincoln stretched out his hand and threw a stack of photos in front of the locomotive. You make me dislike you and hate you. Tell me, how should I punish you? Looking at the photos in front of him, the locomotive's hands and feet were cold, and his lips trembled and moved. It seems that you don't have any sincerity, so let me help you. Lincoln's light voice sounded in the locomotive's ears like a nightmare. The next moment, accompanied by a piercing click, a piercing pain came. The bones of both legs were broken, and the locomotive's heart-wrenching cry even penetrated the steel door. Lincoln looked at him calmly until his voice gradually weakened. Then he waved to the rescue team that had been waiting on the side. Chapter 86 I'm safe. Just like the importance of ears to the blind and eyes to the deaf, legs are definitely one of the most important parts for the extremely fast locomotive. All his abilities come from his legs, and when his legs are broken, it actually means that his superhero career will hit a low point. Think about it, the Vought group will never allow locomotive to appear in public with crutches or in a wheelchair. A serious injury like a fracture is enough to prevent him from appearing in public for quite a while. No traffic, no exposure, that means a decline in support and surroundings, which is enough to engrave the pain in the bones for locomotive. At the moment, when his legs were broken, anger, resentment, and pain towards Lincoln appeared in locomotive's heart. But what's the use? The medical team hurriedly carried locomotive away, and the cleaning staff quickly cleaned up the blood on the ground. Until the entire office was empty, Lincoln wiped out a portable listening device that had been running smoothly from under the desk. He did not speak, but simply clicked a few times and sent the message to the Invisible Man. After a moment, the Invisible Man walked into the office and looked at Lincoln with some awe. Is there anything you want me to do? Someone has installed a bug in the office. Lincoln threw the black thin film bug in front of the Invisible Man. It should be left by the guy named Who I before. I hope you can give me a perfect answer. Reaching out to pick up the thin film bug from the table, the Invisible Man's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, I will definitely give you a perfect answer. There are many forms of answers. The Invisible Man can report the problem to the water group, or call on others for help, or go alone. Different ways of solving problems may bring different results, and the Invisible Man's choice is the third one. He saw that Lincoln didn't like him. From his personal point of view, if he could complete this task perfectly alone, he would definitely be able to greatly change his image of a naked warrior in Lincoln's mind. At least he would not continue to despise and dislike it. To achieve this, reporting to the water group and calling on others for help are not good choices. Holding the bug in his hand, the Invisible Man felt that he had grasped tomorrow. On the other side, in the van, the portable listening device had only been running for a few seconds when it brought Billy and his friend a lot of useful information. Lincoln's calm voice made Billy feel more and more familiar, but before he could find the qualified comparison target, the voice from the computer shocked the two of them. Take medicine? Lincoln's direct conversation with the locomotive shocked Huey and Billy. The water group kept the secret of compound number 5 very well. Even Billy had never known the existence of compound number 5. When he heard the conversation between Lincoln and his friend, some shadows of common bank drugs flashed through his mind. Unlike the one who was lost in thought, Huey on the side was already holding his head in anger with his hands, his face full of disbelief. Isn't he a superhero? He actually took drugs? Did he kill Robin that day because of the drugs? Fuck. How could he do that? In fact, of course they can, and they did it. Billy glanced at Huey. The Vought group and the Federation will help them deal with all the messes. If it weren't for the bug, who would know that the speedster, the locomotive, is actually a ridiculous drug addict? As Billy was talking, a clear click suddenly came from the computer. Billy's sister couldn't help but shudder. He recognized that it was the sound of bones being broken. The next moment, the heart-wrenching sound of the locomotive echoed in the van. The thin glass and casking could not stop the sound at all. Billy closed the computer with a snap, grabbed the steering wheel and drove away. Taking drugs was a trivial matter in his eyes. There were countless drug addicts taking drugs on the streets of the United States, and it was even considered a feature. What really frightened him was that he finally remembered who the owner of that voice was. Billy could swear on his own head that the person who broke the leg of the locomotive in the 99th floor office of the Vought group was the superhuman he met last night. He didn't know Lincoln's name and details, but Lincoln knew him very well and could even openly cripple a member of the Super 7. What a terrifying ability is this? So much so that Billy, who has always been fearless, felt his heart pounding at this moment. Who-eyed it looked like an innocent child, but Billy's big change was enough to attract his attention. What's wrong? You seem to be a little bit wrong. What didn't you tell me? Nothing, just a little thing. Billy perfunctorily said, and turned the steering wheel again, and flew towards the industrial area outside New York. But the next moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. He's lying to you, Who-eye. The sudden voice startled Who-eye, and he looked back at Lincoln, who appeared in the back car at some point, his eyes full of disbelief and panic. Billy, who was steering the car, was horrified. He tried to turn his head, but Lincoln's voice rang out again. If you don't want to be hit by a car, you'd better watch the road. His neck was like a rusted and stuck screw. Billy could only glance at Who-eye with his peripheral vision, trying to see something from his face, but unfortunately he found nothing. In Billy's opinion, Who-eye's face was filled with nothing but damn shock. He was a living shock generator. Wait, who are you? Who-eye looked at Lincoln in confusion and shock, then looked at Billy. He is the helper you found? How come I didn't know? Looking at the speechless expression on Billy's face and Lincoln's chuckle, Who-eye suddenly realized a more important question. How did you get here? The door is obviously closed. Oh, you finally noticed this problem? That's rare. Hearing Who-eye's question, Billy, who was driving, couldn't help but curse. Just as you can see, this guy is a superhuman. And he's a superhuman who just broke the leg of the nigger at the locomotive and the monitor. Who-eye? Billy's answer, which was full of Chinese quintessence, hit Who-eye's head like a hammer, making him a little confused for a moment. He looked at Billy and Lincoln with a stupid look on his face. His pupils expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was a magic trick. He also shouted like a groundhog himself, "Fuck. Stop the car. Are you looking for death?" Billy ignored him and freed one hand to press Who-eye on the seat. Be quiet, listen to what he wants to do. It turned out that it was really difficult to have a stupid teammate. Billy took some effort to make Who-eye quiet again. Then he looked at Lincoln in the rearview mirror. What do you want to do? Nothing, just a reminder for you. Lincoln crossed his legs and said, you left some things in the office of the water group. It shouldn't be long before someone comes to find you. Did you find it? Who-eye was stunned again. Did you find the bug I left behind? If he hadn't found it, you wouldn't see him now, idiot. Hearing Who-eye's stupid question, Billy wanted to get close to his ear and question him loudly, but in the end, he held back. From the moment Lincoln appeared in the back of the van, Who-eye and his team were tied together. Billy was sure that there must be something wrong with Lincoln's identity, even bigger than that of the damned Homelander. Just like what happened to him last night, from now on, the cute Who-eye had no way out. The driver remained silent, and Who-eye realized belatedly that he had asked a stupid question, and hurriedly changed the question. Who will come to us? The Vought group? Probably not. Lincoln looked at Who-eye and smiled. According to my understanding, he may be eager to try to capture you alone to make a contribution. If other people know, he won't get the credit. Lincoln's hint was blunt and explicit, but Who-eye still fell silent. When he raised his head again, Lincoln had disappeared without a trace. Confused, Who-eye looked at Billy. Do you know who he is talking about? Hearing Who-eye's question, Billy wanted to close his eyes in pain. Use your brain and think about it. Who in the current Super 7 lacks the most credit? Who-eye hesitated. Homelander, Queen Maeve, and Zoance? Deep Sea and the Invisible Man also count? Train, his leg is broken. Choose one of the last two. Do you still have to think about who will deal with us? Billy took a deep breath. Deep Sea rarely performs missions on the ground. So it's the Invisible Man who will deal with us? After reaching the final conclusion, Who-eye's face looked a little ugly. He even looked out of the window. What should we do? There is no way we can see the Invisible Man. Relax, relax. Billy comforted Who-eye. We are in the car. He won't catch up for a while, so make a little plan. Think about what weaknesses this damn guy has. Weaknesses? The Invisible Man has no weaknesses at all. Who-eye was a little panicked. He can be invisible, and he can turn his skin into carbon metamaterial, which even sniper rifles can't penetrate. Invulnerable, invisible, and extremely powerful, we have no chance of winning. As long as you are a human, you will have weaknesses. Huai's pessimism did not affect Billy at all. He patted Huai on the shoulder. Instead of saying here that you can't win, you might as well guess whether you can withdraw safely after meeting that guy. Billy's words stunned Huai. He opened and closed his lips a few times and grabbed Billy. What do you mean? My meaning is very simple. Billy stepped on the brakes, released the door safety, and looked at Huai. Do you think you can get off now? After you met the man who broke the leg of the locomotive and tipped you off? Billy didn't finish his words, but Huai already understood what he meant. He was completely dumbfounded. Can I find the Vought group? Good idea. Billy tilted his head. You can try to see if he will kill you afterwards. Huai. Looking at Huai's mental breakdown, Billy suddenly thought of what he had experienced last night and couldn't help but curl his lips. He threw the computer into Huai's arms and started the car again. Time is running out. I suggest you think carefully about what the weakness of the Invisible Man is. Huai was about to say something but stopped. Finally, he opened his notebook dejectedly and clicked on the search engine to search. Invisible, carbon metamaterials, strong. One after another keywords were searched by Huai through continuous experiments. Gradually, he suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Electricity. At night. In the harbor fish port, in a warehouse that was temporarily arranged to look like a base, Billy looked at Huai with some suspicion. Are you sure this will work? It definitely works. Huai was wearing thick rubber shoes, and any movement he made would create ripples on the ground, covered with a layer of shallow water. I've seen an interview with the Invisible Man. The carbon metamaterial that makes up his skin is invulnerable to weapons, but it conducts electricity. Bullets may not kill him, but electricity will definitely work. In order to maintain absolute invisibility, the Invisible Man cannot wear any clothes, and there are water stains everywhere in the harbor, so it is reasonable, even if there is more water in the warehouse, using water to solve a problem. Huai is ready to ask the Invisible Man to give him a full set of electrotherapy at the critical moment. He is sure that the Invisible Man will never catch him. He is safe. In the warehouse, Huai and the other man quietly ambushed, staring closely at the only two gaps, just to pull the switch at the most appropriate time. Outside the dock, the naked Invisible Man looked up at the dark port, where the ships were moored. It's actually here. Is it because the port is close to the sea, and out of the control of the deep sea? The trick of hiding the dark under the lamp is quite good, but unfortunately, it met me. The Invisible Man had a trace of contempt on his face. His contempt for ordinary people and his pride as a superhuman made him ignore many unfavorable factors in the dock environment, and walked in with a big stride. In the monitoring room, the staff on duty, who was staring at the monitoring screen, suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head. He fell down at the table with a plop. The mouse moved inexplicably and called up the monitoring. After a while, the invisible hand opened the door and disappeared outside. Relying on the guidance of the monitoring, the Invisible Man finally stopped at the door of the warehouse selected by Huai and the others. He bent down and gently pried open a gap from under the warehouse. A ray of light that was tightly covered suddenly came out, and the originally vague sound immediately became much clearer. Listening to the conversation of Billy and the others in the warehouse, the Invisible Man showed a smug smile on his face. He is stable. Chapter 87. Inside the warehouse, Billy and his partner locked all the entrances and exits of the warehouse tightly, while outside, the Invisible Man was also motionless. He maintained invisibility, as if it was instinctive, and even if he remained invisible for 24 hours, there would be no consumption at all. In his opinion, he did not need to risk entering it at all. He just needed to keep an eye on the warehouse. Billy and his partner would come out and separate one day, and that would be his chance. Time passed by minute, and seeing the movement of the hour hand clearly visible, Billy and his partner in the warehouse finally realized the problem. Just as I had worried before, the ability of invisibility meant that Billy and his partner could not find the specific location of the Invisible Man, and the skin made of carbon metamaterial also made infrared detection useless. They arranged means to target the invisible man in the warehouse, but the result now was that the invisible man did not have to walk into their trap at all. According to the influence of the invisible man in the water group, even if the invisible man knocked them out from behind on the street during the day, it could be calmly explained as a superhero action. Their arrangement was fucking wrong from the beginning. Realizing this, Huai grabbed his own device in annoyance. Billy also looked up at the ceiling in pain, then grabbed Huai's collar. "This is a shit plan you proposed, and I even made a fool of myself with you. So, what should we do now?" Huai was a little confused. "We can't stay here forever. My family will be worried." "Will your family be worried?" Billy glared at Huai, looked at the closed warehouse door, and shouted in a low voice. "If we can't get rid of that damn invisible man, your family will never worry about your disappearance again. They can see your photo on your tombstone every year and every day. Do you understand?" Huh. Thinking of this worst outcome, Huai showed his signature panic on his face. "So what should we do now?" Billy walked around the warehouse for a few times, and finally looked at Huai, his voice low and solemn. "The self-torture plan." Huai. Being stared at by Billy, Huai suddenly had a bad feeling. He pointed at himself, his eyes full of disbelief. "You want me to be the bait? Is there any other way?" Billy looked at Huai. "Do you want me to be the bait? Then when I'm attacked by the invisible man, I will watch you holding the electric baton like a idiot, not knowing what to do." "Electric baton?" "Yes, I can hold the electric baton, one for each of us." "My answer is impossible." Billy looked at Huai and sneered. He picked up the black electric baton and said, "Do you know how much effort I put in to get this kind of stuff that can electrocute people to death? No one knows whether ordinary electric batons can be effective against invisible people. We can't alert the enemy, so." Billy didn't say the second half, but the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. "FCK." Huai yelled, watching Billy put the big black thick electric baton on his waist. "Fuck you." "But, that's it." Billy nodded at Huai, who was screaming and collapsed, swept the things on the table to the ground, and pointed to the warehouse door. "Now, leave here angrily. Don't worry, I'll be watching you from behind." Billy's violent action completely interrupted Huai's already incoherent emotions. He moved his feet to avoid the scattered debris on the ground, looked at Billy speechlessly, then spread his hands, and could only turn around and leave helplessly. Walking out of the warehouse alone, the sea breeze blew over the sea in the distance, and the lights of the dock seemed dim in the night. Huai's eyes couldn't stop looking around, always feeling that there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at him in the darkness behind or beside him, and he didn't know whether it was a person or a ghost. He was uneasy in his heart, and he couldn't help but tighten his clothes. He walked home at a quick pace, muttering in his heart, God bless," in the warehouse. Watching Huai's figure go away, Billy reached out to turn off the light, and followed him out, but unlike Huai, he didn't walk, but started the car and left quickly. At the dock, the invisible man let the sea breeze pass through his buttocks and his back, and watched the tightly closed warehouse door from a distance. The clattering sound of the iron door rolling was particularly obvious in the silent dock. The orange-yellow light illuminated the mess in the warehouse. Huai left in a hurry, and then the sound of the car engine sounded. Looking at the direction where the car's taillights left, the invisible man hesitated for a moment, turned around and ran in the direction Huai left. Compared with Homelander or Black, the only thing the invisible man can show off is the invisibility and invulnerability brought by the carbon superskin, and even the strength is not great. Billy's car is definitely not catching up, so he has only one goal: Huai, who left alone. At the dock, Huai always felt that something was following him. He walked faster and faster, but the faster he walked, the faster it seemed that the person behind him was walking. So, the inner cycle began, until finally, Huai even ran wildly in the dock, desperately running towards the distant street. It didn't matter that he ran. The invisible man who was originally following him step by step also accelerated. Naked, he took big strides, and ran wildly on the concrete ground. The air rushed around his body, and he was like a boy chasing the wind. "Damn bastard. I will make you pay." Huai didn't know that the invisible man behind him had already hated him even more. He jumped out of the dock with sparks and lightning. Standing on the roadbed, he supported his knees with his hands and gasped, "This time, I should have gotten rid of it, right?" he thought to himself, and couldn't help but look back. The next moment, a sound of wind sounded in front of him. Bang! The invisible iron fist hit Huai's face hard. With just one punch, blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. The burning pain made him cry unconsciously, and he couldn't even shout out loud. His steps were weak, and with a thud, Huai took a few steps back, and fell directly to the ground, looking in front of him in horror. Come out. Get out. I've always been in front of you. The invisible man's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Huai just turned his head in horror, and was grabbed by the hair and lifted up. Tell me, who the hell instructed you to install a bug? Say it. The pain of his scalp being pulled made Huai numb. He grabbed his hair with one hand, and waved his other hand in front of him. I'll say, it's from the Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. FBI? The invisible man sneered and punched Huai hard again. Fuck you. Do you think I will believe your bullshit lies? Tell me, who sent you here? Take responsibility. The invisible man looked around and finally picked up a stone from the side of the road. I'll smash your head with this stone. Looking at the floating stone, Huai's eyes were full of fear, and he stumbled back. I've already told you, he is really from the FBI. He has a certificate. Who the hell cares? The invisible man roared. I only know that you are lying to me. Bastard. The invisible man stepped forward. He sneered at Huai, raised the stone in his hand high, and aimed it at Huai on the ground. Just when he was about to smash the stone, the roar of the engine quickly approached from a distance. Looking at the rapidly approaching car lights, Huai was overjoyed and crawled away. The invisible man's eyes were also full of fear. Fuck. He didn't care about Huai on the ground, and turned around to abandon it somewhere else. But the blood flowing from Huai's mouth and nose had already made an extremely obvious red mark on his body. Billy's eyes were fixed on the red ball in the air, and he stepped on the accelerator, and crashed into the invisible man. Boom. Just like hitting an invisible pillar, the powerful collision force caused a dent to appear on the front of the car. The invisible man, who had received the entire impact, flew backwards immediately and smashed the glass of the store behind him into pieces in an instant. Amid the sound of shattering, Billy opened the car door and got out of the car. He took out an electric baton from his back and rushed into the store. Inside the store, the invulnerable invisible man stood up in just a few seconds. His voice was erratic in the invisible state. Impossible. How could you see me? I really can't see you, but I can see other things. Billy lowered his eyes, and his peripheral vision vaguely swept over the blood on the invisible man's body, but his frontal vision was always biased towards other places. Billy's actions gave the invisible man great confidence, and he couldn't help laughing wildly. You are lying. You can't see me at all. After saying that, he stepped on his feet and rushed towards Billy with his fists waving. Looking at the bloodstains flying in the air, Billy's mouth curled up a Dragon King smile, and he took out a big black stick and pressed the button. The crackling sound of electricity went in the air, and looking at the flashing electric light, the smile on the invisible man's face hardened. With a sizzling sound, the top of the high voltage electric baton was pressed firmly on the invisible man by Billy. The high voltage current ran through his whole body, reflecting layers of colorful transparent ripples on his transparent body surface, just like the color of foam. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The invisible man twitched on the ground for half a minute, and Billy put away the electric baton with reluctance, turned his head, and looked at Huai, who walked in with his hand on his stomach. Help. Carry him to the trunk. Throwing the unconscious invisible man who was tied up with his joints, turned into the trunk, Billy called Huai to get back in the car and drove to Brooklyn. Where are we going? Brooklyn. Billy said casually. What are you going there for? To find a helper. Billy snorted and laughed. Do you think the two of us can deal with the Vought group and the Super 7? We need to find some helpers. Hearing this, Huai's eyes lit up slightly. Can the helpers you find deal with the Vought group and the Super 7? Billy turned his head to look at Huai, smacked his lips and said, it's highly likely that they won't work. Huai was confused by Billy's words. He didn't understand what Billy meant for a moment. If the helpers he found couldn't deal with the Vought group and the Super 7, then what was the point of finding helpers? To drag people into the water? The innocent Huai looked at Billy, trying to get other answers from him, but Billy just smiled calmly. You're right, I just want to drag some people into the water. If there are only two of us, there is not much we can do. Who? I was silent, and then tentatively asked, your friends? It should be considered before. Billy looked at the trunk from the rearview mirror, but when I saw him, it shouldn't be considered. Hearing Billy's words, who? I was completely speechless. He closed his eyes and leaned back, thinking that his curiosity that night was a complete mistake. The guy in front of him is definitely not from the FBI. How can such a guy who drags people into the water be from the FBI? Exclamation mark. Brooklyn, an area where various ethnic groups live together. The degree of chaos here is a world apart from Manhattan. Frankie was enjoying his time with his girlfriend, and suddenly a bang on the door woke him up from the bed. Holding up his pants with one hand, Frankie opened the door sleepily, and then woke up instantly when he saw Billy's face. Don't you know what time it is now? I know. Billy greeted the woman behind Frankie, and then looked at Frankie. But I have something important to ask you. What is it? I'll take you to see it. A few minutes later, after opening the trunk of the car and seeing the transparent and not very transparent figure, Frankie was silent and then silently reached out and pulled out a pistol from his waist. Fuck you. Dimension building. As a Superman, Lincoln has incredible power and status. Therefore, finding a good-looking superhuman woman is not a problem for him at all. If necessary, he can even choose the type of superhuman ability. For example, now, the superhuman with the ability to discharge electricity in Lincoln's arms is codenamed Arclight. Looking at Lincoln, who was holding a glass of wine and looking at the empty space with a smile on his face, Arclight couldn't help showing a trace of curiosity in his eyes and approached Lincoln. What are you looking at? Nothing. Lincoln retracted his gaze and said with ease, I was thinking that maybe we could have a pleasant night together. Arclight's mouth curled up a touching smile, letting Lincoln play with it, and turned over and sat on it. What do you want? Can every part of your body discharge electricity? Lincoln stared at Arclight, and his palm moved down, including here. Arclight's body trembled, and then proudly said, of course. Really? I don't believe it. Lincoln smiled. I want to try it myself. On the role of electric current in daily life. First author, Lincoln. Second author, Arclight. Conclusion. Appropriate current will greatly increase the harmony of daily life. Just when Lincoln was enjoying the nightlife with a hint of special excitement, the invisible man who was taken to the secret base transformed from an abandoned factory also experienced the role of electricity. Under the stimulation of 120 V voltage and 60 Hz frequency, he couldn't remember how many times his muscles were forcibly contracted due to the stimulation. Fortunately, he is a superhero, and he can still be saved by just the electric current. Chapter 88 Billy, don't ask me, I just don't know. Jersey City. Fuck. Climbing out of the iron cage with electricity on all sides, the invisible man immediately shouted outside, fuck you, bitch. He will find me, and then all of you will die. A bunch of damn smashes. I will definitely treat you well then. The heavy iron door could not block the invisible man's angry shouts at all. Listening to the looming voice inside, Frankie looked at Billy with a hint of helplessness and anger. Have you thought about how to deal with him? His damn skin is as hard as a turtle shell. If it weren't for the electricity, he could even break open the damn iron cage and run out. I can't put this time bomb in my nest. The motherland may come at any time, and then all of us will die. Facing Frankie's angry eyes, Billy seemed very calm. Relax, relax, I already have a way. What way? Tell me, I need to make a call first. Billy waved to Frankie, then took out his pocket and pressed the dial button. At the side, looking at the number displayed on Billy's mobile phone screen, Frankie felt terrible. He rushed forward, grabbed Billy's collar, and tried to snatch the phone. Are you fucking crazy? You actually called the water group. What do you want to do? Let them bring the police to encircle this place. Relax, you will understand in a moment. Billy struggled to break free from Frankie's restraints and said to the customer service who answered the phone, hello, I want to find someone. The customer service on the other side frowned slightly and then said sweetly, I'm sorry, this is a customer service of the water group. If you want to find someone, it is recommended to call other social hotlines and 911 for help. The person I'm looking for is your superhero. Billy interrupted directly. Black hair, Asian, Very handsome. About 180 centimeters tall adjectives popped out of Billy's mouth one after another, and the expression on the customer service on the other end of the phone gradually changed. I'm sorry, every one of our superheroes has registered on the official website. You can. Here's an exception. Billy replied, I've checked. He's not on the official website. I'm sorry, each of our registered superheroes has a unique personal page on the official website. If not, maybe you have found the wrong person. As soon as the voice fell, the customer service hung up the phone directly, then stood up and walked towards the customer service manager's office with the recording of the call. Manager, someone called to ask about that person. Seeing the call was hung up, Billy shrugged helplessly and threw the phone to Frankie. I give it to you. Deal with it. Damn it. Frankie glared at Billy angrily and tore the phone into pieces in his hands. What the hell do you want to do? As you can see, I'm looking for helpers. Helpers who can get rid of this damn guy. Billy pointed to the room where the invisible man was locked up and said, didn't you see the scar on his chest? Who do you think can cause that level of damage to the invisible man? Frankie was stunned for a moment, peeked through the round window on the door, and then thought, Homelander? Do you mean that the Super 7 had an infighting? Homelander? No, not Homelander. Billy chuckled, took out his computer and replayed the audio of the engine's broken leg. Do you think this is Homelander? This is not Homelander. Then who is this? Hearing the engine screams in the audio, Frankie was stunned and looked at Billy with wide eyes. How much trouble have you gotten into? Oh. Don't worry, we didn't mess with this person. Billy closed the notebook and pointed to the room. On the contrary, I were able to catch the invisible man with his help. Billy's words made Frankie confused. You mean, a superhuman who is not registered on the Vought Company's superhero official website broke the leg of Engine, one of the Super 7, at the group headquarters, and then helped you catch another member of the Super 7, the Invisible Man? Are you kidding me? Today is not April Fool's Day, okay? Frankie's attitude was as Billy expected. Things are bizarre, but that's the fact. You can ask our good baby who I. Facing the gazes of the two men, who couldn't help but raise his hands and laugh dryly. Yes, just as Billy said. Fuck. Frankie was completely convinced by Billy. Tell me, how are you going to deal with this hot potato? I have a good idea. Billy glanced at the window and said, but the process may be a bit troublesome. Tell me. How about drowning him? Billy tilted his head, just like the killing methods in those horror movies. Put a water tank on his head, and then pour water into it, and drown him directly. Some Dominicans tried these methods in 2007, and you saw the results. Frankie stared at Billy with dead fish eyes. Try other methods. Poison? It doesn't work. Frankie chuckled and said, the Invisible Man has a strong body metabolism ability. Suffocation is ineffective on him. Conventional toxins will be quickly decomposed in his body. Do you think he is the same as those rubbish outside who can only become invisible? He is the Super 7 carefully selected by the Water Group. So, we really still need to find some helpers. Billy shrugged and looked at the room that had been specially treated to completely block out electromagnetic signals. He picked up his coat on the table and walked out. Wait a minute. Wait, what are you going to do? Frankie realized something and followed him. What are you going to hide from me again? Billy stopped and looked back at Frankie. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled. You want to come with me? No problem, come on. Seeing Billy's attitude suddenly change, as if he had a seizure, Frankie hesitated for a moment, but then seeing Billy's attitude of driving away without caring about him, he suddenly became firm, opened the car door and got in. Don't you dare get rid of me before you solve this hot potato. Billy just smiled and said nothing, and left the secret base with the sound of the engine roaring. The departure of Billy and the other man made I feel a little uneasy, as if his backbone had been pulled out. He paced back and forth in the room, and after hesitating for a long time, he opened the iron door and walked in, as if he had made up his mind. Hey, are you still there? I want to talk to you. Talk? The Invisible Man looked at I and laughed strangely. Listen, Kit, I have nothing to talk to you about. The only suggestion I have to you is to let me out now. Maybe I will choose not to kill you, and your family won't have to come to your grave to offer flowers every year. This is your only chance. Otherwise, when the people from the motherland come, all of you will die. looking at the invisible man who refused to cooperate, who was originally hesitant, suddenly had a nerve connected in his mind, and he blurted out without thinking, "Isn't he the new superhero?" After I said this, the invisible man's face suddenly changed. He was emotional and wanted to dig out the iron cage, but was pushed back. He removed his invisibility and looked at with wide eyes. "How did you know him, you bastard? I'm asking you, you damn stupid impurity. How did you know him?" The huge reaction of the invisible man scared He couldn't help but take a few steps back until he bumped into the cold door, but then he realized some of the problems. The invisible man's reaction was too big, and it was even two completely different reactions from the mention of Homelander. I didn't think clearly about the meaning of it for a while, but he felt that he had a chance. "Tell me what he was going to do on the day the locomotive ran over that woman, Robin Wood. I need to know this." The invisible man did not speak, but looked at with a pair of resentful eyes. "Give up, you damn bastard. You will never get any information you want from me." I hesitated for a moment, and the whole person suddenly became wise. "Don't you want to know how I know him? I can tell you." Ha ha ha. The invisible man suddenly laughed, his face full of sarcasm. "You don't know him at all. I bet you definitely don't know him. Don't try to fool me, you stupid little bastard. In fact, of course I know him." I took a deep breath. About 180 centimeters tall, Asian, black hair, very handsome. "Guess why we knew you were coming to us, and therefore set an ambush." The things that came out of I's mouth were verified and compared one after another in the invisible man's mind with what he knew. Gradually, the sneer on the invisible man's face disappeared, replaced by disbelief. "Impossible. Do you think I will be fooled by you? Impossible." I didn't say anything, but just looked at the invisible man quietly until he vented all his emotions. "Can you tell me about it?" New York City. In the car, with Frankie who had already regretted coming out, Billy reached out and answered the ringing phone. "What's the matter?" I asked something. I held the phone tightly. "That person is related to the recently appeared Dimension Building, and maybe the owner of the Dimension Building." Dimension Building? Billy and Frankie looked at each other and immediately noticed in their hearts, "Your news is good, but don't go in to find him again before we go back." But I wanted to say something, but the busy tone sounded in his ear. Dimension Building, a building that holds an incredible status in the hearts of all superhumans. Even the FBI is very secretive about the origin of this building. Although the origins of Lincoln and Dimension Building are both very mysterious, Billy had never associated the two before, until now he suddenly understood. Driving to the building, he took Frankie to the front desk on the first floor. "We are looking for someone." Jessica looked up at the two of them, then looked at the computer in front of her, and shook her head. "I'm sorry, I'm at the service front desk. If you want to find someone, you can call directly, or wait here until he comes out. We are looking for the owner of Dimension Building." Billy took out his FBI ID and placed it on the table. "I'm an employee of the FBI." Jessica just raised her eyelids and said calmly, "Dimension Building is a private entertainment venue and does not accept investigations or searches by any individual or organization, including the FBI. Even the mayor or councilman of New York City have to wait here. If you want to search, you need to wait until the guests leave the Dimension Building." With the reputation of the Dimension Building and Lincoln behind her, even though Jessica is now just a small receptionist, she still has the confidence to reject everyone. This confidence did not make Billy angry, but made him feel the terrifying power that Lincoln possessed in this area. Even the Vought group can be investigated by the FBI, but in front of the Dimension Building, even arresting people requires waiting for people to leave before taking action. What kind of confidence is this? Ignoring Billy and the others, Jessica lowered her head and started working on the computer again, but after just a few breaths, she looked up at Billy and the others again with a hint of doubt. "He wants to see you. Come with me." Frankie was a little confused, but he still got up and followed. Passing through the elevator stairs, Jessica took them to the deepest area that was not open to the public, and then walked into a transparent elevator. The moment they stepped into the elevator, Frankie and Billy's eyes widened. Under the blessing of special magic, the 6 floors became transparent and clear, and they could even clearly see some superhumans floating in the air and making love. What is this? Frankie pointed outside in disbelief. Holographic image. You can reach out and touch it. This is not a holographic image. Jessica had a smile on her face. This is his power, an omnipotent power. Looking at Jessica and the crowd outside that had become transparent in his eyes, Frankie was unable to utter a word for a long time, until the elevator slowly rose to the 7th floor, and the messy scene was covered by the color of metal. But this did not mean that their shock disappeared. On the contrary, looking at the display case with a different nameplate, the horror in their hearts was 3 times greater than before. Item, compound number 5 and derivatives. Source, the boy's world. Effect, gives the injector superpowers. Frankie, Billy. Leaning against the transparent display case, looking at the blue and green compounds inside, Frankie was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Is this true? I don't know. Billy couldn't say for sure. I've never heard of compound number 5 before. What about the super soldier serum and heart-shaped grass? Frankie looked at the other display cases again. Have you heard of these things? Obviously, no. Billy shrugged, and their sources are also very problematic. Marvel World. Frankie read the words on the nameplate, and then looked at the nameplate of compound number 5. So, the person you are talking about has the ability to travel through the world, like in science fiction movies? I don't know. Billy spread his hands again, and was met with Frankie's dissatisfaction. Then what do you know? Billy said helplessly. I don't know what I know. Maybe. I don't know anything. Fuck. Frankie raised his middle finger to Billy, and then turned to look at Jessica. Didn't you say you would take us to see the owner of the Dimension building? Where is the person? Looking at the 2 people who looked like bumpkins and had never seen the world a few seconds ago, Jessica turned around and left without saying a word. After a while, she stopped beside a large chair at the top of the room. Mr. Lin, they are here. I know. Lincoln waved his hand to let Jessica leave, and then turned the large chair that cast a large shadow, and his true body appeared in front of the 2 people, and chuckled. Tell me, what do you want from me? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Forcing the Homelanders Back. Jersey City Warehouse. Billy's instructions were clear and precise, but Huai, who hung up the phone, became hesitant. He walked around the warehouse for a while holding the phone, but he couldn't suppress his restlessness in the end, so he opened the door again and walked in. He was not a senior federal investigator like Billy, nor was he a person with rich social experience like French. He was just an ordinary person. Being able to get information about Lincoln from the Invisible Man was already a manifestation of his high IQ. When everything fell back, he became the ordinary person who was very stupid in Billy's eyes. Damn bastard. You lied to me. How dare you show up in front of me? Huai had just walked into the door and had no time to close the iron door when the Invisible Man started to curse him. He didn't feel satisfied after scolding him and even opened his legs and sprinkled the yellow liquid on Huai. Facing the foul-smelling liquid, Huai could not help but hide to the side. However, in his haste, he did not notice that the tinfoil that Frenchie had pasted all over the room had been torn open by him. The appearance of the crack directly led to the loss of the signal shielding function. The signal tracker specially made by Vought Company instantly transmitted the Invisible Man's position signal to the outside. With almost no real-time error, the long-lost signal belonging to the Invisible Man appeared on the computer of the Vought Group Crime Analysis Department. Not long after, the figure of Homelander also appeared in the Vought Group Crime Analysis Department. Tell me the location of the Invisible Man's signal. But, Annika, who was sitting in front of the computer, hesitated. According to the internal regulations of the Vought Group, except for some people with special permissions, the signal location of other superheroes is not allowed to be disclosed to others at will, even Homelander. However, before she could think it through, Homelander bent down and showed a hint of nuclear kindness smile. Do you know who I am? Homelander. Yes, I'm Homelander. Homelander nodded and then suddenly became aggressive. In the Vought group, I can do whatever I want. So, do as I say, okay? After only a moment of eye contact with Homelander, Annika felt a strong and indescribable pressure. Her heart beat faster, and she could only retrieve a signal location of the Invisible Man according to Homelander's request. Well, it can only be locked in this area of Jersey. Looking at the area on the screen, Annika did not dare to look back. Just when she was feeling anxious, Homelander patted her on the shoulder and said kindly, "Don't be nervous, Annika, you did a good job, that's enough." After he finished speaking, Homelander turned and walked out. Standing on the rooftop of Vought group, Homelander's face was gloomy, and the next moment he flew towards Jersey City with a roaring sonic boom. At supersonic speed, his speed was so fast that even Lincoln in the Dimension building could see the movement clearly. Looking at the lingering white airflow in the sky, Lincoln suddenly changed his mind and looked at Billy and the others. "It seems that your so-called complete measures are not perfect at all. How could it be?" Looking at the white airflow in the sky through the window, Frankie's eyes were full of surprise, but Billy realized something in an instant. Damn, he must have moved something. TSK. Looking at Billy and the others with a playful look, Lincoln suddenly appeared behind them and put a hand on their shoulders. "Next time, you have to use your brain more." Before Frankie and the others understood what was going to happen, Lincoln spread out the biological force field. At a speed that was dozens or hundreds of times faster than Homelander, Lincoln took less than a second to get from the Dimension building to the warehouse outside Jersey. It was not until the dazzling light shone into the eyes of the two that Frank realized that he had returned to Jersey City in an instant. "What is this? Teleportation?" Facing Frank's shocked eyes, Lincoln smiled lightly and walked into the warehouse. "I don't have the ability to teleport. It's just a simple speed. How fast can it be this fast?" Frank's mind was a little confused, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Billy. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. "What the hell is this?" Exclamation mark. Billy didn't say anything, just shrugged and followed him inside, leaving Frank with an expression of incomprehension on his face for a moment before catching up. I didn't know what happened in the Vought group dozens of miles away. He didn't even know what happened outside the warehouse, but his conversation with the Invisible Man ended in vain again. Watching Huai's figure disappear behind the heavy iron door, the Invisible Man's figure quietly emerged. Just now, he suddenly thought of a good idea. If he could use his urine to short circuit that damn circuit, he could leave the cage and go out to give that damn guy a good beating. Without any hesitation, the Invisible Man began to move. Risking being electrocuted, he carefully extended the protruding part through the gap of the cage, and then, sizzle pop. After the water flowed, electric sparks burst out in an instant. After tentatively extending his fingers to touch the iron cage, the Invisible Man showed a smile on his face. "Here I come, bastards." Boom. Kicking the iron door open, the Invisible Man walked out of the cell carelessly, but the next moment, looking at the figures in the warehouse, the expression on his face collapsed. Horror and fear spread in his heart. He even directly lifted his invisibility ability. He looked at Lincoln in shock and disbelief. You. Lincoln turned his head to look at the Invisible Man. His eyes narrowed slightly. "I remember I seem to have told you before that I don't like a pervert who likes nakedness appearing under my nose, but you don't seem to have listened to me. You damn bastard. You betrayed me." Fear brewed in the Invisible Man's heart and eventually evolved into endless courage and anger, roaring at Lincoln. "Betrayal? Why do you say that?" Lincoln chuckled. Looking at Lincoln with a smile on his face, the Invisible Man was furious. "You asked me to come to them, but why? You are in the same group with them. Really? So that's how you understand it?" Lincoln laughed and continued. "I asked you to give me a perfect answer. Look at you now, like a drowned dog with your own urine on your body. Is this what you call a perfect answer? Besides, I seem to have told you not to be naked in front of me. It seems that you didn't listen to me. Let me think about what the people of my country would do in this situation." Looking at Lincoln, who was thinking, the Invisible Man's heart suddenly turned cold. His eyes passed from Billy and the other two outside, and the Invisible Man suddenly understood his future fate. The fear of death and the anger towards Lincoln suddenly turned into endless anger and courage at this moment. He roared and rushed towards Lincoln like a crazy bull. the invulnerable skin pushed away all obstacles on the road. He grabbed the iron on the table and threw it at Lincoln. Go to hell. Ha. Looking at the crazy and ferocious invisible man, Lincoln snorted disdainfully. The next moment, red lasers burst out from his eyes. Almost everyone's eyesight failed to catch and react. The next moment, the invisible man's body flew backwards at a faster speed, and a special smell of burning filled the air. With a whoosh, the sound of wind passed by, and Lincoln's figure flashed to the side of the invisible man, and one foot stepped directly on his head. Why can't you listen to what I say carefully? Damn bitch. Bastard. Let me go. I told you to let me go. The head was pressed to the ground, and the invisible man's limbs frantically crawled on the ground, trying his best to stand up. However, the gap between him and Lincoln was like a natural chasm, making all his struggles in vain. Lincoln didn't say anything, just looked at the invisible man coldly, and then pressed down inch by inch. Crack, the clear sound of bone fracture echoed in the room. Billy and others who were watching the show silently trembled at the crisp sound. Huai even turned his head away. The next moment, with a bang, Lincoln's foot stepped on the ground and turned back to look at the three people. Clean up this place. In addition, if this kind of thing happens again, I will watch you get killed by the Homelanders. It will be very interesting. The moment Lincoln's voice fell, the beeping alarm sounded suddenly. Frankie's face changed, and he didn't care about the blood on the ground. He rushed directly to the computer. After a brief operation, Frankie turned the computer screen over. On the split frame monitoring, you can clearly see a figure shuttling in the air. It is the daunting Homelander. Looking at the figure flying in the air, Frankie felt his lips dry and his heart pounding. Homelander, he's coming. Fuck. Who felt terrible when he saw the figure on the screen? He looked at the pool of blood on the ground, and the expression on his face almost collapsed. This, such a big pool. If he finds us, we'll be dead. Don't worry, you won't die, at least not today. Lincoln smiled, walked past the few people, opened the door and walked out, shouting to the sky, Homelander. In midair, Homelander, who was using his super perspective to search for the whereabouts of the invisible man, suddenly heard Lincoln's voice. His flying movement paused, and then he landed with a sonic boom in the vigilant and frightened eyes of Frankie and others in the room. Walking towards Lincoln from the open space, Homelander spread out his hands and said sarcastically, "Oh, look who I see. The captain who never takes care of things. You actually show up here. What's the matter? Is the invisible man your man?" As he spoke, he poked his head out to look at the warehouse behind Lincoln. "What? Is he in that warehouse? You hid him so tightly. Is there something shameful?" Seeing that Homelander was about to activate his super perspective to see through the wall of the warehouse, Lincoln did not stop him, but just looked at him calmly. "Tell the truth. Have you heard of the Eyeball Museum? That's a museum that specializes in collecting various eyeballs. Every pair of eyeballs that can enter it should have its unique value, but I think sometimes eBay also needs vulgar items to set off in order to reflect its unique value. What do you think?" Hearing Lincoln's voice, the smile on Homelander's face suddenly froze, and the pupils that had begun to zoom also froze. At this moment, Lincoln's hand pressed on his shoulder from behind again. "Your heartbeat is starting to speed up, and your blood flow is increasing by 10.4%. I see that your adrenal glands and other hormones are starting to be secreted. So, do you want to fight me?" Lincoln's voice was calm, but it aroused the anger in the motherland's heart to the greatest extent. Looking at the almost empty warehouse, his chest was heaving, his eyes changed again and again, and finally returned to his normal state, turning his head to look at Lincoln. "You won't always be so strong." "Of course I won't always be as strong as I'm now." Looking at the angry motherland, Lincoln chuckled. "I'm getting stronger all the time. I will become stronger and the strongest, not like you. By the way, how long has it been since your ability has increased?" Every word of Lincoln hit the motherland's heart. Anger was accumulating in his heart. He knew that there must be some shameful secrets in that damn warehouse, but Lincoln just stood beside him, which made him dare not even look into the warehouse. After staring at Lincoln coldly for a few seconds, Homelander suddenly stepped on the ground. With a loud bang, the ground cracked instantly. Under the powerful thrust, Homelander's figure instantly rose into the air, and the next moment he disappeared with a violent sonic boom. Lincoln didn't care, just watched Homelander go away, then took a step forward, and after hearing a sonic boom, he also disappeared without a trace. Looking at the open space outside, Frankie was completely dumbfounded. He thought that the things he had seen and experienced were outrageous enough, but now he saw something even more outrageous. What did he just see? It was just a small matter that the invisible man who was invulnerable to swords and guns had his head stomped on by someone. Homelander, who was fearless and not even threatened by nuclear bombs, didn't choose to come in to check when he knew there was an invisible man in the warehouse, but fucking left! Exclamation mark. Frankie looked at Billy. Who the hell did you find? That's Homelander. Homelander, who is not afraid of nuclear bombs, actually gave up his idea just because of a few words from him. Did you see it just now? Homelander's anger. He didn't even use lasers to flatten this place. It's a miracle. If I tell anyone, no one will believe it, especially those criminals who died at the hands of Homelander. Unlike Frankie's surprise, Billy seemed much calmer at this time. Although he was a little confused at this time, at least he understood one thing. Before there is a way to kill Homelander, it is better not to have any malice towards Lincoln. Water building. Returning to his office with a heart full of anger, Homelander looked at Ashley with a ferocious face. I don't care what method you use, find the criminal and tell me where he is. Ashley didn't know what Homelander had encountered, but she instantly understood what Homelander wanted to do. It's just killing. Almost everyone in the Super 7 has killed people, but the people of Homeland have killed more people, although most of the dead are criminals. Chapter 90, Superhuman Competition. Mr. Lin, we are in trouble. What? Trouble? Lincoln looked up at Ashley, spread his hands first, then closed them, and said with a smile, tell me, what trouble do I have? No, not you, it's the water group. Ashley came forward with a document report. Survey data shows that, because the invisible man has not appeared for too long, the public's support for him has begun to decline sharply. The Public Relations Department has formulated and implemented a variety of public relations measures, but the results are not very good. The support rate of the invisible man is still steadily declining. If he does not appear again, we may eventually lose the relevant market for the invisible man. Then let's lose it. Lincoln looked at Ashley calmly, a guy who is naked and invisible all day long, except for those voyeurs. Will anyone really like this guy? Ashley didn't know how to respond for a moment, and was silent for a moment before speaking. If we lose the invisible man, our direct economic losses may be as high as tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. So, Lincoln looked at Ashley calmly. What do you mean? Ashley swallowed and said cautiously, if possible, can you find him out? Lincoln looked at Ashley with a smile, until she wanted to take back her words. Then he suddenly stood up, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the office. With a little golden light in his pupils, Lincoln's eyes just swept casually, and then locked his gaze on an open space in the distance. Do you see it there? Ashley looked over in the direction Lincoln pointed. Yes. It's right there. Find someone to dig it. It shouldn't take long to dig it up. After that, Lincoln walked past her and sat back in his seat, looking calmly at Ashley, who was completely stunned. Next, tell me if you have anything else to say. Lincoln's voice brought Ashley back to her senses. She looked at Lincoln with a dazed and shocked look in her eyes. The invisible man, he is dead. What else? Lincoln spread his hands. Do you think a living superhero would be buried underground for several days without moving? Fuck. Hearing the answer given by Lincoln, Ashley felt that her eyes suddenly went dark, and her blood pressure suddenly changed, and even her legs became a little weak. After a moment, she calmed down again, and took out a new document. The medical department has already made a diagnosis on Locomotive's injuries. Although his bones and muscles have healed in subsequent treatment, his heart shows signs of hypertrophy. At present, the doctor can't determine the cause of this, but Locomotive is very likely to have a heart attack during one of the subsequent speeding runs. If this happens, when he is fighting criminals, it will be fatal, not only for Locomotive, but also for the stock price of Vought Corporation. After discussion, we have formulated a plan for Locomotive's future career, gradually fade him out of superhero affairs, and announce his retirement at some point in the future. This requires your signature. Looking at the documents placed in front of him waiting for signature, Lincoln pondered for a moment, looked up and said, "Do you remember who are the other members of the Super 7 now?" "Of course," Ashley said without hesitation. "Homelander, Queen Maeve, Deep Sea, Starlight, Black Invisible Man and Locomotive." Just after she finished speaking, Ashley was stunned again. "Well, the Invisible Man is dead, and Locomotive's career has begun to count down, so we need at least 2 more superhero candidates next. The people in the affairs department will prepare a brand new process to select new members of the Super 7, and will present it to you directly when the time comes. Of course, if you want, you can also directly choose one you like, and we will package a perfect image for him." "Predetermined? I don't like it." Lincoln chuckled, pushed the document in front of him and stood up. "I thought about it. The water group's decadent system should make some changes to adapt to the times." Ashley glanced at the documents on the table and followed Lincoln. "Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean." "What I mean is, change those boring Super 7 audition processes. That's not fun at all. We should use a more interesting way to select a truly powerful Super 7. Does the affairs department need to come up with a new set of procedures?" No. The new process will be very simple." Lincoln stretched out a finger and shook it. With a smirk on his face, he said, "I already have an exciting idea. The whole process is very simple. All water company needs to do is to provide some logistical support services." Hearing this, Ashley suddenly became nervous. She couldn't help but curl up her body and looked at Lincoln cautiously. "What do you think?" "Superhuman Championship. The Global Superhuman Championship led by Water Company will officially begin in a month. Are you tired of those superhumans who only show their abilities on the stage and the singing stage? Are you used to the same old audition programs? Do you feel from the bottom of your heart that everything should change? Now, the change is coming. On a temporary island in the center of the Atlantic Ocean, all superhumans in Europe and the United States who are willing to become the new Super 7 will gather here. Regardless of singing skills, regardless of family background, here, there is only one way to decide the winner. Force. Punch to the flesh. Smash and knock down all other contestants. This Superhuman Championship is sponsored by the Vought Group. This competition will be conducted fairly and impartially under the supervision of the Super 7 and the new Captain General. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the Vought Group TV channel will broadcast the island building process live. This operation will be carried out by Captain Superman alone. Everyone is welcome to watch it. Superhuman Championship, organizing superhumans to fight on the island to select new members of the Super 7. Is the Vought Group crazy? In fact, I'm more curious about how they are going to create an island in the Atlantic Ocean. Moreover, that Captain Superman seems to have never been heard of before. Will it be Homelander? The possibility is very small. Look at the Vought official website. Homelander's identity is the co-captain of the Super 7. There is no relevant introduction to the captain, and the title of Superman gives me a bad feeling. What do you mean? Maybe the guy called Superman will be more difficult to deal with than the so-called Homelander. Are you sure? I don't know. It's just a possibility and a guess. Wait and see. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The time won't be long. The FBI and others who were paying attention to the Vought Group and the Superhuman Group thought that the Vought Group had gone crazy the first time they saw the Superhuman competition. They immediately wanted to stop the competition from starting, but after just a few minutes, they could not help but remain silent after learning who the competition came from. All the organizations, individuals, and groups that were wary of superhumans and had conflicts of interest with the Vought Company did not think that the superhuman competition was a good idea, but others did not think so. The island for the competition had not yet been built, and the gambling company had already begun to prepare a website for the competition. More and more related companies began to contact the Vought Company to compete for logistics contracts and some advertising sponsorships. The capitalists only have money in their eyes, golden money. They are like jackals and sharks, always able to move at the first sign of trouble and rise up at the first sign of blood to compete for any possible benefits. Everything in the upper class is a dirty exchange of interests. In comparison, the voices of the people seem very monotonous. Almost unanimous support. except for environmental protection organizations and animal protection organizations that are trying to take a bite of the meat. Whether it is devout religious believers or crazy criminals, there is only one word for the holding of the superhuman championship: support. Just like those unruly people who go to the bar to visit prostitutes and fight in the weather of dozens of degrees below zero, violence and joining in the fun are almost an indelible part of human nature. Beasts fighting beasts, humans fighting beasts, humans fighting humans. Such things are not uncommon in this world, but the battle between superhumans and superhumans, and such a large-scale superhuman competition in such an open way, this is almost the first time. Those superhumans who claim to be the sons of God fight to the death in the ring, and they can watch them fight like beasts with their gambling tickets. The sense of superiority of money, violence and role change will be fully pulled at this moment. How can they resist this fatal satisfaction when they can't even resist marijuana? Everything about the superhuman championship has just begun to heat up, and the public's expectations and enthusiasm for this event have risen to a level that is incredible to the Water Group. The competition has not started yet, but they have already gained terrifying power from it. Operate the Super 7, operate a few times. The money earned from the superhuman championship is much more than this. Vought Group. Ashley hurried into the office, her eyes full of excitement and excitement. Good news. According to the survey, benefiting from the superhuman championship, the search frequency of the Super 7, Vought Group, and Superhuman on the internet has soared by 231%, 301%, and 478% respectively. In the recent period of time, the popularity of related topics on Twitter and Facebook has risen rapidly. No other topic can be compared with the popularity of the Superhuman Championship. It has surpassed the historical record by 2 times. After the relevant news was released, the company's direct revenue has exceeded $400 million so far, and the relevant revenue is still growing all the time. This is unprecedented. As she spoke, Ashley walked to Lincoln's side and said in an excited tone, "Sir, what I need to say is that your idea about the Superhuman Championship is extremely correct. This will be a decision that will be recorded in the history of Vought Company. I don't care about that." Lincoln looked around the seats and said, "I only care about how many superhumans have signed up now. So far, nearly 400 people have signed up. According to calculations, the final number of participants will reach thousands. Are there any active superheroes signing up to participate? Yes, but the number is not large." Ashley reported, "A considerable number of superheroes have city agreements and they cannot participate. So why not consider adding a city championship?" Lincoln chuckled. "Let those cities send their representative heroes to participate in the competition. Give them some of the spinach and peripheral shares of the relevant heroes, and promise them that different rankings mean preferential superhero contracts in the next few years. Slightly stimulate the defensive conflicts between states and even cities on the internet. Arouse topics, make them hostile to each other, and strengthen their support for heroes in their own city or even continent. City competitions, individual competitions, team competitions. There are many forms of competitions. Why should we stick to just one? This is the first superhuman competition. I hope you can make it an indispensable part of human history. Otherwise, is this a month just a chance for you to be idle?" Lincoln's voice was light, but Ashley was completely stunned. Being able to successfully hold the Superhuman Championship was already beyond imagination, and now, what Lincoln had to do was to keep adding weight to make this event a peak at its debut. Even if she just thought about it, Ashley could imagine how terrible the benefits this event would bring. Just listening to it, she was already trembling with excitement. Not only Ashley, but everyone else present, including Homelander, looked at Lincoln differently. What is the purpose of being a superhero? Money? Some, but more of it is fame. And with just one superhuman championship, everyone in the Super 7 had the fame they longed for. At this moment, even Homelander's hostility towards Lincoln was slightly weakened. He could appear in front of everyone and be the referee in the highly anticipated event. What could make his fellow countrymen happier than this? According to what Lincoln said, everything seemed to be moving in a good direction, but was it really the case? The Superhuman Championship was not an event that benefited people. The individual competition is not bad. There is no bad intention behind this competition. At most there will be a few casualties caused by careless heavy hands in the competition. What is really important is the city competition. Each city hero rented and sold by the water group is worth a lot of money, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Even if it is just a contract reduction, it will be a terrifying figure. If you add in the gambling and peripheral sharing, the benefits are enough to drive people crazy. Driven by extreme interests, the city will want to win madly, which will make the city competition more cruel and bloody. If you add in the secretly established city and continental confrontation, you can think of what seeds will be planted in the end. The championship will make many people make a lot of money, but what this money buys behind the scenes is far beyond everyone's imagination. Maybe some people see the problem, but so what? They can't stop Lincoln, nor those who can profit from it. Chapter 91 God on Earth. Water Group Medical Department. No, you can't do this. Locomotive was lying on the hospital bed, his two plastered legs were hung high, and he looked at Ashley with shock and anger in his eyes. There is nothing wrong with my legs. You can't just kick me out of the Super 7. This is not fair. In fact, of course we can. Ashley looked at Locomotive with anger on her face. From the time you violated the regulations and privately injected compound number 5 to enhance your abilities, which caused your heart to hypertrophy, and you could faint at any time, we have the right to terminate the contract with you. Locomotive. Now, there are only two choices in front of you. 1. Cooperate with the group. 2. Issue a retirement statement, and then take a retirement subsidy and shut your mouth forever. 2. Leave the company after your personality collapses and carry a debt that you can't repay at all. You have no other choice. Ashley's sharp words went straight to the heart of Locomotive. He looked at the document slapped on him, his eyes full of resentment. I'm going to participate in the Superhuman Championship. I want to tell you, whatever. Ashley interrupted the Locomotive and sneered. We have the most complete testing equipment to make sure that no contestant has injected any banned drugs including compound number 5. You have no hope. After that, Ashley no longer cared about the Locomotive's attitude and turned and left. The individual competition reward of the Superman Championship is a position in the Super 7. The death of the Invisible Man cannot be announced for the time being, because the atmosphere of death is obviously not in line with the atmosphere of the championship. Therefore, the empty position can only be the Locomotive seat. Let him retire, and then use his seat as the individual championship reward. As for the Invisible Man, his death will be announced later, and as for who will take his seat, that is a matter for the future. Ashley left in a hurry, but then, behind a pulled curtain, Homelander walked out casually, stood next to the Locomotive, smiling. I think you should know how to watch your mouth, right? HMM. Looking at Homelander, the Locomotive's inner anger was suppressed in an instant, and he nodded nervously, of course. Seeing Homelander turned around to leave, the Locomotive struggled to sit up and shouted, you can help me. Looking at Homelander who turned around, the Locomotive continued, I have helped you so much, you only need one word, they will never let me leave like this. It would have been better if the Locomotive hadn't said this. The moment he said this, Homelander's face darkened, and at this moment, the Locomotive's heart skipped a beat. The next moment, Homelander grabbed his throat with a sound of wind, and his voice was cold. If you dare to tell anyone about the situation in the Vought group, I will definitely kill you, and all your family members will die, I promise. Do you understand what I said, Locomotive? The terrifying murderous intent and endless oppression came, and Locomotive felt that his heart was tightly grasped by a big hand, and nodded urgently. I know. That's good to know. Homelander suddenly let go of his hand and pushed him back to the bed. Heal your wounds well. This is your last chance for free medical treatment. Looking at Homelander's back disappearing, Locomotive breathed a sigh of relief and fell weakly on the bed. Just now, for a moment, he even thought that Homelander would kill him here directly, but fortunately, he didn't die. It's not because Homelander didn't want to kill him, but Lincoln, the man who drove him out of the Vought group, needed him to live to make room for the Superhuman Championship. What a irony. The person he should have hated saved his life by accident. Thinking of this, the train head's eyes were dull, and after a long time he picked up the document and started to look through it, and then a trace of excitement appeared on his face. The next day, under the attention of the public, the TV channel of the water group was turned on as scheduled. One ship after another, the planes had arrived at the designated sea area in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in advance, ready to broadcast the complete process of building the competition island to viewers around the world. Not only the news broadcasting department within the water group, but also the intelligence departments and satellites of various countries in the world have been aimed at this sea area at this time. They all want to know who the captain who said that he would complete the entire island manufacturing alone is, and what kind of ability he has. The TV camera switched to the luxury cruise ship of the water group. At this time, the deck of the cruise ship was full of people of all sizes and shapes in the water group. All of them looked at the sea in front of them, ready to witness the birth of an island with their own eyes. Ashley, Stillwell, Deep Sea, Homelander. The camera passed over a figure and finally locked on a piece of open space in the middle of the deck. The crisp footsteps sounded in the ears, and finally, Lincoln's figure appeared in front of everyone in the spotlight. Is this the captain of the Vought group? He looks ordinary. Isn't it a new superhero launched to win the support of Asian countries? What a disappointment. Why is it a nation? The top executives of the Vought group, are your brains full of shit? Asterisk 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 Vought. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. White power. White people should be the masters of the world. Didn't you notice? He doesn't have a uniform. Without a uniform, he must not be a superhero. All superheroes of Vought have uniforms. Oh, who said he might not be a superhero? I think he must be a superhero. The moment Lincoln appeared, the online world was boiling. Extremists, racists, defenders, and nitpickers. All kinds of comments directly turned the comment area of the video into a toilet. It was not until the intelligence screening machine came on stage that everything was restrained. On the cruise ship, Lincoln's appearance also made some people frown. Even a congressman came to Stillwell's side. A nation? He is the captain you have confirmed. Why not choose someone from your home country? Stillwell looked at Lincoln, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to keep some words to himself. Just watch. You will understand everything next. I don't understand. The congressman frowned. This will directly cause your plan to enter national defense and security to fail completely. Stillwell glanced at the congressman, smiled lightly and said nothing. Feeling that he was despised and perfunctory, the congressman's dissatisfaction became even worse, and finally did not ask any more questions. In the center of the deck, under the attention of everyone, Lincoln raised his hands to both sides. The next moment, in the surprised eyes of everyone, golden lines emerged out of thin air and formed a golden outline in just a few breaths. There were honeycomb-like hexagonal patterns that continued to spread and fill in the golden outline. After a few breaths, a uniform with black as the main body and gold threads embellished appeared in everyone's eyes. Seeing this completely different way of producing superheroes, all the witnesses fell silent. People at the level of the congressman thought about what kind of new power and technology this unique outfit represented, while the audience online were completely amazed by this outfit full of special effects. Although I don't like this new superhero, I want to say that he looks so handsome in his uniform. I hope all superheroes of Vought Company can be like this in the future. This is the uniform that superheroes should have, not those ridiculous crotch-showing rubbish made of cloth. Is it really reliable to let a nation master this kind of power? Shouldn't we take some insurance measures? I think we should control him. Idiot. A bunch of idiots. Can being handsome represent everything? I think he only has this ability. He is just a sensational guy. I admire the warrior upstairs, but are you really not afraid of being found at home? What are you afraid of? This is America. I have the right to freedom of speech. Wait, someone is knocking on the door. My takeaway has arrived. I'll go get it. Kill him. Only white people should have this kind of power. Endless power that can subvert the world filled his body, and Lincoln's ears were filled with various comments that were either ugly or kind. He took a deep breath, and the cloak behind him rose without wind, and his body rose rapidly to the scorching sun under the attention of everyone. With the blazing sun hanging high in the sky and shining brightly as the background, all those who looked up at him felt as if they were seeing a god descending to the earth. the god of the earth. Just as they shook their heads to get rid of this ridiculous idea from their minds, Lincoln spoke. His clear and majestic voice rang in the ears of everyone in the world. From today on, the god of the earth has descended. Worship me, mortals. Lincoln's voice was clearly audible in the ears of everyone in the world. Even those who had not watched the live broadcast stopped their actions at this moment, looked up and looked around in confusion. And those who watched the live broadcast were even more horrified at this time. They could clearly distinguish the sound of the live broadcast from the sound that could be heard in their ears. Looking at the sound on the screen with the sun as the background, countless people fell into silence. But on the internet, after a short silence, there was an eruption like a volcano. God of the world, I'm dying of laughter. The world is full of idiots. Does anyone know where his home is? Go find his family and teach him a lesson. Lowly yellow monkey, asterisk asterisk asterisk. A moron who is trying to attract attention. I'm dying of laughter. Is his whole family extinct? Endless abuse erupted from all over the internet, and Lincoln could clearly perceive all the endless information. His eyes were slightly condensed, and the golden light of the group surged out from his palm. The golden ripples turned into substance and spread outward from the Atlantic Ocean. With the sound of rustling, wherever the golden light passed, the space reflected transparent cracks like a broken mirror. From reality to the mirror space, the whole world fell into incredible fear. Lincoln did not say too much, and stretched out his hand to shake it again. With a hum, the world began to twist at this moment. Soil and rocks gathered from all directions, and the seawater was also opened to the distance by unpredictable forces. Everyone was stunned as they watched the 10,000 tons of mud and rocks that were thrown into the sea like a miracle, and like a lace. What a great power. What human mechanical power could not do at all. Under Lincoln's power, it was as easy as letting nature take its course. 10,000 tons of mud and rocks were thrown into the sea with a rumble, and a bunch of islands were slowly taking shape, visible to the naked eye. However, when all the microscopic people focused more of their attention on the crazy surging earth and rock lace, they found a terrifying imagination. The brown lace contained not only tens of thousands of tons of mud, sand, and rocks, but also human figures who were constantly struggling, but had no power to resist, and were filled in to lay the foundation. One by one, the human figures looked so inconspicuous in the brown earth and rock flow, but the dense number was enough to make everyone who saw it shudder in fear. Looking at the figure in the air who claimed to be a god, but did the devil's things, I don't know how many people couldn't even stand still, and fell to the ground in a shaky manner. 1 breath, 100 breaths, 10,000 breaths. Time passed by minute, and a huge island was built from scratch in the silence of the whole world. 10,000 tons of silt were consumed in the Atlantic Ocean, and buried in the depths of the sea were countless people who made outrageous remarks on the internet. The motherland needs to win the support of ordinary people and care about the abuse of ordinary people, but Lincoln doesn't need it. Mirror space, space distortion, summoning matter, the power like a god he showed, is simply not something anyone can resist. Does God care about people's evaluation? No. This is just a game. Killing one person is a sin, killing 10,000 people is a hero, and killing a million is a hero among heroes. Looking at the island that was founded with countless lives, the online world was silent. After a long time, the first message was sent out. Maybe he has his own difficulties, right? Even if he is a superhero, he should not be insulted at will. Those people deserve to die. As if awakened by this message, the next moment, overwhelming information emerged from the internet. Whether it is a website with real name registration or a dark web, where the identity is unknown, the evaluation of Lincoln at this time is 100% positive. Everyone thinks that he is indeed a god on earth, and those who died are just scum. Lincoln used practical actions to show everyone how easy it is to be a superhero. A superhero with 100% support rate has never appeared in the history of the Vought group for decades. Because everyone knows that those who do not support Lincoln will definitely die, and the island is a proof. Chapter 92 Lucky Guy. God on Earth. What a positive word it sounds like. But obviously, a god descending on Earth is absolutely impossible to be positive, because the human race as a large group always has countless ways to show people the filth and evil in society. People like Superman who have power close to that of a god will not be feared, and people like Homelander will also be suppressed and used by humans. Only Lincoln does what he wants and is unrestrained. In the center of the Atlantic Ocean, the island made up of billions of earthen rocks and corpses and flesh and blood sits quietly. The distorted portal covers the island like a hemispherical curtain, connecting the real space with the mirror space. In the air, Lincoln landed again on the luxury cruise ship of the water group under the attention of everyone. He looked at the congressman in the crowd with his eyebrows tilted, and just as he took a step, the originally crowded crowd made way for Lincoln, until he came to the congressman. "I just heard that you seem to be dissatisfied with my identity and skin color?" No. Looking at Lincoln, who was facing him, the congressman felt his mouth dry and his whole body hot. He waved his hands anxiously and said, "I definitely didn't mean that." "So what you mean is that I heard it wrong?" Lincoln raised his eyebrows. "You said I was wrong?" No, I didn't mean that." A little bit of fine sweat had seeped out of the congressman's forehead. You are just teasing me." In the congressman's almost desperate eyes, Lincoln defined his behavior, and then stretched out his hand, and gently touched him. Dazzling golden light bloomed on the congressman's shoulders, and the terrifying energy instantly tore his muscles apart. No. Looking at his body crumbling into countless golden light spots under the effect of the golden energy, the congressman frantically used his hands to pull at his body, but the golden light was like a bone-eroding flame. In an instant, it spread from his shoulders to his hands, and in an instant, the speed at which his body dissipated became more and more rapid. In the horrified eyes of the rest, including Stillwell, the congressman's body was finally completely destroyed and turned into golden light spots flying around. The light spots were as bright as stars, representing the last light of life. Lincoln crushed a light spot casually, turned his head, and looked at the remaining crowd. "I know that some of you still have opinions about me. No problem, I allow you to do this, but remember to keep your thoughts in your heart forever, otherwise, I don't know what I will do." After saying that, he stepped on the ground, and the roar spread with the whistling airwaves. Except for those superhumans, the rest of the people were forced to step back 2 steps. When they stood firm, they put down their hands in front of their eyes with lingering fear. All they could see was a white trail cloud left by Lincoln's high-speed flight in the distance. Lincoln left, but the impact of his appearance did not dissipate because of this. On the contrary, it became more and more intense. The world of the boys is a world of superhumans and superheroes. Because of this, the creator's imagination often cannot break through the constraints of reality. When there is no actual reference in the real world, humans will imagine powerful superheroes that go beyond logic. But when there is a clear reference in reality and the copyright of superheroes is firmly controlled, humans in this world will never be able to create superheroes beyond the constraints. Homelander is powerful, but not truly invincible. Including the red weapon, humans have developed various weapons that can theoretically deal with Homelander. But the power displayed by Lincoln is transcendent. Superman's power is enough to subvert the world's people's entire understanding of superheroes and superhumans, and the powerful power he possesses makes countless people excited. They dare not look at Lincoln, so the Vought group became their only target. The formula of compound number 5 is a secret of Vought Company, but the finished product is circulated in many places. The black market, hospitals, and mental hospitals have sufficient human materials for Vought Company to conduct human experiments, so this also means that Vought Group cannot keep the secret of compound number 5. Homelander and Locomotive have been secretly transporting compound number 5 to the outside world, but now, it is no longer necessary. The power displayed by Lincoln overturned and influenced everything. Compound number 5 was no longer a hidden secret, but an expensive drug that sold for millions of dollars. Just think about it, a drug that could make people reach the level of Homelander or even Lincoln after injection, and countless people were willing to pay for it. Lincoln's almost brutal behavior did not make the Superhuman Championship lose its original popularity. On the contrary, the power that was enough to dominate all life on the entire planet directly made humans' desire and reverence for power reach the peak of history. And with the disclosure of compound number 5, the world has flowed towards a completely unpredictable future. Fuck. In the secret base, Billy and his friends were completely stunned by the familiar voice on the screen. After a moment of silence, Frankie turned his head and looked at Billy. "What you said before That you would deal with all superhumans. Are you serious? Including him? Frankie pointed at Lincoln's figure on the TV and looked at Billy with an attitude of, if you dare to say a word against me, I will turn around and leave immediately. Not only Frankie, but also the silent iron-breast vertical bar eyes had the same attitude in their eyes. Billy looked back at the three silent people, then looked at the TV and shrugged his shoulders. Come on, am I such an irrational person in your eyes? Answer me. Billy was silent for a moment. Not included. Very good. Remember what you said today. Hearing Billy's answer, Frankie nodded. I have no objection to you dealing with the Super 7, the Lamplighter, and the Homelander. But this guy who can bury countless people alive, just because of some remarks, never drag me into the water. Of course, don't worry. Then what's next? Frankie slammed a document and a test tube of blue potion on the table. These things were originally very useful, but now the water group has taken the initiative to make it public. Butcher, all your plans are now scrapped. Not necessarily. Billy was not too discouraged. On the contrary, after some thought, he said a possibility that he had never imagined before. If is there such a possibility that the Vought group has not only developed compound number 5 that can create superhumans, but they have also studied some special weapons that can be used to restrain or even kill those superhumans? Are you crazy? No, I'm not. Billy said calmly. This is an opportunity. Believe me, this is an opportunity. Vought group. Mr. Lin, this is the plan for the Invisible Man to step down. We plan to create a vicious terrorist attack case, let the Invisible Man die in this case, and then announce his death to the public, and then find a new superhero to replace him. Shouldn't this be done after the Superhuman Championship? Why do we have to do it now? Our people have discovered something ahead. Ashley took the button and clicked it, and a short video was played on the screen. In an ordinary terrorist attack, a superhuman first appeared, and he killed all the American soldiers present with absolute advantage, leaving no one alive. Terrorist attacks used to be just battles between ordinary people, but when superhumans first appeared and joined the enemy's camp, everything changed. The emergence of superhuman terrorists has loosened the military's firm opposition to superhumans joining the military. Some people in the Vought group think this is their opportunity. They can send a team of superheroes to join the terrorist attack, win after a hard battle, and create a solemn atmosphere of invisible people dying for the country. Maybe they can get more benefits. Ashley briefly introduced the entire plan of the Vought group. We call this plan supervillains. Supervillains? Lincoln narrowed his eyes. Why not supervillains? Lincoln's words made Ashley change his mind instantly. Supervillains. A good word. That is supervillains. What do you think of this plan? Whatever you want. Lincoln casually threw the file on the table. I don't bother to care about this kind of thing. Then fill in the superhero. You can do it yourself. Lincoln waved his hand casually. Remember to let him know some rules. Yes, yes. Ashley left in a hurry, and the world seemed to have entered peace. But in this calm atmosphere, everything was constantly moving forward. Billy and others who gave up the direction of compound number 5 began to focus on some weapons that might kill superhumans, and they ran around everywhere for this purpose, even abandoning the original plan to kill superhumans. The progress of the Superhuman Championship was very smooth, as Lincoln spread the word that he would compete with the top 3 superhumans. More and more superhumans of unknown origin signed up to participate in this Superhuman Championship. Some of them were social superhumans, some were from the private collection of the Vought group, and some were research products of other countries and organizations. Lincoln was very clear about this. He even knew that some of these participating superhumans came to participate with plans to kill him, but he didn't care. In addition, the Vought group and the military jointly carried out a terrorist incident control operation. The result of the operation was very smooth. The terrorists joined by supervillains were cleanly eliminated by the superhumans sent by the Vought group. The military received a real battle report, and the Vought group made a fortune from the dead by relying on the name of the Invisible Man's heroic sacrifice, and warmed up for the new member of the Super 7, Storm. The blood-stained steamed buns are fragrant. The President's Office of Water Group. Edgar took out a pen and wrote his name on the contract fluently, then looked up at Storm in front of him. "You came to work from the headquarters of Water Company, but I believe you should have known some precautions in Water, USA. Do you need me to repeat them to you?" "No, of course not. I will abide by those precautions." Looking at the black love, Storm's face was full of hypocritical smiles. She waved her hand to reject Edgar's proposal, then stood up and left the office with the contract. The moment she walked out of the office, the smile on her face disappeared, replaced by coldness and contempt. Damn black people. Storm, a superhero who survived from World War II to the present, was born in Germany. She is an out-and-out Nazi and an extreme racist. However, for the sake of money, not many people discovered and cared about her true face. Edgar knew clearly what Storm was like. He didn't like the extreme racist in front of him at all, but Storm's arrival was the proposal of Water headquarters. When Lincoln passed the resolution to fill the superhero position, Storm was pushed over by the people at the headquarters, and Edgar, the president of the American branch, could not stop him at all. But it was not entirely true that he was angry about this. After leaving the president's office and putting away the contract, Storm took out his mobile phone and opened the live broadcast room, broadcasting live inside the Water building. "See you again. Yes, I'm the Storm you are familiar with. This time I will show you the American Water headquarters." "What? You want to meet Captain Superman?" "Unfortunately, I may not be able to do it unless he happens to be in the office on the 99th floor. It depends on your luck." Storm, who is proficient in how to use public opinion and guide emotions, skillfully responded to the questions raised by the audience in the live broadcast room, and he walked towards the 99th floor of the building in the face of Ashley's hesitant expression. The moment the door was opened, Storm's face showed surprise and joy. "Look. You are so lucky. Captain Superman is really here." Storm leaned towards Lincoln. "Let me take you to take a closer look at what Captain Superman looks like. By the way, Captain Superman, you should not mind saying hello to the audience, right?" Lincoln sat on the chair, looked at Storm who was constantly leaning towards him, and then looked at the live broadcast room where the number of viewers had soared to tens of millions. After a moment, he said, "Didn't Edgar tell you?" Lincoln's plain voice suddenly gave Storm a bad feeling in his heart, and then the voice rang in his ears again. "You are the first person who dares to directly violate the rules I set, and the first person who tried to kidnap by number. For the first person who dares to challenge me, I will treat you well." As he spoke, Lincoln stood up and took the phone from Storm, switched the camera to the rear mode, and smiled sternly. "You are indeed very lucky." Chapter 93 Secret Planning. The front and rear cameras were activated at the same time, and the live broadcast room screen was split, with Storm on one side and Lincoln on the other side. Even though they were separated by a screen, the audience in the live broadcast room realized that something unexpected had happened, and Storm, who was facing Lincoln in the office, changed her face. She had done some research on Lincoln. Although there were many signs that Lincoln did not seem to care about the opinions of more humans, Storm's final conclusion was different from that of others. Many people, including Edgar, tried to avoid too much contact with Lincoln to cause some bad things, but Storm felt that she could do so. Racial discrimination and the natural mentality of her Nazi identity affected her judgment when she faced Edgar, and she did not even carefully understand the rules set by Lincoln and the American Water Group. So when Storm appeared in front of Lincoln with a mobile phone with live broadcast turned on and tried to kidnap him with live broadcast, Lincoln did not do as she wished. Boom. There was a roar of explosion. The airwave roared, the tempered glass curtain wall shattered in an instant, and sharp lightning burst out from the broken hole, and a figure wrapped in blue and white electric light floated in the air. Damn yellow monkey. With her hair in disarray, Storm looked at the figure behind the hole in the curtain wall with a solemn expression. Even the slightest movement of the muscles on her face involved the wound on her side face, causing stinging pain. With thunder flashing all over her body, like Thor descending to the world, Storm held the blazing electric ball in both hands, and after a shout, she pushed it with both hands. Zilla. The sharp lightning instantly pierced the air, biting Lincoln, who was holding a mobile phone in his hand and opening the live broadcast room, like a dancing silver snake. The high-definition camera clearly captured the flash of lightning, and the hearts of the civilians in the live broadcast room began to beat wildly. Godzilla. White lightning exploded in the air, and the harsh sound of electricity made everyone in the live broadcast room clearly see how powerful the superhero was. However, under the effect of Lincoln's biological standpoint, the lightning that could tear the iron sheet did not even cause any damage to the lens of the mobile phone in his hand. When the sharp lightning dissipated, Lincoln, holding a mobile phone and looking calm, reappeared in front of everyone in the live broadcast room. An attack showed Lincoln's strength, but more people paid attention to what Storm said before. Do you remember what she said before? I remember. She seemed to say yellow monkey. So she is also a racist. Vought Company actually found a racist to become the hero of the Super 7? Wait, I also found some other information. Storm seems to have been a superhero a long time ago. It seems to be called Liberty Girl. She was also a racist before and killed a black mother? What? Such a person is still alive. I thought all racists should have been buried under the sea. It's incredible. Not only that, she seems to have existed since World War II and seems to be the wife of a Nazi officer. What a damn guy. It doesn't matter. Now she's running into Captain Superman again, isn't she? She's dead. Come on. Superman, kill this damn Liberty Girl. Killing is a bad thing, but I agree this time God knows what kind of people are behind the live broadcast. But after Storm's dual identity as a Nazi and a racist was exposed, public opinion immediately changed dramatically. No one cares about the previous side details, and now everyone is on the right side. The invisible biological stance defended all the lightning and thunder that Storm had triggered. No matter how violent the lightning and thunder were, they could only turn into lightning and dissipate when they hit Lincoln. Even the fierce attack could not even make Lincoln's clothes wrinkle. Storm had deeply realized the difference between herself and Lincoln. She realized that things had completely exceeded her expectations, but she would never give up. With her hands on both sides of her body, endless lightning was released from her body. In just a moment, her pupils were occupied by highly concentrated white lightning, and more lightning was stimulated from the top of her head and rushed to the high clouds. The friction between the clouds generated electric current. Even if it was not rainy, Storm Girl could still draw more power than herself from the continuous sea of clouds. This overloaded action caused the majestic lightning to pour down from the sky, and in an instant, it whipped scars on her body. The burning and stinging were stimulating Storm Girl's nerves, but she gathered more lightning without paying any attention, and then looked down from a high place. Her voice was like thunder and lightning. You go to hell. Thunder and roars exploded in the air together. Storm Girl manipulated the terrifying lightning with both hands to suppress it downwards. At this moment, the whole of New York City saw the lightning column coming down from the sky. The vastness of the power of heaven and earth makes people almost instinctively feel awe. Looking at the lightning that almost destroyed everything, even though everyone had seen Lincoln's incredible ability, some strange emotions still arose in their hearts at this moment. It's really terrifying. Can he block it? He's Superman. Of course he can block it. This lightning is even thicker than a bucket. Even if Homelander comes, he may not be able to block it, right? Superman is stronger than Homelander, so he must be able to block it. What's the use of blocking it? If he gets hurt, Storm will definitely kill him. Another racist. Storm's full strength attack released by the power of the cloud and lightning directly refreshed the ordinary people's understanding of the expressiveness of superheroes. Apart from Lincoln's previous actions, this vast and almost continuous thunder was already the most powerful attack they had ever seen. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the lightning descended. The dazzling white became the main color of the world at this moment, and the dense sound of thunder and lightning continued to explode. The raging thunderstorm smashed the curtain wall around Lincoln, and the wall pillars collapsed. The raging thunderstorm spread outward and instantly generated strong electromagnetic interference. However, in this raging, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked to discover one thing. The lightning that was enough to melt steel did not melt the mobile phone lens. The magnetic storm that cut off all signals did not shut down the live broadcast room, and the shockwave that could blow up rocks did not shake the lens in the slightest. It was like being fixed in a completely closed world, and the mobile phone was not affected at all. As the lightning slowly dissipated, Lincoln, who was holding the mobile phone in one hand and hanging in the air in a black and gold uniform, looked at the storm calmly. "Is this all you can do? You dare to challenge my authority?" Looking at Lincoln, who was not hurt at all, the network was first very silent for a short time, and then completely boiled. "Mom, come and see. God is born." "Jesus? What is Jesus?" "I don't know. From now on, I declare that Superman is the only God." The words in the live broadcast room have never affected reality in the slightest. Her whole body was covered with red burn marks left by lightning. Looking at Lincoln, who had taken a complete blow without leaving any scars, the expression on Storm's face had completely frozen. She looked at Lincoln and the phone in his hand, that was still running smoothly, in shock, and her emotions were on the verge of collapse. How is it possible? Nothing is impossible. The camera flashed by without leaving any sound in the air, and Lincoln came behind Storm. He put one hand on Storm, his face indifferent. "Everything is just because you are too weak, so the world is full of impossible things." Sliding down, he tightened his palm and pressed down lightly, and the terrifying force like a falling meteorite was completely released on Storm. Bang! The white air wave exploded in the air, and Storm's figure dived to the ground like a falling black eagle. Boom! The roar of the explosion sounded, and Lincoln looked down, and the solid concrete had been completely shattered. Cracks formed on the ground like spider webs, and the site was full of devastation. In the deep underground pit, Storm's body had been completely crushed. Her skin was cracked, her muscles were torn, and her bones were broken. Apart from the red and green colors in the cells left behind that could analyze her identity, she no longer had the chance to stand up and tell people about her origins. After confirming that Storm had no chance of survival, Lincoln turned off the live broadcast room, let the phone fall down, and left. The screen in the live broadcast room was pitch black, but the audience was speechless for a long time. The moment before, everyone was still shocked that Storm could use the power of thunder and cloud to perform a devastating blow. The next moment, this expressive Storm fell to the ground with a light palm and smashed into a pool of meat. There was no fancy skills, just a light palm, but with this palm, a powerful superhuman died, and the kind of death without a complete body. The ordinary people watching the live broadcast were shocked by the strong contrast before and after, and those who were secretly observing were also silent at the powerful power displayed by Lincoln. After a long silence, they made a new move. Red Weapon Laboratory. Unlock Red Weapon. Maybe only he can kill this Superman. But we can't completely control him yet. If we release him now, he will most likely be completely out of control. "I don't give a damn," said the person in charge. "Let him out, and let him kill that damned superhuman who calls himself Superman. This world doesn't need gods, let alone powerful people who are like gods. Having one motherland is already the limit. This world can't bear more. Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand." "Then why are you still standing there? Do as I say." "Waters Classified Laboratory. Doctor, are you sure your formula is effective for superhumans?" "Of course, I'm quite sure." The doctor nodded solemnly. "I have completely reverse engineered compound number 5 and got a lot of inspiration from it. A synthetic formula of multiple compounds. In the atomized state, as long as a tiny amount is inhaled, the superhuman's ability will be instantly suppressed. If all of it is injected into the body, no matter how powerful the superhuman is, he will be as weak as an ordinary person. I have tested it on a superhuman with defensive expertise. In theory, even the Homelanders cannot resist the power of this potion. The only drawback is that the duration of this potion is not unlimited. Those superhumans will eventually regain their abilities, so they must be killed during the time he is affected, making him die completely. How much of this compound is there now? Very little, only a tiny bit, and it cannot be mass produced. But if it is only used to deal with one person, the amount produced in the laboratory is enough. Continue to synthesize. I'll give you half a month. I want as much as possible. The biological laboratory under the water group. The exposure of compound number 5 has led to the organized appearance of a small amount of compound number 5 in the world, but compared to the reserves in the laboratory, it is pitifully small. With super speed, Homelander entered the laboratory warehouse without being discovered by anyone. Looking at the test tubes filled with azure blue compounds around him, his eyes kept changing. and finally he reached out to pick them up. Personal room. Homelander kept panting. He was controlling the flow rate of his blood and the strength he could exert. Under self-restraint, the skin that was strong enough to resist missile bombing gradually softened. With a puff, the specially made high-strength alloy needle was pierced into his blood vessels by Homelander, and the azure blue liquid was continuously injected into his body. The blue liquid containing mysterious power was thinned and transported to the whole body and the blood vessels flowing with bright red blood. Under the enhanced stimulation, the cells in his body began to be highly excited, and a force stronger than ever before emerged in Homelander's body. He couldn't help but clench his palm into a fist. The next moment, ding, the high-strength alloy needle was broken by the muscle. Without paying attention to the needle buried in his body, Homelander took a deep breath, stood up and walked to the rooftop. Boom. The explosion sounded on the rooftop, flying in the air at an incredible speed. This breakthrough power made Homelander experience the pleasure of becoming stronger for the first time. At this moment, his view of compound number 5 changed. This is the power that can make him stronger and take back everything that originally belonged to him from Lincoln. He needs this power, and more than this power. More. Flying freely in the air, the sharp airflow whistled past him. Homelander's mouth gradually grew bigger and he laughed, as if the idea that he had been suppressing in his heart had been released. The Superhuman Championship is a grand event for superhumans, but it is not just a grand event for superhumans. Chapter 94. The show begins. Most people are selfish. Whether it is ordinary humans or superhumans, how many people are willing to have a high figure above their heads? Ordinary people who have capitalists and politicians above them may not care, but those capitalists and politicians who have always been high above them will care. Those superhumans who have always had the existence of the motherland above them may not care, but the motherland who has always been high above them will definitely not want to. Lincoln deeply understands how the human group has a spirit of self-destruction. He clearly knows that there must be many people watching him. Those people's ideas will not make him lose his current status. They must have only one idea: kill himself, and then let everything return to the original normal track. God knows how many people in the dark want Lincoln to disappear. Lincoln may know, but he is too lazy to count. Unless all those who want to kill Lincoln in the dark are replaced by opponents of the level of Thanos, no matter how many people and how many plans they have, they will not cause Lincoln any trouble. This is also the reason why he doesn't care about those people's plans at all. There is nothing to understand about the plan that is doomed to fail. The death of Storm has a huge impact. Most people's focus is not on Lincoln killing Storm in public, which is just a small matter. What they care about is Storm's image. How can a superhuman with many buffs such as racism, and killing innocent people be repackaged and come back and deceive everyone? This behavior of playing people as fools has made many of Storm's former fans furious. Storm originally had a special fan group called Storm Chasers, but it was used by Lincoln to fill the foundation before. So now the voices on the internet are almost one-sided. Not only Storm, this increasingly fierce wave has even affected more superheroes of the Vought group. Superhumans are not more perfect than ordinary people. Their strength is limited to strength, not mind. Not only that, strong strength will even fuel all kinds of desires in their hearts. The Vought group needs their weaknesses to control them, so the superheroes under the entire Vought group have more or less other problems. These problems did not pose any threat before, but now, after the incident of Storm, they have become the target of public attack. The revenue of Water Company began to decline under this wave. But there is nothing wrong with this, because the popularity of the Superhuman Championship has increased. Wonderful humans. Red Weapon Laboratory. Sir, the preliminary brainwashing before the awakening program has been completed. Thanks to the experiments over the years, although he cannot follow complex instructions after brainwashing, he can do well if he just defeats and kills his opponents. I need him to fight once first to make sure he won't have any problems. Yes, we have found the materials for fighting him, a group of guys from the United States who tried to break into the laboratory privately. They also have green compounds on them, which can give people temporary superpowers after injection. The commander nodded and looked at the figures in the field with a calm face. Let's start. In the laboratory prison, several figures with scars all over their bodies were tightly bound by steel chains. With swollen eyes, Billy looked at the people outside with anger and confusion. The news he received was not consistent with the facts at all. The security level of this laboratory was stricter than he imagined. He had just stepped off the plane with the red lab as his destination when he was secretly arrested by the security forces of the lab who had heard the news. All the cards he had on him were taken away by those people. Not only was there a compound that could give people temporary superpowers, but there was also a dagger from Lincoln with a layer of adamantium on the blade. This dagger was so sharp that it could cut through the skin of almost all superhumans. Steel was as fragile as tofu in front of this sharp blade. This could have been one of the weapons to fight against the Homelanders, but now it is gone. Dang, the iron door trembled, and then a group of fully armed soldiers filed in, grabbed Billy and walked towards the pre-booked lab. The green liquid was injected into Billy's body. His body was awakened and evolved, and the painful injury began to heal rapidly. On the pitch black ring, a ray of golden light began to appear in his eyes, but before he could completely release the power of the light, a strong figure walked out of the darkness. The messy beard and bun like a tramp, the strong and smooth muscle lines, and the cold robot-like eyes. Even though the figure's appearance has changed greatly, Billy recognized the superhuman who has become a cold machine at first sight, Soldier Boy. Billy's face showed a dull look when he saw a living person he had never imagined appear in front of him, but the next moment, the voice in the darkness brought him back to his senses. Soldier, kill him. Just like a machine with a key pressed, the moment the figure fell, a constant stream of power burst out from the Soldier Boy's body. He stepped hard, and his strong physical fitness allowed him to burst out at an extraordinary speed in an instant. Bang! The heavy sound of the flesh hitting the ground sounded, and with just one touch, Billy's figure flew outward. With his palms supporting the ground, Billy looked up at the Soldier Boy, roared, and golden light quickly gathered in his pupils, and was ignited in an instant. Hiss! The whistling golden light instantly expanded on the surface of the Soldier Boy. The scorching heat and powerful impact force were completely released at this moment. However, facing this powerful blow, the Soldier Boy just stepped forward to resist the terrifying rays. The messy golden light bloomed around him, and the strands of red light appeared half under his skin like flowing ink, gathering towards his chest. Billy maintained the golden laser, and looked at the Soldier Boy who resisted the laser, and did not retreat a step, and even began to gather red light on his chest. His face was ugly, damn it. He cursed in his heart and immediately gave up the plan to kill the Soldier Boy. His eyes deviated to other places, trying to kill those who controlled everything in the dark with a powerful laser. However, his eyes just deviated a little bit, and the Soldier Boy, who lost his suppression, suddenly stood up with his chest straightened. A roar like an angry beast sounded, and in Billy's terrified expression, the red light column like half of the light cannon was vented on him without reservation. Boom. The roaring sound continued to echo in the room. Under the red beam of light, Billy's superpowers were instantly suppressed. He suffered a horrific blow head on, and his body completely turned into a piece of black and red wreckage. Behind the black and red wreckage were large pieces of collapsed walls and melted steel. The power of the red weapon is beyond imagination. The head of the laboratory is very satisfied with the performance of the Soldier Boy. See, he can suppress the abilities of those damn superhumans. With him, no matter how powerful Superman's abilities are, they are useless. After his abilities are suppressed, his final fate will not be much different from that pile of garbage in the corner. The person in charge was very happy with the power displayed by the Soldier Boy. In addition, have you studied the handle of the dagger clearly? Not yet, sir. A researcher stepped forward and said, the main component of that dagger is no different from conventional special alloys. The only difference is that there is another metal on the blade. That is a metal that has never been discovered before. From the current research results, there is a special metal element in it. If this element is not found, it is impossible to copy this dagger. Then go find it. I'm sorry, sir. From the current point of view, this is almost impossible. The researcher said calmly, that element does not follow the periodic table at all. It cannot exist on Earth at all. It may come from the universe, and the only sample may be in Superman's hands. As the researcher output steadily, the person in charge was as angry as he was happy about the success of the red weapon project before. Enough. he shouted, interrupting the researcher who kept telling bad news. Now I want to know, if that Superman had this metal on him before, did you have any way to hurt him? The researchers looked at each other and shook their heads. Unless we use that dagger, we don't think any attack can directly penetrate the metal and hurt him. Red weapon won't work. There's not enough data to be sure. Damn it. The person in charge couldn't help but curse. Go on, let red weapon take the dagger and make sure the plan succeeds. Water laboratory. Doctor, I have developed a new way of attack. The doctor's eyes were full of excitement. He only needed to find a superhuman who met the conditions, and he would definitely make the superhuman be affected by the inhibitor. You say? The doctor nodded excitedly. My plan is this. Dimension building. After finishing a day's daily routine, Lincoln returned to his building. In the room, where the display cabinets were neatly arranged, there were a few more nameplates belonging to the Black Robe world. Item, BLC Red. Source, Black Robe Patrol World. Function, suppress the superhuman abilities of compound number 5 and hurt superhumans. Item, anti-compound number 5 source, Black Robe Patrol World. Function, suppress the superhuman ability of compound number 5. Excellent plan and creation. Lincoln looked at the lighted display case with a smile in his eyes. If others can work as hard as you, it won't be long before the display case on the 7th floor is filled. While talking, Lincoln also looked at the vibranium vein floating in the shopkeeper. They actually think that the weapons you made can hurt me. I'm really looking forward to the arrival of the competition more and more. On the throne in the dimension building, Lincoln was like a high god who was able to see through the world. With a smile on his lips, he quietly waited for the arrival of the competition. Time flies. A month is not a long time, especially for those people and organizations who have carefully prepared various means and plans. As the host's impassioned voice fell, the first superhuman competition that everyone is looking forward to officially opened. On the huge island, amid the cheers of countless people, the superhumans began to act and moved forward towards their goals and interests. There were many superhumans participating in the first superhuman contest, but their quality was uneven. However, it was this uneven quality that made some superhumans stand out at an unimaginable speed and become the highlight in the eyes of everyone in the world. The taciturn Winter Soldier who could easily defeat other contestants with just a dagger. The witch who controlled the green light curtain and could emit green beams with a single move and could defeat others with just one move. The former member of the Super 7 who was laid off and re-employed. The locomotive that ran wildly in the field with super speed. No matter what kind of person he needs, it seems that he can find the superhuman he wants to see. There are a lot of superhumans participating in the competition, and for the sake of long-term interests, the Vought group deliberately prolonged the entire competition process. Therefore, it was not until dozens of days after the start of the competition that the real winner of the entire superhuman contest was finally born. It was not the taciturn Winter Soldier, nor the natural witch who controlled the green energy. They were the second and third respectively. The winner was a black man who was not expected to win the championship before. He filled the vacancy left by the departure of the locomotive. On the podium, Lincoln looked at the winner from his seat, and his eyes showed a hint of anticipation and amusement. It has been delayed for so long, and next, it should be the scene they planned. Challenge me. On the podium, the black man who won by chance was so excited that he couldn't even organize his words until the host spoke. Champion, do you want to challenge Captain Superman? This is an honor that only belongs to the top 3. Regardless of success or failure, you will become a superhuman who has fought Superman. This is the supreme honor. The black man looked up at Lincoln, hesitated for a moment, and shook his head. No need, I'm destined not to be Superman's opponent, so let me watch. A sigh sounded, and the host's face was full of disappointment, but he still walked towards the witch and the Winter Soldier. What about you? Do you want to give up the right to challenge Superman? No. I want to challenge him. Cheers like a volcanic eruption sounded, and the natural witch's hands burst into green light, holding her down on the ring. The Winter Soldier, who had been silent all the time, also grabbed the dagger in his hand and looked up at Lincoln. The black and gold battle suit emerged on the body surface, and Lincoln's cape fluttered behind him. He fell to the ring and faced the witch and the Winter Soldier. Behind him, looking at the fluttering cape, the Homelander's eyes darkened and his fists slowly clenched. defeat Lincoln under the attention of the public, and take back his position and rights. What a great plan. Chapter 95 Superman. It's a pity that our champion gave up the chance to fight Superman. Maybe he wanted to get familiar with the affairs of the Super 7 and serve the citizens of New York better and faster. But don't be disappointed. Our runner-up Winter Soldier in third place, which decided to challenge Superman. Now, let me unveil the final challenge method to everyone. A no rules brawl. With this island, built by Superman as the arena, the final challenge will remove all restrictions. Challengers can use any method to attack Superman. The final goal and result will be only one, and the only winner will sit on the throne that belongs to him. Will Superman successfully defend his throne, or will a later challenger be crowned? Let's wait and see. The host's impassioned voice pushed the atmosphere to a peak. The black man who won the championship, but gave up the right to challenge, made all the audience sigh. But the appearance of the favorites Winter Soldier and Witch made the originally awkward atmosphere surge again. In the dozens of days of the Superhuman Championship, both Winter Soldier and Witch showed their powerful strength. One after another, the superhumans who were considered by the audience to be the favorites to win were ruthlessly defeated by the two. The strong body defense made the Winter Soldier almost indestructible, and the dagger coated with adamantium in his hand was enough to tear anything apart. Even the superhumans who were good at defense could not resist for a moment under the sharp blade. He was called a superhuman with perfect attack and defense by those viewers. As for the Witch, she manipulated the energy mixed with the components of the anti-5 compound, and no superhuman could resist her attack. It was mysterious and unpredictable. This was the impression she left on the audience. A tough guy Winter Soldier who focused on material attacks, plus a mysterious female hero Witch. The two teamed up to fight Lincoln, the strongest hero so far, and this topic instantly ignited the network. Pre-war preparations. In order to prevent people or equipment from being accidentally injured, a large number of personnel and equipment were evacuated from the island, and only the ships and planes responsible for remote filming tasks remained at the designated location. A moment later, the entire island was vacated, and no one else stayed, except Lincoln and the other two. Of course, the premise is to get rid of the Homelander who has been watching from a high place, waiting for an opportunity to attack Lincoln. On the island, the black and gold battlesuit appeared on Lincoln's body. He stood firmly on the ground and looked at the Winter Soldier and the Witch calmly. Red weapons, anti-chemical methods, they have placed all their hopes on you. Trying to use a specially modified superhuman to defeat me, the strongest superhuman. How ironic and ridiculous. The brainwashed soldier boy, who was like a machine, did not speak, but silently pulled out the vibranium dagger from his waist. His eyes were locked on Lincoln, and his muscles began to tighten gradually, like a tightened bowstring, ready to burst out the huge potential hidden in it at any time. And beside him, the Witch just looked at Lincoln coldly, clenched her hands, and a ball of dark green energy appeared in her palms. You will die here. Really? Lincoln looked at the two and chuckled, silently reducing his strength to 1/10,000th. Then let's try it. Boom. The moment the voice fell, the ground suddenly trembled. The strong shock wave rolled up the dust, to form a ring of dust wind flying far away. Before the dust rushed to the Winter Soldier and the two men, a black mixed with gold threads tore the dust wind apart. Lincoln clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out. The speed was so fast that the Winter Soldier could not even make any blocking moves. Bang! Another wave of air exploded, and the figure of the Winter Soldier flew out like a cannonball with a white trail. His figure kept rolling and hitting on this island, and his flesh collided with trees, mud, and rocks, tearing them apart at a touch. A punch with only 1/10,000th of the force was already an attack that the Winter Soldier could not bear. Lincoln did not chase the Winter Soldier. He looked back, and his red-hot eyes instantly swept towards the Witch. Wherever the light passed, everything was cut apart. Seeing that the light-emitting scorching temperature was about to sweep across her body, the Witch's face changed, and she suddenly slapped the energy in her hand to the ground. Bang! The dark green halo spread on the ground. Relying on the reaction force, the Witch's figure suddenly rose. The next moment, the red laser swept from under her feet. Just a wisp of the aftermath of the spread tore the energy barrier covering her body. The Witch is not an all-round energy control superhuman. Mixing the anti-5 compound into energy for attack is her strong point. As for the energy barrier, it is no different from paper to Lincoln. Damn it. Suspended in the air, the witch's face was ugly. She stretched out her hand and released a steady stream of energy to the broken stones and broken wood on the ground. Under the control of the energy wrapping, pieces of wood and stone hit Lincoln like cannonballs. It took only a short second for the battle to start, and the Winter Soldier was smashed away, and she was also forced into the air by the hot site. She did her best to manipulate various substances to block Lincoln's eyes and pull her position out. The anti-superhuman ray is very strong and can even be used against the Homelanders, but this also means that she herself will be affected by this anti-compound substance. By wrapping the substance with energy, she can avoid being affected, but if the energy is released to attack the target, the released compound is not something she can control. In order to prevent herself from being injured by mistake, she needs to keep the attack distance as far as possible at any time, just like now. Lincoln knows what the witch's ability is, and he also clearly understands what the witch wants to do at this time, but the attack of the anti-superhuman ray is destined to be useless to him. Compared with the witch, the high energy reaction that began to appear in the distance of the island is more worthy of his attention. Bang! With a wave of his hand, a huge fallen rock was shattered. Lincoln looked at the depths of the island with a slight concentration. The next moment, a red beam of light swept across a long distance. Boom. Bricks, stones, earth, steel, and cement. In front of this red beam of light, all human creations are so fragile. Before the witch could react, the laser containing terrifying radiation energy triggered by the Winter Soldier heavily bombarded Lincoln. Lincoln did not hide, but raised one arm forward to block the light. That was enough to eliminate the superhuman ability created by Compound Number 5. Lincoln had never used Compound Number 5, so he would never be restrained by this radiation laser, but in order to play with these people, he deliberately suppressed his strength. As a result, the 1/10 of the biological force field could not fix him to the ground. Deep in the island, the Winter Soldier, with his upper body naked and a little bit of Compound Number 5 blue, walked out slowly under the radiation laser, and the witch, who had been stunned, finally reacted. She held up 2 balls of green energy in her hands and pushed them towards Lincoln. With a hum, a green beam of light came in an instant, pierced through the space and hit Lincoln. Boom. A dull roar and explosion sound came, and groups of explosive energy bloomed outward. The energy hit his defense fiercely, and the hemispherical biological force field defense he held up was washed out of shape. Facing the full force attack of the two, the ground under Lincoln's feet finally couldn't support this terrifying force. His figure began to retreat continuously, and more energy dissipated, tearing deep marks on the surrounding ground with just a random touch. On the screen, watching Lincoln being suppressed in the gorgeous energy ball by the attacks released by the Winter Soldier and the witch, the audience was stunned. Are they so strong? They can suppress Superman? Well done. That's it. Winter Soldier, witch, come on. Kill him. Kill this damn Superman. Are you crazy? Crazy? I'm not crazy. If you know blood debts are paid with blood, you should know who the Winter Soldier is. Soldier Boy. He is Soldier Boy. Isn't he dead? He is not dead, and now he reappears and suppresses Superman in battle. This is a conspiracy of Vought Corporation. Superman is dead. He was the strongest Superman decades ago, and now he is even stronger. Superman is destined to die at the hands of Soldier Boy. The strongest Superman will return with glory. High in the sky, looking at Lincoln, who was tightly oppressed by 2 energy rays, Homelander's eyes kept changing and flickering. His perspective could not see through Lincoln's body, so he could not determine what Lincoln, who was stronger than him in all aspects, was like now. Homelander still had a sense of vigilance that Lincoln was pretending, but as time passed, he wavered. From the 2 beams of light, one red and one green, Homelander felt a vague sense of uneasiness, just like the uneasiness of an animal facing its natural enemy. In the past, he never believed that there was anything in this world that could threaten him, but now, he decided to trust his intuition. If the 2 beams of light could make him feel threatened, then it should be a threat to Lincoln, a superhuman. Looking at Lincoln, who was suppressed and retreating step by step, Homelander finally made up his mind. Whoosh! A roaring sonic boom came from the sky, attracting many people to look up, and then they were shocked to see Homelander's figure falling from a height. Red lasers burst out from his pupils, and the next moment they merged into the violently fluctuating energy torrent along with the light, emitted by the Winter Soldier and the witch. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and Lincoln's face changed. Shit. 1/10,000th of my strength can't stop the three of them. I'm so weak. His body kept retreating in the fierce energy torrent until one of his feet suddenly became empty, and Lincoln looked back and saw the convenience of the island. Looking up at the distorted figure behind the messy energy curtain, Lincoln took a deep breath, and the suppressed energy began to release. He did not block it, and his hands went deep into the fierce energy fluid. The materialized magic emerged in his palms, and then he suddenly tore it apart. Boom. The delicate balance between the three beams of light was completely torn apart by Lincoln's tyrannical attitude, and the energy was released everywhere without restraint, like a flood that completely plowed the ground. The shock wave reverberated around the island, penetrating, and the main body of the island made of mud and rocks was normal. Thick dust rushed into the sky with the hot airflow, and under this rolling dust, a huge crack appeared on the island, and large pieces of soil and rocks began to slide into the depths of the sea. Like a nuclear bomb explosion, the thick dust completely enveloped the corner of the island. High temperature airflow and radiation energy were raging in the dust and fog, and the motherland could not find Lincoln's figure in it, even if they focused their eyes. Looking at the explosion, that seemed like Genesis, countless viewers were already dazed, just silently watching the slowly clearing corner. Is he dead? The head of the Red Weapon Laboratory clenched his hands. This level of attack, he should be dead. I'm not sure, sir. The researcher said uncertainly. The energy rays of the red weapon plus the thing that the Vought group is researching. Theoretically no superhuman can withstand this attack. And the Homelanders have also intervened. Humans, Vought group, superhumans. Everyone wants him dead. Unless he is a god, the chance of survival is very small. The person in charge was silent for a long time. If he really survived, what does that mean? The researcher was silent for a while. This planet has an owner. The thick fog-like radiation fog blocked everyone's sight, but in the end, under the gaze of everyone, a figure slowly walked out of it. Reaching out to wipe off the non-existent dust, Lincoln looked up at the three people and chuckled. Your attacks are very strong, and even forced me to release a little more power, but the game ends here. How is it possible? The witch looked at Lincoln in horror, waving her arms, and was about to swing the ball of dark green energy to Lincoln, but before her arm fell, Lincoln had already appeared behind her, and held her arm. Her arm was like being imprisoned by steel, and could not move. The pain of the bones shattering made the witch's eyes full of fear. She looked back at Lincoln, and then she was horrified to see that Lincoln took the ball of dark green energy in her palm like a pearl, kneaded it twice, and stuffed it into her mouth. She tried hard to resist, but the strength displayed by Lincoln made her weak like a duck. The dark green energy was poured into her stomach. The components of the Anti-No-5 compound were released, and her physical fitness and superpowers began to melt rapidly. As the energy was released, her body suddenly exploded. With a bang, the dark green energy halo dispersed, and blood rain fell. Lincoln walked through the blood rain, and came to the Winter Soldier without a trace of filth. Looking up at Lincoln, the Winter Soldier's eyes did not show any crisis, because of the witch's death. He held the adamantium dagger tightly in his hand, and stabbed Lincoln's abdomen. With a clang, the dagger stopped, and stopped on the surface without moving forward. Lincoln grabbed the Winter Soldier's throat with one hand, and lifted him up, then twisted his arm with his backhand, and took the dagger, and stabbed it directly into his heart. The alloy blade pierced his skin, muscles, and bones smoothly. The heart was pierced, and the Winter Soldier's body twitched violently. Lincoln just looked at him calmly, watching the light in his eyes dissipate, and then threw his body to the ground, looking up at Homelander. Next, it's your turn. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Departure. Silence, deathly silence. The blood rain transformed by the witch continued to pour down from the height, and everyone was stunned when they saw the body on the ground with the heart pierced by a dagger. No matter the people at the headquarters of the water group or the person in charge of the red weapon laboratory, they had never thought of the current situation. The red weapon's restraining effect on superhumans had long been verified by laboratory researchers on those superhumans. Even a superhuman with superstandard defense like Soldier Boy could be torn apart and transformed in front of the red weapon, and the transformation, based on the Soldier Boy's body, undoubtedly made the red weapon even more powerful. The strongest superhuman decades ago, the biological red weapon, plus the excessive injection of compound number 5, in the eyes of the people in the red weapon laboratory, Soldier Boy has been enhanced to an unprecedented level. Even if he fights with the current Homelander, they don't think Soldier Boy will be defeated. But now, everything is beyond their expectations. Homelander, the Witch and Soldier Boy, the three of them joined forces to launch the most powerful attack to attack Lincoln, and the attacks of two of them could directly suppress the power of superhumans. However, in their opinion, even if Homelander was hit, the attack would have killed him, but Lincoln was not hurt at all. The dust stirred up by the explosion that shattered the entire island was as thick as a small nuclear weapon explosion. Everyone was sure that no one could survive such a terrifying attack, but what did they see now? Under the dual suppression of the red weapon and the anti-No-5 compound, Lincoln took all the attacks of the three people, including Homelander, without any injury. When Lincoln walked out of the thick fog under the gaze of everyone, he casually blew the anti-superhuman weapon developed by the Vought group into pieces. He used his body to block the dagger whose composition they could not analyze, and then stabbed the dagger into the heart of the Soldier Boy, killing him completely. In less than a minute, they lost two weapons that took a lot of time, energy, manpower and material resources to make. The scattered blood and corpses on the ground directly set off Lincoln's strength and invincibility. Even the weapons developed and manufactured for superhumans had no effect on him. Looking at the corpses on the ground, whether it was the Vought group or anyone else, they realized the coming of the true god. Unlike Homelander, a false god who could be defeated by calculation, Lincoln, who crushed the three people's alliance and buried them with his own strength, was a true god who could not be defeated. Unease and fear gathered and rolled in their hearts, and those who had carefully prepared various plans against Lincoln were now full of despair. They could no longer find anything else in the world that could harm Lincoln. Even nuclear weapons were nothing compared to Lincoln's extraordinary speed. And the lack of any countermeasures against Lincoln actually directly sentenced their fate. Silently taking out a pistol with a steel texture from the drawer of the table, they pressed the bullet into the magazine, calmly pointed the muzzle at their temple or chin, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Clear gunshots bloomed in different places around the world, implying the loss of one life after another. The plan failed miserably, and they had no way to face the future. When Lincoln finished clearing out Homelander, if they were still alive, they might face torture that was much more terrifying than death. Lincoln might not do this, but their former enemies would never show any mercy. Suicide is the last dignity they leave for themselves. On the Atlantic island, Homelander did not commit suicide. Looking at Lincoln, who had slowly arisen from the island, Homelander clenched his teeth, and every inch of muscle in his body trembled in indescribable anxiety and fear. Desperate fear and uneasiness surrounded his heart like a nightmare. Looking at Lincoln, who had killed two superhumans just a minute ago, Homelander felt as if he had returned to the laboratory that had enveloped his entire childhood. What a painful past that was, and Lincoln was just like that nightmare. Looking at the man in front of him who had taken away his reputation, status, and power, Homelander's heart beat faster than ever before. The effect of compound number 5 began to fully play out in his body. Homelander only felt that his body was becoming hotter and hotter, as if filled with endless energy. After a roar, a sonic boom sounded behind him. With a white gas cloud, he rushed towards Lincoln at supersonic speed. Bang! The extremely powerful bodies collided in the air, and a cloud of gas spread out from it. Grabbing Homelander's fist with one hand, Lincoln looked at Homelander, who changed from extremely active to extremely quiet, and the corner of his mouth could not help but curl up. Is this your confidence? Some compounds? They corroded your brain? How pitiful. No. Homelander looked at Lincoln with a mocking face, roared, and threw another heavy punch. You shouldn't have appeared at all. Bang. There was another muffled sound, and his fists were clenched. With both hands restrained, Homelander roared and kicked out his right foot. I should be the only god in this sky. Crack. The sound of uneven bone cracking sounded, but Homelander kicked out his left foot, as if he didn't feel any pain. I'm Homelander. Crack. Another foot was kicked off by Lincoln. The red eyes were full of desperate madness, and the burning hot sight burst out of Homelander's eyes in an instant. I do whatever I want. A cold airflow spit out from Lincoln's mouth, climbing on the hot sight like a tarsal poison. The heat that could melt steel was extinguished and rushed back under the horrifying low temperature. Inch by inch, the icy breath finally climbed onto the ferocious and crazy face of the Homelander. His life was completely cut off. He calmly let go of the frost white ice sculpture in his hand, and the completely frozen Homelander fell from a height and landed heavily on an island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. With a crack, the ice and rock collided and turned into a dense ice crystal scattered all over the ground. Under the low temperature of absolute zero, the body structure of the Homelander had been frozen and dispersed. Looking at the ice crystals on the ground below, Lincoln reached out and took out a wooden box from the void. He opened the lid and looked inside. The heart that was originally beating lively had completely stopped and turned into a heart sculpture that exuded an icy breath. Lincoln looked at the heart and pondered for a moment, then loosened his hand and let the box fall to the ground with the heart. Without waiting for the box to fall much, Lincoln waved his palm to disperse the glory of the portal. With a splash, the waves splashed, and the heart disappeared in the turbulent ocean. The superhuman championship ended in a way that no one could have imagined. The champion of the individual competition gave up the right to challenge and directly became a new member of the Super 7, while the runner-up and third place directly turned the competition into an ambush during the challenge. The co-captain of the Super 7, Homelander, personally joined the attack on Lincoln. The final result was that the individual runner-up and third place died, and the former Captain Homelander was directly killed in this attack. This competition established Lincoln's incomparable power and status in one fell swoop, and everyone realized that their imagination of superheroes and supervillains was too shallow. So much so that even in comics, movies, and novels, there has never been a person as powerful as Lincoln, which is the negligence of all creators. After the Superhuman Championship, Vought Group. Superman, we need to create a new public relations plan for you. What? Lincoln, who was squinting his eyes and enjoying the sunshine in the office, looked at Ashley in surprise. Public relations plan? Yes. Ashley nodded somewhat anxiously. According to surveys, many people now have different opinions of you. Simple online activities can no longer reverse your reputation, so. Ashley stopped because Lincoln's eyes with a half smile were looking at her. When did I need their opinions? Lincoln's tone was calm and indifferent. Tell those people, I don't care what methods they use, submit a list to me, or those who say bad things about me behind my back will be sent to Africa to mine. This. Ashley was stunned. There are too many people, and the punishment may be too severe. Maybe there will be more people, then send them all to mine. If Africa doesn't work, go to the moon. If the moon doesn't work, go to Mars. Lincoln looked at Ashley coldly. I need to teach them one thing before they don't have enough ability to deal with me. It's best to shut up and keep the plan in their hearts. Also, if anyone still has objections to this, I don't mind reopening the competition. If the competition is changed to superhumans and humans, maybe it will be more interesting. Ashley, what do you think? Listening to the cold murderous intent in Lincoln's voice, Ashley was a little at a loss, not knowing what to say. Seeing that she had lost her accurate language ability, Lincoln waved his hand to let her go, and then squinted his eyes again to look at the sun in the sky. One by one, the hazy gray lines reappeared in front of him, and on the fifth gray line, the gold had climbed almost all, but it was just a little bit. In the world of black robes, many people died at the hands of Lincoln, but few plot characters died at his hands. Counting them, there were less than 10 people. Although the number of people was not large, according to Lincoln's previous experience, the lives of so many people were enough for him to completely light up the fifth golden string. But the final result told him that he thought too much. Killing can only fill 80% minus 90% of the golden string, and the remaining point needs to be lit up in the sun in a formal way. Several months have passed since he came to this world, and he has barely charged the golden string. If he really wants to bask in the sun, he may have to take a bath in the sun to charge the golden string. Whenever he thinks of this, Lincoln can't help but miss Freddy. Don't get me wrong, it's not that he likes Freddy's face that was disfigured by the fire, but the solar energy created by this guy in the dream world can enhance his spirit and also provide charging. Hang a sun in the dream, and then he dives into the sun in reality. That's double the happiness. Unfortunately, Freddy's ability is related to the demon, and he can't take it away. In the Superman Championship, Lincoln set a new benchmark for this world with his absolute strength, but what he did in this world is far more than that. Homelander is dead, but his son Ryan is still alive and well. Unlike everyone else, including Soldier Boy, Ryan is the only superhuman in the world who was born with superpowers. Other superhumans have more or less some active ingredients of V5 in their bodies and rely on these ingredients to gain superpowers. Therefore, the radiation particles emitted by the red weapon will suppress his superpowers and harm him. Ryan is different. The changes since the fertilized egg period have made V5's existence integrated with him. Simple radiation particles can no longer suppress his superpowers, and the anti-compounds produced by the water group can only weaken him temporarily. Not only that, Ryan also made up for the defects of other superhumans. His reproductive cells have been proven to be able to combine with egg cells and give birth to new life. The water company regards it as a top secret and does not even dare to conduct too much research on it for fear of discovering a way to allow superhumans to be born naturally. The water group started with compound number 5, which can turn people into superhumans. If there is no such thing, and superhumans are born naturally, along with compound number 5, the water group, which has monopolized superhuman things for decades and hundreds of years, will be swept into the garbage dump of history. However, their will is not Lincoln's idea. Lincoln reopened the research on the natural birth of superhumans, relying on the genes contributed by Ryan, the little motherland, and a little bit of wisdom. In the end, a brand new compound was synthesized. Compound number 6, a tube of compound emitting golden light. Unlike compound number 5, this compound will directly awaken a person into a superhuman, and there are no side effects including the extinction of the family. Of course, the awakening of hesitation is related to genes, so the results of awakening may be strange according to the different genes of each person. People who are injected with this potion may awaken to a power as powerful as Homelander, but they may also turn themselves into a liquid person who is so limp that they can't stand up. In short, this world will become very strange. It will be very similar to the world of X-Men, but it will be different, which is destined to make the world turbulent. But what does this have to do with Lincoln? He is about to leave this world and will not be bothered by these things at all. On the contrary, his collection has a brand new collection. After breaking a large amount of compound number 6 and sprinkling it into the ecosphere cycle, Lincoln put away the towering building and plucked the golden string. Chapter 97 Pirates of the Caribbean. The golden string vibrated and finally stopped. It was damp and dark, and the flickering flames could not illuminate the surrounding environment at all. Lincoln reached out his hand and touched the rough and cold steel cage. Before Lincoln could make a sound, a familiar voice came from the cell next to him. "Hey, when were you locked up? Why didn't I notice you?" Lincoln turned his head and looked through the bars of the cage. He saw the man with a tricorn hat and a dirty whip. Lincoln frowned slightly, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Captain? Captain Jack Sparrow? Wow." Jack's eyes lit up when he heard Lincoln's address. He pointed at Lincoln, his eyes full of optimism. "You are the only one who remembered to add the word captain so far. Those Navy actually locked up a polite and good person like you here. They are really a bunch of blind people. By the way, why did you come in? Are you a pirate too?" "Pirate? I'm not, at least not yet." Lincoln looked around, found a clean place to sit down, and looked at Jack with interest. "In fact, I don't know why I was locked up here, but who cares? Anyway, I don't care." "Well," Jack looked at Lincoln and pondered for a moment, then nodded. "It seems that you are indeed a pirate. Is a pirate without a ship also considered an island? I thought I should be considered a robber." Lincoln said here and looked at Jack again. "By the way, Captain, where is your ship?" Jack. Looking at Lincoln, Jack's face instantly fell. thinking that his Black Pearl was being ridden and trampled under the feet of dozens of big men. His mood became even worse. After a moment of hesitation, Jack decided to stop this embarrassing topic. My ship is outside. In fact, compared to this, I'm more curious about your name. Lincoln. Lincoln? Jack was stunned for a moment. Just a Lincoln? Of course. Lincoln nodded. Do I need any prefix? In fact, you can add one, but... Jack looked at Lincoln's black hair and black eyes, and suddenly understood. Are you from the Eastern Sea? Eastern? Lincoln hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although there are some mistakes, the mistakes are not particularly big. Then Jack wanted to say something, but suddenly there was a roar of artillery and a sharp whistle outside the cell. Looking out from the window, left in the cell, Lincoln clearly saw the Black Pearl that originally belonged to Jack floating on the water surface of the harbor. The moonlight in the sky was shrouded by thick dark clouds, so that the Navy in the harbor could not find the abnormality of the Black Pearl crew at all. Artillery fire roared everywhere in the harbor. Fierce close combat continued to occur in the streets of the harbor, and most of the people who fell were mortal seamen. Leaning on the not so spacious window, Jack pointed to the big ship outside and said to Lincoln, "See, that's the Black Pearl. How about it? Isn't it beautiful? So your crew came to save you?" Jack, looking at Lincoln who was talking about something else, Jack fell silent again, and even the leisure and elegance of watching the battle were gone. He waved his hand, left the window sullenly, and sat back on the stone steps at the door. The next moment, the roar of artillery fire exploded on the hard stone wall of the cell. Debris flew everywhere, dust flew, and Jack waved his hand to disperse the haze in front of him. He saw the stone wall of the next cell that was completely blown up. Looking at the prisoners in that cell filing out of the gap, Jack was confused. Jack stretched out his hand to break through the hole that was just big enough to fit him, and suddenly felt that maybe he really didn't have good luck. But looking at Lincoln's extremely intact cell next to him, his mood suddenly calmed down. At least, there was someone here to accompany him, right? Glancing at the bones dropped by several prisoners in the next cell outside, Jack hesitated for a moment, pretending to be free and easy, and waved his hand in front of Lincoln. "It seems that my luck is not very good. I can see it." Lincoln nodded, and gestured to the bones again. "Aren't you going to give it a try? What if you can lure the dog over here? It will definitely not come." Jack said solemnly, "I'm very sure of this." "I see." Lincoln nodded convincedly, and closed the distance a little. "Anyway, you can't leave here for the time being. Why don't you tell me about your experience at sea?" "Captain Jack Sparrow?" Lincoln's suggestion made Jack silent, and after a moment he sat down in the moonlight that briefly appeared from behind the clouds. "Okay, let me tell you." Boom. Before Jack finished his words, a loud crash was heard outside the cell. Looking up in surprise, he saw two guards in red Navy uniforms being thrown down from the stairs. After the noisy footsteps, two pirates appeared in the cell. "This is not the armory. You've gone to the wrong place. Be patient." Tick. The pirate with the long sword put the sword back into the scabbard and walked slowly to Jack's cell with the pirate holding the single shotgun. "Look who this is, Captain Jack Sparrow." Hearing the voice of his companion, Tig also put away his gun and came to Jack's cell. "The last time I saw you, you were alone on a deadly deserted island, slowly disappearing from my sight. Now it seems that your bad luck is not over yet. Take care of yourselves." Jack looked at the two of them unwillingly. "The bottom of hell is prepared for you traitors." Jack's words made the sword-wielding pirate show a trace of anger on his face. He stretched out a hand and suddenly strangled Jack's throat. His arm through the gap in the fence was illuminated by the moonlight. The original muscles and skin instantly turned into pale bones, with some tendons and fascia that had not yet detached drooping on them. Looking at the pale hand bones, Jack's eyes changed. "Is it that spell? How interesting. You don't know anything at all." Jack's words mentioned the pirate's pain, but he gave up the idea of killing Jack, and instead pushed him away, and then turned and left without hesitation. Jack looked at the two people's backs, and fell into deep thought again, but Lincoln's voice woke him up again. "No one is disturbing us now, Captain. Can you continue to tell your story?" "Of course." Jack put the matter behind him in an instant, sat down and told Lincoln about his adventures and some interesting things at sea over the years. Is there anything more joyful than bragging about stories to a visitor from a foreign sea? Drinking rum and bragging on the Black Pearl. Now there is no rum and no Black Pearl, so now is already the ultimate happiness. After a night, the storm of the pirates of the Black Pearl looting the harbor has passed, and the navy and the residents of the port have begun to clean up the wreckage left behind by the pirates. In the prison, Jack couldn't remember how many stories he had told in the whole night. Lincoln was like the most perfect listener in the world, making him always want to say something, and he was unwilling to stop, even if his mouth was dry. The hazy sunlight shone into the cell through the holes in the wall. Jack raised his hand to block his eyes, and then he realized that he had been telling stories like a madman all night. He waved his hand to refuse Lincoln's invitation to have another one, and prepared to lean against the wall to take a nap. But before he closed his eyes, the sound of the door opening and closing came again from outside. After the sound of chaotic footsteps, Will Turner rushed into the prison in a hurry, patted the railing, and woke up Jack, who had not slept all night. Sparrow. Jack, who was awakened, seemed a little confused, and his syllables were vague. You are very familiar with the Black Pearl. Will had no time to pay attention and grabbed Jack. Where will it dock? A name you should have heard countless times in legends. Jack yawned. The Island of Death, an island that no one can find, except those who have been there. Don't disturb my sleep. You must know where it is, right? Why do you ask? Knowing that he couldn't sleep, Jack simply opened his eyes. Have you finally figured it out, and are ready to become a pirate? Seeing that Jack just wouldn't say it, Will had no choice. They took Miss Swan away. I'm going to save her. It seems that you have found your girl, but if you want to be a hero to save the beauty, you can only do it alone, because it will not do me any good. I can get you out. Will looked at Jack. Take me to save Miss Swan, or wait here to be hanged. You have no other choice. Looking at Will, Jack was silent, and then he said, tell me, how are you going to get me out? Now there is no key. The principle of leverage. Will explained carefully, and then looked straight at Jack, asking him to make a choice. There is no doubt that Jack does not want to be hanged on the gallows, especially after knowing Will's name. He instantly thought of a good idea that can let him get the Black Pearl back. Nodding to agree to the deal, with a clang, the steel cell door was directly opened by Will in an extremely simple way. Walking out of the room with rapid steps, Jack took his stuff and was about to leave, but suddenly turned around and came to Lincoln's cell. I almost forgot that you need to save another person. I need a helper. Him? Will looked at Lincoln with doubt in his eyes. Are you sure? I haven't slept all night. If you think you can deal with those Navy alone, of course you can leave directly. Will. Clang. Let's go. Leave here quickly. It won't be long before those people find us. Unexpectedly, Jack would drag him along. Lincoln followed the two with a look of surprise on his face. Are you serious? You're going to take me with you? Or what? Leave you there and be hanged? I thought you would follow the pirate code and abandon the lone person, even if the lone person is the captain. Pirate code? What is that? Will was attracted by his attention. There is actually a code among pirates. Of course. Jack said as a matter of course. Although the code only serves as a reference, it does exist in fact. Okay, so is that thing helpful to our current situation? Will's question made Jack fall silent. If Barbossa and the others abide by the pirate code, maybe Pear can let your girl hold on until we get there. What if they don't? Will asked. Jack quickened his pace a little. Maybe collecting the body of your girl is also a good choice. Will they kill her? The possibility is not very high. Jack looked at Will, who theoretically should have the last gold coin and became the target of Barbossa and his men. If she was smart enough, she might still be alive and well now. Also, are you sure you want to waste your time on these problems? Jack stopped under the bridge and pointed to the ship in the distance. We need to rob a ship before them. Rob a ship? Will was subconsciously diverted and followed Jack's line of sight to look at the magnificently shaped dreadnought. Which ship are we going to rob? In fact, my target is that one. Jack pointed to a much smaller ship next to it. This is our jargon. Lure the tiger away from the mountain and attack the west while pointing east. Lincoln, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, why not just set a fire on the shore? I'm sure all the Navy will come down to put out the fire. In fact, your attention is very good, but the problem is that there are no tools for setting fires. In fact, I'm personally very good at this. Lincoln's face was full of a simple smile. Although setting fires may not be very good, if there is a big enough explosion, I think the effects should be the same. Jack and Will were silent. They looked at each other, and then Jack said, "Tell me about your plan." "The plan is very simple." Lincoln pointed to the street in the distance. "I will go in and find some materials and then create a sufficiently sensational art, and you can take this opportunity to sail away. It's a perfect plan." "Wait." Will heard something wrong. "What about you? You are not going to leave with us? You took me away from that prison, so it is natural for me to give you some small reports. As for me, of course I have other ways to leave here. Don't worry about me." Looking at Lincoln, Will, who was concerned about Swan, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. "Be careful. Don't worry." Lincoln made a gesture, and then flashed into the crowd and disappeared. A moment later, in the naval port ammunition depot, looking at the barrels of gunpowder and various dangerous objects, Lincoln showed a perverted smile on his face. Chapter 98, The Birth of a Legend. Lincoln left. Will, standing under the bridge, was silent for a while. "Do you think he can do it?" "Maybe." Jack pondered for a moment, and pointed at Will. "I think we should trust him. Maybe he can give us a surprise." "What surprise?" Will wanted to continue asking, but his ears were buzzing with the sudden roar in the distance. Boom. Like thunder descending, the rumbling sound resounded in the distance. The two carefully stretched their heads out from under the bridge, and the next moment they saw the blazing flames rising into the sky. The raging flames were as violent as the magma erupting from a volcano. The whistling shock waves and sharp airflows scattered a large number of sparks in all directions. The port town built of stone and wood became an excellent stage for the flames to perform. In just a short moment, the red flames would illuminate half of the sky. Looking up at the dazzling fire, Jack shook his head and rubbed his eyes in confusion. Just now, he seemed to see a five-pointed starfish in the dim light. "What's wrong?" Jack's action caught Will's attention. "Can we set off now?" Jack poked his head out from the other side and looked at the Navy, who hurriedly got off the interceptor to put out the fire. "The plan is successful. Let's go." The strategy of attacking the east and the west and luring the tiger away from the mountain was very good. When all the Navy on the interceptor returned to the shore because of the sudden explosion and fire, Jack and his accomplices took control of the interceptor without any effort. As the ship set sail under the wind, the dreadnought and the Navy in the harbor had completely lost the possibility of catching up or sinking them. "Turner, you made a stupid decision." Putting down the telescope, looking at the interceptor that was flying away quickly under the driving of Jack and his accomplices, and then turning his head to look at the blazing flames in the harbor, Narrington and Governor Swan could understand that this was completely Jack's conspiracy. Robbing a warship was enough to send them to the gallows. If they were charged with arson and explosives, they would have to be hanged 3 times. Fortunately, the gallows can be reused, and people cannot be hanged 3 times. Otherwise the merchant selling the gallows would have been laughing by now. It was hopeless to catch up with the interceptor, so Narrington turned around and shouted, "Seal off the whole city and find that damn arsonist. I want him to appear on the gallows on time tomorrow to help release the pirates and the charges of arson." The charges prepared by Narrington were very good, but when teams of Navy soldiers with guns surrounded him, Lynn was already standing on the edge of the sea. "Arsonist, you have no way to escape." Narrington stepped forward with a sword, looking at Lincoln with a cold face. "Give up. No way to escape." Lincoln laughed and manipulated the magic power in his hand to flow slightly. In the distant sea, waves gradually rose. "It seems that your definition of the road is different from mine." Narrington wanted to say something, but the gradually surging waves on the sea behind Lincoln attracted everyone's attention. The sea was divided into 2 by a terrifying force. Through the separated waves, they could even directly see the seabed that was originally covered by seawater. The seawater kept rolling up, and from the invisible distance, a huge ship that seemed to be glittering like it was plated with gold rose from the bottom of the sea. The huge ship, which seemed to be forged by the environment, broke through the waves and rushed into the harbor. Looking up at this ship, that should not exist at all, like a creation of God, the Navy gathered at the port was completely stunned. "God, what is this?" Golden ship, this must be a golden ship. A huge ship made entirely of gold. Incredible. Incredible. Not only those men who often heard various marine legends were stunned, but even Commodore Norrington himself was shocked by the glittering golden ship. The breath of wealth symbolizing the giant ship was blowing in his face, and the natural pressure brought by the giant object made him feel awe from the bottom of his heart. Under the shadow of the golden ship, the dreadnought, which was originally the pride of all the Navy, was like a toy at this time, without any momentum. Looking at the Navy, who were shocked by the power of the golden ship, Lincoln laughed, stepped on his feet, and then he was as light as a wild goose, landing on the deck of the golden ship, and waved to the stunned Norrington and others. The free sea is full of broad roads. How can there be no way to go? Everyone, goodbye. Also, remember the ship under my feet, the Apollo. After saying that, Lincoln stepped on his feet, and a buzzing sound like a huge bell echoed, and the giant ship that was quietly anchored started again. The vast sea water surged up from under the giant ship, lifting the golden ship up like a wave rider. The sound of rushing water sounded, and everyone was speechless for a long time as they watched the ship leaving the harbor at an incredible speed. Looking at the turbulent sea for a long time in silence, a Navy man silently poked his companion beside him. Do you remember the Black Pearl you mentioned before? Of course, that is a legendary ship. I think this is the real legendary ship. I think so too. The Apollo, a ship created by Lincoln with the power of magic and the curse of this world. As for why it is golden, it is related to the curse. The curse can be said to be the characteristic of the pirates of the Caribbean. In order to save trouble, Lincoln borrowed some characteristics of this world, and thus the Apollo was born. A ship that can ignore shallow and deep seas, is always bright and indestructible, and has super fast speed. Except for Lincoln, the bodies of all the crew members recognized by this ship will gradually turn into gold, and after being completely turned into gold, they will merge into the golden ship and die completely. This will be a long process, and in this process, the crew will gradually lose their sharp five senses and agile movements due to the goldification, until they finally lose everything including their lives. Lincoln can ignore the power of the curse with his own powerful strength, but anyone else will be bound and troubled by the curse of this ship. This is inhumane, but thinking about the curses on the Black Pearl and the Flying Dutchman, it seems not unacceptable. The golden ship can sail with the will of Lincoln alone, but he still decided to find some crew members. After all, the curse on the ship can't be left unused. It's too wasteful and doesn't conform to the characteristics of the Caribbean pirates world. Following Lincoln's will, the golden compass automatically calibrated the direction he was going to go. As the surging seawater fell back to the sea after the ship, the legend of the Apollo began to spread in the sea. Tortuga, an island belonging to pirates, is a chaotic but uniquely ordered island port, gathering a large number of pirates who have lost their ships, but still yearn for the sea. Here, day and night are reversed, and only rum and gunpowder guns are eternal. But today, the bar in this city, which has never been quiet, fell into silence. Because except for the drunks on the ground, there is no one left in the bar with rum. They even gave up their guns and swords, just to rush to the port, to see the ship that is as bright as the sun, a ship that should not exist in reality. Standing on the golden chariot-like sculpture on the bow, Lincoln looked down at the islands and the port, who were stunned by the existence of the golden ship, and said in a loud voice, "I need some crew members to join my ship, and some lucky ones will be born among you." As Lincoln's voice fell, the originally silent port boiled, and countless people rushed to shout, "Me! Choose me! I have been a pirate for 20 years. I'm the best pirate on this island." Crash. The sound of the bottle breaking sounded, and the sound of falling to the ground sounded, and then a pirate said viciously, "Now I'm the best pirate on this island." Bang. The gunshots rang out, and the vicious pirate fell to the ground with a dull look on his face. Behind him, a pirate blew out the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle. "Now, I am." The pirates without ships rushed to try to become the crew of this legendary ship, while behind them, the pirates who already had their own ships looked at each other with a gloomy look. Without any verbal communication, they showed a tacit smile on their faces, and then left the crowd quietly. Pirates, pirates, robbers on the sea. It is not obvious to expect robbers to have any professional ethics, especially when a huge ship made of gold appears in front of them, which is enough to stimulate their deepest greed. Lincoln's golden ship did not dock, but in the eyes of these pirates, this is not a problem at all. Since the golden ship does not dock, they can just drive their pirate ship to it. How can a mere person and a ship resist the attack of hundreds of thousands of people on more than 10 or 20 ships? When the time comes, dismantle the ship, and each of them can become a rich man who will be carefree for the rest of his life. The lights of Tortuga were bright in the dark night. Every island without ships tried to get closer to the golden ship. In the sea shrouded in darkness, the pirate ships that had been moored at the shore started to move again. The waves of the ocean rose slightly, and one pirate ship after another surrounded the golden ship. The black muzzles of the guns stretched out from the hulls and aimed at the Apollo and Lincoln standing on the bow. Even in Tortuga, the coastal defense guns that were supposed to be used for guarding took the Apollo, which symbolized wealth, as their target. Everyone listen. Fire. The crazy shouts rang out in the night, and the next moment, the orange-yellow flames were on Pancal's face. Boom boom boom. The roaring sound of the gunfire resounded in this seaport like thunder, and the bursting flames instantly enveloped the golden ship completely. The huge water column kept rising and falling under the bombardment of the gunfire. Looking at the Apollo shrouded in flames, the pirates who were crazy and almost boiling suddenly quieted down. They slowly retreated, and then, almost in unison, everyone fled in a scattered manner, and disappeared without a trace in a moment. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the dazzling Apollo, which was completely covered by gunfire, almost all the captains of the participating pirate ships couldn't help but laugh. A whole ship made of gold. We are rich. We are rich. Looking at the Apollo, which was covered by gunfire, the first mate on a pirate ship was a little worried. Captain, should we stop firing first? If the gold on the ship is blown away, it will lose a lot of money. The first mate's proposal made the captain silent. He pondered for a moment, and after communicating with other captains, he felt that it made sense. With the order to cease fire, the bombing that almost shook the mountain down finally stopped. Everyone held their breath and looked at the slowly dissipating gunpowder smoke, looking forward to the color of gold. Whoosh, the sea breeze blew, the gunpowder smoke dissipated, and an intact Apollo appeared in front of everyone. Not only was the Apollo intact, but even Lincoln, who was standing at the bow and receiving special care, was not hurt at all. He just smiled and looked at the pirates who were almost suffocating with frozen smiles. Your round is over. Next, it's my turn. After that, Lincoln waved his hand and said, Apollo, extend the cannons. Click, 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 click. The fine sound of metal flaps rang out, and the square metal covers on the white hull were released one by one. The 3 rows of upper and lower rows of cannons that surrounded the hull for a whole week made the pirates feel terrified just by looking at them. They couldn't even count how many gun barrels were extended from the Apollo, and they only knew that all they saw were cannons. Abandon ship. Quick, abandon ship. Breaking free from the fear, a pirate finally shouted in fear and rushed to the side of the ship to jump into the sea. However, before he could get close, Lincoln's voice rang again. Fire multiple rounds. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. There were 6 rows of artillery, starting from the first row and ending with the 6th row as one round. After the 6th row of artillery was fired in each round, the first row of artillery in the second round had finished reloading and fired again. The continuous sound of artillery fire was endless. The Apollo, which had only one ship, relied on the number of artillery that was enough to scare people with intensive phobia to fire at an attack frequency comparable to that of an entire fleet. The artillery fire was endless, and the wooden pirate ship was blown to pieces in an instant under the dense rain-like bombardment. Under the firepower that covered all blind spots, the island on the pirate ship did not even have a chance to fall into the sea before it was torn into slag by the shockwave and flames of the explosion. The roar of multiple rounds of artillery fire lasted for a full half an hour before it slowly stopped. As the smoke dissipated under the sea breeze, the sea near the Apollo was already full of broken planks and wreckage, and no pirate could survive this terrifying offensive. The Apollo showed its legendary power and directly defeated the entire pirate force of Tortuga with its own strength. The island was in complete silence until several dozen minutes later, when a brave pirate walked out of the shelter to investigate, looking at the floating debris and corpses, and then at the still standing Apollo. All the pirates knew that from this moment on, a new ocean legend was born. Chapter 99, Island of Death. Violence and artillery were very effective, but after the hostile pirates and their ships turned into drifting debris on the sea, the only pirates left in Tortuga were the pirates without ships. In this era of great navigation, the caliber and number of artillery are absolute justice. When the Apollo showed its incredibly powerful justice, the pirates of Tortuga were boiling. Even though Lincoln had just sent a group of pirates to meet the god of death not long ago, the remaining pirates still tried to become a member of the Apollo, regardless of the possible risks. In the crazy crowd, Lincoln carefully selected for a moment, and finally picked out a few pirates who had cleaned up and looked like human beings to become the crew of the Apollo. As the layers of authority were opened up, the incredible power of the Apollo made the crew, who already had a little golden light on their bodies, call it a miracle. At the port of Tortuga, the pirates looked at the glorious ship or as it disappeared on the sea level in the distance, and then they raised their bottles again in a bit of dismay. Because they were not good looking, they lost the qualification to board the Apollo, and they were heartbroken. What happened in Tortuga did not affect the lives of these pirates who were intoxicated by alcohol and women. After facing the Apollo and the bombardment that lasted for dozens of minutes, no matter how big the event was, it was no longer a big deal for them. Unless other legendary ships appeared in front of them, it might be worth paying attention to. After the Apollo left for an unknown number of days, other pirates came to Tortuga for supplies. The debris drifting on the sea naturally attracted their attention, and when they learned from the pirates on the island that this was a pirate ship called the Apollo, which was completely made of gold, they immediately flashed greedy eyes without seeing the glory of the Apollo. The only lesson that humans have learned from history is that they never learn any lessons. Under the temptation of gold, the debris on the entire sea surface can't serve as a warning to them at all. Therefore, after the British Royal Navy issued a wanted order for Lincoln, the pirates in this sea area also joined in the pursuit of the Apollo. The Navy and the pirates joined forces to chase and intercept a ship. This has never happened before. However, even if the forces of both sides were combined, it was just a mantis trying to climb a mountain in front of the glorious Apollo. It didn't even need to regenerate the muzzle. Just relying on the eternal hull and powerful speed to crash into it, it was enough to break and crush any ship that dared to block it. The waves at the high sea level kept rolling out from under the Apollo, and along with them, there were also a lot of debris, both of ships and people. One ship after another was ruthlessly destroyed on the seabed. With the broken keels as steps, the reputation of the undefeated Apollo began to spread on the sea. Tortuga, driving the interceptor into the harbor, Will couldn't help but frowned as he looked at the mess that had not been repaired since Lincoln left until now. Is this the pirates' free city you mentioned? Looking at the mess, Jack couldn't help but remain silent. Maybe they are preparing to repair the port for a rare time. Don't worry about the details, just follow me. Jibs, it's rare that I didn't find the confused and dirty drunkard in the pigsty. Are you rich again? Jibs looked up at Jack, his eyes full of surprise. Jack, you are still alive. Of course I'm alive. Jack sat down at the bar and pointed outside. Tortuga has changed a lot. Jibs took a sip of wine and said, it has changed a lot since the Apollo came here. Thanks to it, I have salvaged a lot of valuable things from the sea, enough for me to buy wine until today. I really hope it can come earlier next time. Apollo. Hearing this name that had never appeared in his impression, Jack finally showed a trace of confusion in his eyes. What is that? A ship made entirely of gold. It is incredibly large and full of golden light under the light. Everyone wants to get it, and they did, so I made a fortune. Jibs chuckled. That guy has incredibly powerful artillery. The bombing lasted for a whole half day. All the pirates who wanted to get it were sent to the bottom of the sea. That's a good thing. As he spoke, Jibs poured himself another sip of rum and grinned. I'm rich. Looking at Jibs, not only Will was silent, but even Jack suddenly lost his words at this time. He thought of the wreckage he saw when he drove into the port, and suddenly felt it was a pity. If he had come to Tortuga earlier, maybe he could have seen the ship. But it doesn't seem too late now. While thinking, Jack took out the compass in his arms and opened it. However, after more than 10 seconds, the pointer on it was still shaking. He was wavering. Okay. Jack sighed and took back the compass. He looked at Jibs and said, I need your help. I want to get the Black Pearl back. From Barbossa? Jibbs was stunned for a moment. Jack, you know, this is absolutely a stupid idea. Barbossa will never return the ship to you. Jack paused and looked at Will standing guard behind Jibbs with a slight movement of his eyes. Maybe we can benefit each other. Jibbs looked at him blankly, as if he wanted to confirm whether he was drunk or not, but after a few minutes, he was sure that Jack did not seem to be drunk, but he himself was a little confused. The next day, at the port of Tortuga, the interceptor, which had obtained enough crew members, left the port again. Jack was satisfied and thought about the island of death, trying to get back his Black Pearl. 10 days later, in a calm sea, Lincoln sat on the bow of the Apollo and enjoyed the sun. On the golden chariot sculpture were all kinds of fresh fruits that should not be enjoyed at sea. The sailors on the deck were excited to see the fresh fruits in front of Lincoln. After a long time, one of them stepped forward cautiously and said, "Great Captain, we want to stop at the island ahead to resupply." Resupply? Yes, our rum and fruits have all been consumed. There is rum buried on that island when I was a smuggling pirate, and there are also many wild fruits on it. Lincoln looked at the island in the distance and pondered for a moment, then nodded. Okay. The captain agreed, and the Apollo immediately turned the bow and rushed towards the island. At this time, on the island, you are Captain Jack Sparrow. You can escape under the noses of 7 agents of the East India Company, and you plundered the entire port of Nassau without firing a single shot. How did you escape last time? Last time I met a group of bootleggers who used this place as a transit station to hide their liquor. I had a lot of trouble begging them to let me leave on their ship. And now, Jack opened the dusty wine cellar. Judging from the current situation, they still haven't been here for a long time. Listening to Jack's words, Swan, who followed behind him, was stunned. So last time you just lay on the sand pond and drank rum for 3 days. Looking calmly at the angry Death, Jack stuffed a bottle of rum into her hand. Welcome to the Caribbean crash. Before Jack finished speaking, the sound of waves roaring louder than the waves came from afar. The sound of the waves was so loud, almost like the sound of a tsunami. Holding a bottle of rum in his hand, Jack rushed to the beach with Swan, and then saw a huge ship shining with golden light coming at a high speed on the distant horizon. Without any introduction, Jack thought of the Apollo that Jibbs had told him many days ago. He did not dodge. Looking at the roaring giant ship, Jack even bit off the cork on the bottle with his teeth and took a sip of rum, then turned his head to look at Swan, who was already stunned. It seems that we are very lucky. We don't even have to stay here for 3 hours this time. Ignoring Jack's ridicule, Swan took the bottle and walked forward a few steps blankly. What is that? Obviously, it should be a ship. Jack shrugged. A ship shining with golden light. It looks really too spectacular. Stepping on the deck of the Apollo, Jack looked around at this unimaginable giant ship and then saw Lincoln walking out of the captain's room. Oh, have we seen it before? Indeed, I set a fire. Lincoln looked at Jack teasingly. Captain Jack Sparrow, when you left before, I remember you said you were going to find your Black Pearl. Could it be that the name of this deserted island is a Black Pearl? In that case, I have to write it down on the map so that it will have a name in the future. It was given by Captain Jack Sparrow. Looking at Lincoln, who was pretending to take the map, Jack fell silent again. In fact, I was just going to get my ship back, but something went wrong in the middle. But if you are willing to help me, the problem may not be so big. Are you going to the island of death? Lincoln pondered for a moment and looked at Jack. Are you going to the island of death? You knew? Jack looked at Lincoln in surprise and then realized that he might have said it that night. Of course I'm going to the island of death. Do you want to come with me? Barbossa is very rich. I only want the Black Pearl, and the rest are all yours. No thanks. Lincoln laughed. I only want the box of gold coins. As for the rest, whoever wants it can take it. Hey. Swan's voice suddenly came from the side, breaking the two people's friendly meeting to divide the spoils. She stood by the side of the ship with a look of surprise and said, your crew drove the ship onto the shoal. It's stranded now. As Swan finished speaking, Jack suddenly shuddered and rushed to the beach, and then saw the beach on the clear sea. Now, we all have to wait here for the next ship. No need. Lincoln walked behind them with a smile. The Apollo has incredible power. For example, never run aground. Lincoln finished speaking, a gurgling sound rang out, and Jack and the others watched in amazement. The golden compass automatically turned without anyone controlling it, and then endless seawater surged from under the ship. The power of the waves lifted the Apollo, which had been stranded on the shallows, and with the surging waves, the Apollo left the front and rushed into the deep sea. After releasing the control of the Apollo, Lincoln then looked at Jack and the others with a smile. Look, it's just a run aground. It's not a problem at all. A ship weighing tens of millions of tons just returned to the deep sea from being stranded, and even Jack couldn't help but be stunned. He had seen many strange and interesting things, but most of them were inseparable from the ocean. He had never seen such a method as the current one, that could return to the ocean from the land. However, the peculiarity of the Apollo boosted his confidence. With the addition of this ship, he had enough confidence that he could definitely get back the Black Pearl that originally belonged to him. The golden chariot on the bow looked at the distance, where the island of death was located. The seawater was opened up and turned into white waves surging behind it. The Apollo was approaching the direction of the island of death at an incredible speed. The Black Pearl, a ship famous for its speed, but in front of the Apollo, its speed was really not worth mentioning. When Barbossa and his party, who were overjoyed because they had obtained Will Turner, drove the Black Pearl back to the base of the island of death, a golden giant ship had already bet on their cave-in trance tightly. The environment around the island of death was complex, and there were a large number of invisible reefs under the sea. Large ships could not approach at all, and could only land on the island of death by small boats. However, the Apollo broke this rule. The ship, which was so hard that it would never be destroyed, was ramming around the island of death. With its incredible speed, the ship smashed the reefs in the sea. Then it stopped right next to the only entrance to the cave on the island, and the solid ship smashed the large rock completely. Unless you dive in from the sea under the bed, there is no other way to bypass the existence of the Apollo and enter the cave. What is that? Who can tell me what that is? Looking at the huge golden ship, Barbossa, who had been busy bringing back Turner and the cursed gold coins to lift the curse, was completely stunned. He didn't understand how a large ship could get so close to the island when the island of death was clearly full of reefs. It was unreasonable that it was just close, but it also blocked the door of the old house tightly. Chapter 100. Barbossa's question was very simple in front of Jack and others, but for this group of guys who had not communicated with other pirates for a while and had been somewhat out of touch with the world, the Apollo driven by Lincoln was something they had never heard of. The golden ship of the Apollo had an indescribable attraction to the pirates on the Black Pearl, but Barbossa keenly noticed something wrong from the golden hull. He ordered the Black Pearl to stop sideways without hesitation and aimed the black muzzle at the unknown Apollo. Then, before he ordered to fire, he saw the metal panels on the hull of the Apollo not far away flipped open. Under the hole in the plywood, a golden cannon with a lot of wealth was pushed out from the hole. Looking at the golden cannons that were ready for battle, Barbossa could not help but fall silent. He looked down at the 20 or so cannons on his Black Pearl, and then looked up at the dozens or even hundreds of cannons on the opposite Apollo. He felt that this world was too magical. There were hundreds of cannons on a ship. Is this really a ship? Not a moving island? Even the most powerful flagship of the British Royal Navy would not have so many cannons, right? Barbossa was in an awkward situation. He felt that he had just taken out a small pistol, and Lincoln had pointed the muzzle of a machine gun at his forehead. There was no doubt that, if both sides opened fire now, his Black Pearl would be the first to sink. Without the Black Pearl, even if they lifted the curse of the gold coin, they would have to die on this island of death far away from the mainland, and unknown to anyone. Moreover, if Turner was killed by a cannonball, they might never be able to lift the curse, and that would be a life worse than death. So, after a moment of silence, Barbossa decided to play it safe. He ordered his men to put away their guns, and then climbed to a high place, and shouted to the Apollo in the distance, "Hey, you are blocking our way, get out of the way. Barbossa, we meet again." Lincoln did not speak, but pulled Jack to a high place, and shouted to Barbossa on the Black Pearl. Looking at Jack Sparrow standing on the Apollo, and shouting to him, not only Barbossa, but also his pirates were stunned at this time. They had just thrown Jack back to the deserted island, where no one would pass by for several years or more, but this man could still sneak out alive. Is this the legendary figure of the sea? Jack, you are still alive. Of course I'm alive, before I get my black pearl back. Hearing Jack's reply from a distance, Barbossa was so angry that his teeth itched. He turned around and nodded to his men behind him, and a group of pirates immediately jumped off the side of the ship on the other side. Under the moonlight, their figures turned into pieces of skeleton samples. Their feet stepped on the seabed full of dust and marine debris, and they walked towards the bottom of the golden ship with great momentum. They had used the trick of diving from the bottom of the sea to launch a surprise attack many times, and this time it would not be anything special. Seeing more and more skeleton soldiers leaving the water, Barbossa then looked at the Apollo again. Jack, let the owner of that ship come to see me. I know that is not your ship. Jack looked back at Lincoln, who was lying on the chair eating fruit, shrugged and looked at Barbossa. I think it's the same. If you have anything to say to me, you will die. When I catch you, I will throw you back to a deserted island that no one knows about and let you die there alone. This time, I won't even give you a bullet. On the ship, Barbossa was having a meaningless verbal confrontation with Jack, and under the sea, that ordinary people could not see, a large number of skeleton pirates had already taken advantage of the moonlight and the protection of the ocean to head towards the Apollo. However, the closer they got to the Apollo, the lighter they felt their steps and bodies became, as if the seawater had life and was lifting them from behind and under their feet. Until finally, under the influence of the invisible current, their bodies floated directly in the seawater, and at this time, they noticed the endless churning waves under the Apollo. The power of the ocean rolled their bodies and involuntarily approached the surging waves. The eyes of the skeletons were full of fear. They waved their hands and struggled frantically, but they could not avoid the fate of being swept into the whirlpool of the ocean current. No. Indistinct bubbles emerged from the turbid seawater, and then the creaking sound of bones being broken sounded under the Apollo. Jack leaned over the side of the ship and looked down, and then saw the scattered bones surging out of the white waves. He even saw one or two skulls with eyes still turning. Thanks to the existence of the cursed gold coins, even though they were scattered like skeletons, they were not dead, but just lying quietly on the seabed. Jack was not the only one who saw the skeletons scattered by the ocean currents. Barbossa on the Black Pearl also saw it clearly. Looking at the bones of his stupid men constantly sinking and floating in the surging waves, his chin clacking against his upper jaw, Barbossa fell silent. He had used this trick of attacking others from the bottom of the sea many times. In this era, no one thought that someone could attack from the bottom of the sea, and it always worked wonders. This time it really worked wonders. Barbossa saw a scene he had never seen before. The scattered bones were rolling in the waves involuntarily, unable to die or escape. This is the real pain. Looking at the shock and fear in the eyes of the other men of the Black Pearl, Barbossa knew that he might have lost this round. The huge ship in front of him, of unknown origin, was too powerful. Jack, stop. Let's talk. Your suggestion is very good, and I really want to agree to you, but maybe you should discuss it with the owner of this ship. Jack looked at the homeland that was constantly rolling under the ship with interest. He even found a head and almost hooked it with a grappling rope, and pulled it up. Hey, it turns out to be you, the traitor. Long time no see. The head held by Jack was silent for a moment, and then bleated in horror. Captain Jack Sparrow, please, don't throw my head away, please. Jack ignored him, just frowned as he looked at the liquid in his hand. How disgusting. Then he let go of the head as it screamed, and let it fall back into the surging waves. Sorry, my hand slipped. Jack was playing with the broken bones, and suddenly there was a tinkling sound from the other side. He turned his head and looked back, and several golden sailors carrying a huge treasure chest appeared in his sight. With a clang, the treasure chest containing hundreds of Aztec cursed gold coins fell heavily on the deck. Lincoln walked forward and fished out a handful of gold coins from the treasure chest. The gold coins containing the cursed power of immortality immediately made a clanging sound. He picked up a gold coin. The gold coin used as a bribe by the Aztecs was so exquisite that it didn't look like a product of 1519. The cursed power contained in it tried to infect everyone who touched it. The crew on the Black Pearl was punished with immortality, but loss of feeling. because of these gold coins, but the meager cursed power on them could not have any effect on Lincoln. In fact, the cursed power on the Apollo was much greater than this box of gold coins. Releasing the gold coins in his palm and letting them fall back into the box, Lincoln walked up to the golden chariot on the bow and appeared in Barbossa's eyes. "Surrender immediately, or wait for me to tear you into a pile of bones and make you into a bone sculpture. I will never surrender." Click, 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 a dense sound rang out, and the muzzles of the golden cannons locked onto Barbossa's figure from a distance, causing the expression on his face to suddenly stiffen. "I surrender." A moment later, noisy footsteps rang out, and Barbossa and others, who were disarmed and tied up tightly, boarded the Apollo under the leadership of several golden pirates, and then saw that there were only a few dozen people scattered on the huge ship. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he was a fool. If he had known that there were only so few people on the ship, with his personality, he would definitely let the Black Pearl ram into it without hesitation, to start a boarding battle. Now, a dozen people on the opposite side actually captured hundreds of people on his ship. This is simply the biggest shame in his career as a pirate. Taking out the last cursed gold coin from the pocket of the angry Barbossa, Lincoln gave a slight signal with his eyes, and Turner was escorted to the huge treasure chest by several pirates with golden spots on their bodies. With a swish, his skin was cut by the sharp blade, and the bright red blood dripped on the cursed gold coin. The next moment, screams came from outside the ship. Jack walked to the side of the ship curiously and looked down. The turbid waves became more turbid because of blood and other things. The curse from the gold coin was lifted, and the pirate whose body was broken up naturally could not maintain his immortality. He turned into a corpse and fell forever on the bottom of the sea of the Island of Death. Realizing this, the pirates who had not gone to sea could not help but sweat on their foreheads, and they were full of relief in their hearts. If they had followed them to the sea, they would have died now. The last gold coin was put back in place, and Lincoln tilted the lid of the treasure chest. The golden light in his hand enveloped the box. In the shocked eyes of Barbossa and others, the treasure chest that could originally hold one person was forcibly shrunk and disappeared in Lincoln's palm. "Where did you take it?" Barbossa looked at the empty floor, then looked at Lincoln. "It disappeared?" "Yes, it disappeared." Lincoln smiled and nodded, and suddenly took out another cursed gold coin, and put it in front of him. "What? Do you want this gold coin?" "No, I don't want it." Looking at the gold coin that brought him more than many years of torture, Barbossa shouted and struggled. "Keep it away from me, away." "Of course, no problem." Lincoln smiled and put the gold coin into the treasure chest in the display cabinet, then looked at Jack. "Captain Jack Sparrow, take these people back to your Black Pearl. Goodbye. The Black Pearl is mine." Jack looked at Lincoln with joy. "If you don't want it, I can give it to someone else." Lincoln looked around, and the eyes of the pirates were full of desire. "They all want the Black Pearl." "No, no, no. Of course I want it." Jack hurriedly stopped him. "You are such a kind and generous captain." A moment later, the Black Pearl with the crew set sail and left the Island of Death. On the Island of Death behind the Black Pearl, in the cave full of all kinds of gold and silver treasures, Barbossa bit a green apple that he had just intercepted and looked at the Black Pearl that was gradually moving away with hatred. "Jack, wait for me, I will find you." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the pirates behind him who were also exiled to the Island of Death by Jack. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find some food and water. Do you want to starve to death here?" "Royal Port, I regret to inform you that this port is now under my control." Lord Beckett looked at the angry Commodore Norrington and Governor Swan leisurely. "Because of your failed actions, the dignity of the Royal Navy has been humiliated on this sea. I have been ordered to take over this sea area in the name of the East India Company. From now on, all of you must obey my management. You don't know what happened here at all?" Commodore Norrington looked angrily at Lord Beckett, who took away all his rights. "Those legends are true. In fact, of course I know what happened here." Lord Beckett's face was indifferent. "I came here to deal with things here. I hope you can cooperate with me, otherwise." Beckett took out a copy of the criminal documents from the wooden box in the hands of the guards behind him. "Boarding the gallows prepared for pirates is your best destination. You Commodore Norrington's eyes were full of anger, but the tip of the knife and the muzzle of the gun beside him forced him to calm down. What do you want? First of all, Commodore Norrington, you have been relieved of your post as Commodore. From now on, you are just an ordinary sailor. Then Lord Beckett looked at Governor Swan. I need your daughter and your son-in-law Will Turner to do something for me. I can't force them to do anything. Then this document should be enough. Lord Beckett smiled and took out 2 death penalty documents again. Now, they should be able to do anything. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.